let's see here. Origin and evolution of the multiplied quantized vortex instability. Yeah, guys, sorry, I just made that up.
It's not science.
It doesn't look like it, man. Quasi-normal.
Don't get mad at me. Hold on. Don't get mad at me because I'm trying to make sure the independent variable is actually what's causing the thing.
That's not
a crazy. That's not a crazy like.
You're trying to limit what science, so that you keep your belief in the flat Earth.
The independent variable doesn't have to be causing the phenomena. What has to happen is the test you're doing, the independent variable has to be the thing that is that is fundamentally
causing
making
the dependent variable.
Not causing, but it has to be in such a way that as you change the independent variable, the dependent variable will also change. But like I told you, like when you guys do the boiling water experiment, you boil water. Whatever.
You have a cause.
As the experimenter, I can isolate everything else, and I can vary the heat, and then I can see the outcome, or I can vary the amount of time I'm boiling it for. I can
or the pressure.
I get the atmospheric pressure. I can vary the amount of water I'm using. There's so many different things you can vary as your independent variable, and the independent variable would still be the same cause. They're just something that you're they're ultimately gonna make as you vary them, they're gonna vary the dependent variable, and that thing can be something that you don't have direct access to. You just have the ability to make observation time differences. Like if you're measuring something during known different time durations, you can use that as your independent variable. I'm telling you, as long as you can think of it as a function f of x, and it changes the outcome of y, then you can use it as an independent variable.
Let me stop you there.
Like one of the first things you do in like an physics class, it's like velocity versus time graph, position versus time graphs, how I move, and getting the derivative of position being the velocity, and the second derivative being acceleration, etc. It's like one of the first things you'll ever learn in class.
Applying all the stuff that most people don't use in math, you just end up use those exact equations in physics, and it's to do exactly what you're doing, taking functions of this, taking derivatives of that. Every experiment that has an independent variable can be written as a function. At any rate, it's kind of weird that we're still talking about if mass attracts mass and that kind of stuff, when that's obviously observed. Even if we don't agree on why that's happening, I mean, Newton's equation is apparent, the universal law of gravitation. So it's apparent that that's the case, right? So I mean, we should be moving forward and maybe trying to figure out what's causing this observation. But the
if mass attracts mass was observed, then you would see a BB stick to a wrecking ball. So no.
Why would you say
that?
No,
you wouldn't.
Why would you say that?
Because of your ridiculous equations. You guys, it's all math. It must work.
How about this, guys?
You can't show the proof. You can't show the proof. That's the thing.
I'll concede to you, Godric. I will concede to you if you can calculate what the BB's gravitational attraction to the whatever it is, the wrecking ball, as well as anything else it's attracted to, and the vectors that those forces are. You show that to me.
Genius. I'm telling you, it's horseshit. So you'd have to show it to me. Your ridiculous calculations, and guess what? Can't do it.
The problem, Godric, is The
Yeah, that's
problem,
not that
Godric,
complicated actually. It's a pretty simple formula.
The calculations would
It's a
expose.
simple formula, so tell us when it'll happen. When will the baby stick to the wrecking ball? Please tell us. It's a simple formula. We're all intelligent. We can do science, so show us. Put it in live stream.
Yeah, it will expose how silly that statement is. I could do it in minutes.
I'm asking you to
I'll
do
do
it.
it for you.
I'm asking you
what's
to
the
do it.
mass?
When will the baby stick to the wrecking ball?
I will
It's
do it.
going
Tell
to.
me. I
That's
will
a
do it.
straw man.
I will do it if you tell me the mass of the wrecking ball, the size of the wrecking ball, the mass of the BB, and the size of the BB. Then I will
And how
tell you.
far they are apart. And how far they are apart.
Well,
You
no,
can
that's
pick
what
all.
you know.
You can
He
pick
needs to
all
know
the
how.
variables. All you'd have to do is show it happen in reality, and that would prove
I've
it,
already
and that
explained
would
what I.
That's a
confirm
straw
that you're
man,
legit.
bro.
Otherwise, no.
They're acting like they can do it. Hey, they're acting like they can do it, but dude, they're fucking trying to get the distance because it's over because
No
it's a
one's
squared function.
acting
It's a
like
squared
that
function,
is
but look, but
possible.
all they're gonna do is
As
give you the
I said,
calculation. Say, but we
if you
can't.
just
They're
read
gonna do it.
the equation out,
Show you the.
it will
Here's what they're gonna do.
expose
Listen.
how silly that statement is. It's
Yeah,
you're
no,
not
you're
going
gonna
to
show
get
them
a
the math, and
BB
then you're gonna show them the mass of the
to a
Earth, and
wrecking ball.
say,
That's
look,
silly. That's not
you're gonna
what
say here.
anyone
I'm
says.
We
flexible.
heard you,
Listen,
bro. We heard you. I just got time for one little quick comment, and I can listen. But you're gonna show him the math of the fucking the gravitational pull that M1 times M2 over distance squared shows, and then you're gonna compare that to the Earth and say, well, here's the pull it has, but we can't see it because this is the pull the Earth has to it, so it's overwhelmed.
Yes, exactly. I admitted that about a half hour ago in voice, and then about 20 minutes ago in text. I admitted that already.
So you should change the equation to M1 times Earth over distance squared. You know, whatever it is, 10 times fucking whatever the big G is, like 10 times what, 17 or 10 times 6 to the 27th or some shit. Whatever it is,
That's right.
it should be M1 over M2 if it's a law and it's always happening, but it's always overruled by Earth. Why is it ambiguous?
Actually,
we can,
you just helped me nip it in the butt quickly. I started to do the math, but then it's actually fairly simple if you use whole numbers like tens. But if you make the wrecking ball 10,000 kilograms, and you make the BB 1 gram, and the Earth is 10 to the 27th kilograms, or 10 to the 27 grams. I'm sorry, or 10 to the 24 kilograms, whichever one you want to use. Regardless,
like 6 times 10
yeah,
or
6
some
times
shit.
that number, but we'll throw away to 6 for 6.
Yeah, right. We might as well.
Yeah, so if you look at this and you draw the two vectors, you have one vector pointed down and one vector pointed perpendicular to down, in which the one pointing down is 21 orders of magnitude larger than the one pointed perpendicular. So I don't know if you know how big 21 orders of magnitude is, but it's about a billion times a billion times a billion. Yeah.
so you can't prove it then.
That's
Is that what you're
not
saying?
right. Oh, not a billion times a billion. It's about 10 million times 10 million times 10 million.
So after all that, you can't prove it. You can't
Why does
demonstrate it.
this guy still think people claim that BBs can stick to wrecking balls? No one's claiming that, man. No one has the.
He
No,
just claimed
actually, he
mass
did.
attracts mass, so I want him to show it to me. I'm being
No,
flexible.
that equation on its
Your
face.
feet
That
are
equation
stuck
on
to
its
the
face shows
ground,
that you
bro.
can't prove. You can't prove mass attracts mass due to that fucking equation and it being overwhelmed by Earth. You'd have to leave Earth to prove
Not with
anything.
a wrecking ball in a BB. You can't prove it like that, and you can't disprove it like that, as Godric was saying, because he said
I'm
that
flexible.
if
Look, go ahead.
you
Go
said
ahead.
you said that if gravity is true, if mass attraction mass is true, that should happen, and that's false. That's not a
I'm
logical
flexible.
conclusion.
You can show me. You can stick a cotton ball to the side of a mountain. You can stick a feather to the
Oh,
side of
this is show this there's actually
pyramid.
tests that show that, dude.
God
So
damn it.
there's tests where they
Please
What
show
show me.
that.
I've
about
been
your
asking you.
feet
Show me.
stuck to the
Just show it.
ground? Your feet stuck to the ground unless you negate the gravity that something in an airplane. Your feet are stuck to the ground
That's
otherwise.
what my teacher told me in 7th grade. Hey kids, thank God for gravity. If it wasn't for gravity, we'd all go floating off into space.
Doesn't
But guess
sound
what?
that's
We've
true.
never been shown shit flowing off into space. It's no proof. It's like something with no proof. We believe it.
Stuff falling off into space. What?
Yeah, the reason that doesn't happen is because you just turn gravity off.
Welcome to the mind of a flat earther.
You're told shit, you believe it, and that's it. And that's science.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
I mean, do you have an argument, or you're just here to claim what we believe is false?
Okay, I'm flexible. Listen to what I'll do. Take your wrecking ball, right? I'll even accept if you can stick to to the top of the wrecking ball without it rolling off. I'll even accept that because the wrecking ball has gravity, doesn't it? Doesn't it mass attract mass?
What will that mean, Godric? What will that mean if you can balance a BB?
That would mean that you're overcoming the supposed gravity of the Earth with the wrecking ball, which is much closer.
I just showed you
and
how
guess what?
you're never going to overcome that, dude. It's 21 orders of magnitude.
Then I want you to concede that you cannot confirm that that's what's happening. Just concede. You can't show it, prove it, or confirm it.
Not concede. You're not floating off, Godric. You're an example of gravity.
Right, because I'm not floating off, that must mean gravity is true. This is globe logic.
Right. That's right.
Can you show anything floating off into space ever anywhere?
You can't turn gravity off.
Hang on, I saw Gravity, the movie with George
Tell
Clooney.
Tell that to Harry Hydrogen.
And what's her name? Not Selma Hayek. The other chick, the dyke chick. It was awesome. It was so awesome. Like I was seeing shit float in space. I was all into it. But that's not reality, guys. You can't show that away from a Hollywood movie.
Oh, I was a little bit off. Hold on. I forgot to do one thing.
It's okay, Coach. You have a lot of numbers, but I want to see it happen in reality.
Yeah, in reality, this has been measured. So,
yes.
There's like 10 million times 100 million, maybe.
Like the ultimate straw man. Like no one said.
Show me something, stick to something. That's all I'm asking.
Is going to stick to a wrecking ball. That's so silly.
Look, can you stick grains of sand to a ball of gold? That would be okay.
We don't.
Without them falling down.
No, we don't say you can. That's a straw man.
Yeah, so it's not 21. It's about 17 orders of magnitude different.
Hang on.
But Godric, that's important to know, dude. If it's 17 orders of magnitude stronger down than it would be sideways, why the hell would you think that it would be visible sideways?
Okay, since you guys are obviously all geniuses and you know math, and this is a simple equation, I need you to tell me how big the wrecking ball has to be before I start sticking shit to it. That's what I want to know. Just tell me how many. You can just make up the equation, but I want to be able to test it.
It has to have more mass than Earth, so it will attract the grain of sand stronger than the Earth does. So it's not going to fall into Earth. It's going to stick to the.
This isn't rocket science, bro. It's just simple shit.
It has to have more mass than Earth.
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, are you guys serious?
No, if it were a fluid, if you're talking about a fluid like water, you can see the water attracted to the moon. But that's only because it's like the water is a giant mass, and it's also.
We're talking about a BB.
Yeah, but a BB, yeah, exactly.
He's asking for something to stick on something.
There's no need to complicate it. He doesn't.
If you want something to stick on something, if you need a grain of sand to stick to a ball of gold, the ball of gold has to have more mass than the Earth.
Yeah, ultimately, or it'd have to be closer to that fucking thing.
So concede that you can't prove it then.
We're a little bit more clever than that. We don't restrict ourselves to things that we wouldn't expect to happen, right? We look for things that we can probably test.
Yeah, no one's under any obligation to prove your straw man. Like that's not how.
Because you don't believe that we went onto the moon or whatever. But I'm talking. My internet cut out.
You're here.
Oh, no, I thought I was talking over somebody. But yeah, we went to the moon, which we believe in. You probably don't believe in. But when we went there, we tested exactly what we're talking about. They went there. They dropped things. They landed there. They ran around. They tested the difference between gravity there and gravity here. So I mean, it's these things are tested by and that was like
by
way after
NASA foolery, by fakery, and by doctrine.
Well, yeah, that's all you can do is just deny it. That's not.
You know how I know the moon landing never happened? Because common sense will tell you can't propel through a vacuum.
That's not an argument.
So you can never get anywhere in a vacuum.
Your incredulity is not an argument, dude.
Newton's third law is easy. It's easy to understand.
Then you can explain to me then. I'm listening. Go ahead. Explain to me how you can propel through a vacuum. Go.
You can just do an exothermic.
Go ahead, Jace.
I'm guessing it's some shit that you cannot even prove. Just talking about
it's very
shit.
easy.
Saying shit.
You just throw something with mass, and you're gonna be pushed away from it. Same force that your opponent's making is applied on yourself.
If I'm in a swimming pool and I throw a brick, I'll go the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
So space is like a swimming pool. You throw a brick and you go the other way.
Yeah, if you were in a swimming pool on a floaty and you had a bunch of fucking beers and you started throwing the beers out of your fucking floaty out the back, just throwing them at somebody, you would start going the other direction. I don't know if you ever noticed that.
Okay, right. So
hey, you know what else you could do? You know what else you could do? You could take a brick and you could go to throw it, but don't let go of it. Like, just get a good sling going, but hang on to it, and it'll snatch you forward, dude. Yeah, because every action has an equal and opposite reaction. They're in space.
Nothing will happen in that case.
Well, no, sure it will. In your world, it will. Yeah, what are you talking about?
The best example for me is to do like a vigorous thing not working.
What are you talking about? It wouldn't work. If I go to throw it, and I sling it forward with all this might, and hold on, I'm slinging it forward with all this might, but then I don't let it go. All that might, where's all that might gonna go, man?
Yeah, when you hold it, you're retaining the momentum back. You're not gonna.
The easiest way, at least for me, to observe the principle is to perform a exothermic chemical reaction in a vacuum chamber, and don't tie down the flask or apparatus that you're doing the reaction in, and you'll see the gas push the thing once the reaction starts to take off.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
I've seen plenty of these as well. As a matter of fact, I've seen a gun fired in a vacuum, and you see the kick from the gun. And for that matter, when you shoot a shotgun or you shoot a rifle, you shoot a fucking D Eagle, and there's kick from it. I asked this question before the flat
potassium nitrate won't light in a vacuum, bro.
They told me that was that's due to the atmosphere pushing the gun backwards. But that's
potassium nitrate, gunpowder
pushing the gun backwards. It's the force of the bullet coming out the front of the gun.
Gunpowder's a pure oxidizer, but once you get down to about a quarter of an atmosphere, it won't even fucking ignite, dude.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's not. We're not talking about do bullets work in space. We're talking about the force that's coming out of the gun and what makes the gun kick back. The force that's coming out of the gun is the bullet moving forward, and the force that's moving back is the exact same force. The same exact force that pushes the bullet out the gun pushes the gun back into you. The force is exactly the same.
Yeah, it's real simple. I mean, you can fire a bullet in a vacuum. Just because it's in a vacuum doesn't mean the bullet won't fire. And you basically understand that the gun still kicks, even in a vacuum. So, that's it.
Yeah, dude, I would have argued that a different way, but now I've seen them try it. I've seen two different channels try it, Cody's Lab and and you can't ignite nothing. Nothing.
He was
not
using
even
a laser. He was using a laser.
Gunpowder is freaking is almost just straight oxidizer, man.
Yeah, but you can use an oxidizer though. You can use so that's irrelevant to the point.
Yeah. If you had a chamber, if you had an actual chamber to do, if you had an actual chamber to if you had a chamber with pressure in it, then you could get combustion. But I didn't realize that whole time was saying was right. That dude Jimbo from Ranties. When I looked into it, I'll be damned. This shit won't look, man. I'm trying the other guy.
Using a laser like that.
No, not the other guy, man. But what's the difference? A laser should work even better. He showed it work. No. He showed it work with a low atmosphere. He showed it work with no atmosphere.
So you can use a hypergolic material, something like hydrazine, or even like KMNO4 or MCPBA, an oxidizing
Let's
agent.
use let's do what NASA uses.
And those
hydrogen
are
peroxide
easily removable
for
in
ignition.
a
What does NASA
vacuum
use for
chamber.
ignition in a vacuum?
Guys, let's let each other finish. Just because you think that's something real quick. I mean, just let each other finish.
Hydrazine. Hydrazine is often used in rocket fuel because it's easily combustible. It's hypergolic.
Okay, we can test that, and we have some agreement. I think you would get some kickback and pushing off in the vacuum with like a gun, or you can get an explosion to happen. That's fine. But here's the problem, guys. Think about a plane, right, in the atmosphere, right? You're constantly pushing off the air, guiding yourself. You can have when you spin the wheel, what is that called? You can maneuver through the air because you can adjust the wings and whatnot. You're constantly pushing off the air, and yes, the jets are pushing off the atmosphere and back. But in the vacuum, there's nothing to guide off of. There's nothing to spin There's nothing to tilt your navigation. If you had a situation where you can create combustion, like a gun kicking or something exploding in the back, it would just spin you wildly in a circle.
Unless it's under computer control, right?
Yeah, there doesn't need to be any there for it to touch. An acceleration, it will accelerate in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
but you don't have the wings to guide you straight, like in the atmosphere. You can be guided by the air. You can go left and right.
Like I said, propel it forward.
In
a rocket and an airplane aren't using the same kind of dynamics.
Yeah, you can.
I agree, man. But propelling forward in a vacuum is the same as sucking your way forward in pressurized system. What's the difference?
Bacon.
What's the difference between if you're blowing into a vacuum? Okay, you're blowing pressure into a vacuum. What's the difference between in a pressurized environment sucking into pressure? It's the same fucking principle. It's just the exact opposite. So if you could blow your way in a vacuum, you could suck your way in an atmosphere. You suck your way forward.
We should bring in Jen so I can quote that.
They're not the same principle.
I think the change of momentum from the air molecules, it just wouldn't be enough to efficiently move a plane that has the mass of a regular plane.
Yeah, Bacon, you wanted to say something, so I was going to let you speak, but I was just going to say that, if you have thrust going, it's the same as a bullet. You have thrust going one way, acting on a force, it's going to have the equal opposite reaction on that mass, the rocket, moving the other direction.
Like a airplane engine, it sucks in the air, and it puts the air molecules through compressors, different stages of compressors, which compress that volume of air into smaller and smaller compactified regions, which give those molecules more momentum. So when it pushes them out the back, they're giving the airplane a larger push forward because they have more momentum from being compressed.
In both examples I used, you have a vacuum with pressure going into it. Okay, so if I was to draw it properly, you couldn't distinguish which one was the atmosphere and which one was fucking the vacuum. If I drew it properly, just a little small scale drawing and show a rocket, and not give any kind of scale to what's what, and you'd never know. Okay, so if you can use pressure to blow your way forward in a vacuum, it's the same thing as the vacuum sucking pressure and propelling like that, propelling forward by sucking. Like I said, if I drew it and I used a rocket and for space and the propellant, and both, you could not distinguish which one was which because it's the same principle. You got pressure going into a vacuum. You got pressure fucking heading into a void. Okay, the same principle. So you can't tell me it wouldn't be the same.
You're not using pressure though to move the thing. You're using the change of momentum of whatever gas molecules or whatever material you're using. So when you're in a vacuum and you have a rocket engine, it's sending out behind it gas molecules that have a massive amount of momentum that as they leave, they push the rocket forward.
Right.
If you're
I got
just
the same.
sucking
Listen,
in the molecules, you have no mechanism that's providing that extra momentum to the molecules.
I don't think I made it clear then. That's my fault if I didn't make it clear. Okay, just like you said, I got the same power of suction in atmosphere. Okay, so you have that same power, that same reaction heading into the void. Okay, and it's going to give me an opposite reaction. It's the same power. I'm using the same power vacuum as I am propulsion in the rocket. Okay, one of them's going one way, one of them's going the other. Okay, it's that same power. It's an opposite reaction. If I'm sucking that gas into that void, okay, with all that force, it's going to pull me forward. According to y'all's logic, it has to.
No, well.
Why not? All that oxygen or whatever, all that atmosphere, all that pressure is fucking blasting into the void. How's it not gonna suck me forward? The same thing. Just turn it around. You got all that
sideways.
I think the thing you're missing is that the rocket has a mechanism that's giving the gas molecules a massive amount of momentum before it sends them out. If you're just sucking in air molecules, you're only getting the momentum that those air molecules had coming in. There's no mechanism that's providing extra momentum to them.
In the same force. I agree, but I'm using the same force suction as I am the rocket. I'm using the same exact force. So it's a massive fucking force, dude. Massive force.
Sucking the molecules in, you only get the momentum that the molecules had as they enter in. That's all you get.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't get an opposite reaction if I'm blasting molecules into the void. I should get an opposite reaction. Same thing as space blast.
It's the scale,
molecules into
right?
a void.
The molecules, like if you're sucking in molecules from the air, they only have a certain amount of momentum. But if you're combusting them in a chamber, you're giving them a significant more momentum to use to propel you forward compared to using something to suck in the molecules. There's no outside mechanism at that point to give them that.
We'll have two chambers in my vacuum then. We'll have two chambers in my vacuum. We'll let the air in, and we'll let the air in, and then we'll fucking blast it out of the chamber into the full void.
Well, you can do that. I mean,
time to wake up.
It's just
pretty good.
I don't. I'm just saying in principle, it's the same principle. If you're blasting particles from pressure to vacuum, then technically it's the same principle. Why does it have to be in one certain direction? That's what I'm baffled by.
Is it like 5 a.m. where you are?
It's not the direction. It's the amount of momentum when they're being expelled in one case or they're being absorbed in the other. That's when the momentum exchange happens. And when you're expelling them outwards after a combustion chamber, the molecules have way more momentum in that case. Thus, they can provide a much larger force.
Well, a rocket in space, it's relative anyway. So the fucking everything you're blowing into the vacuum is relative. You can say it's the vacuum sucking the fucking the fucking pressure. As much as the rocket blowing into a vacuum, it's just as much as the vacuum sucking that pressure. That's why I don't think they'll work. I know that they do work up there because I don't think the atmosphere gets much lower than about 0.1, 0.2. I think that's about as low as it goes, man. That's why I think that we can get shit to work pretty higher than planes anyway. But I don't know. I'm thinking as far as the concept goes.
I posted for you the thrust equation, and it shows that it's in the equation it compares the inside pressure and the outside pressure, which is true. But that's not an issue when if the outside pressure is less and less and less, that doesn't create an issue. that actually increases.
Yo, how come on the space shuttle the fucking nozzles did full dilation on their way up? I mean, why would they even change the fucking the nozzle?
You read the equation.
It was starting to work less and less. The higher they got, so they had a mechanism in their fucking, in their their thrusters to fuck the nozzle.
And they read the equation.
Either minimum or maximum. I forgot, but it got where it wasn't. Who knows how long ago, but that was something they spoke about.
Right, so, it's in the equation. The nozzle area, on the equation. You can see how it increases with when it changes those variables.
I'm just wondering why they would have to expand the nozzle. The nozzle size. If you said it didn't matter, I thought you said it didn't matter. Maybe I misheard you.
Wait, what didn't matter? The nozzle size? The nozzle size does matter.
No, the fact that there's no gas. You said that there's no gas.
No, I said it's not an issue. I said the fact that there's. So if you look at in the thrust equation, it's the pressure from inside the chamber and the pressure outside. The pressure outside subtracted from the pressure on the inside, in which what that means is if the pressure being lower is not going to cause a problem. A
good sized volcano will propel the Earth, and you see them that take up like a good fucking portion of the sun, and they, you see them blast out of the sun and shit. Them are some big giant flares sometimes, and luckily they're hardly ever directed at Earth. But so that's got to be propelling the sun, right? And a good sized volcano, super volcano, would definitely would propel the Earth.
Well, right. To get back to the rocket equation, if you look at one of the versions I'm looking at here, has the area of the nozzle is involved.
Well, there's consequences,
and it's
man,
proportional to the thrust. So if it's proportional to the thrust, that means a larger area that the nozzle is spraying molecules out into, the more thrust you're going to get.
It seems like why would there be an escape velocity when we could trickle our way on out, Just go fucking straight up,
thing.
Why would there be an escape velocity that we have to hit while we're in atmosphere?
I'm talking about something different now.
All right.
Hey, Bacon.
Hey, what's
I was
up?
wondering, so I don't derail this current topic, you want to go into another room and debate one-on-one?
What topic?
How you can't demonstrate your model on a smaller scale, but I want to prove how that is possible.
Just debate it right here.
Yeah, I think we're done.
No,
with
you guys are busy.
man.
Yeah, I'd be fine with them having a discussion.
Yeah, we're I think we saw it to its conclusion as far as it's going to get.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, Coach pulled the math card, dude, and that trumps all, man. He said, "Motherfucking
dude,
thrust,
go,
math,
come on. If
math."
you don't want it, I get it. I get that you don't want to come with me.
Go ahead. I mean, if you want
You
to
didn't
go
show me
another...
how you can navigate to that.
Guys, just let them get into what they're getting into, man. He's asking.
No, you guys do what you're gonna do, man. Hey, I'm gonna go to Earth chat.
Doing math, dude.
We'll back off, man. I was just joking, dude. We'll back off if y'all want to have it. If y'all want to talk about it,
just talk about it here. Don't separate the chat.
They left already, so we're free to continue, I guess.
Well, you guys are talking about math and the equations work and nozzles, but let's say the moon was to the left. How do you navigate to the left since you don't have the atmosphere to push off of? You don't have the atmosphere to navigate through. So you have some kind of propulsion in the back happening. It would just spin you in circles, right?
We just went over this, man.
Yeah, man.
You're having a change of momentum that is pushing you in the direction opposite.
How does that happen in reality, though? Is there thrusters like on the left and the right on the lamb, or is it like
use a rocket engine.
360 to have 360 rockets on all sides. How does it work?
If you had rockets on all sides, those vectors would just cancel each other out. Get no net result.
You would need different rockets, I think, to maneuver in a vacuum. You don't think so?
How about a gimbal? You have control over the nozzle and where it expels. You can control the direction of the rocket.
Yep.
And you don't think it would just spin in circles in the vacuum?
No.
I was trying to tell you, dude. The way that thrust works, like if you push thrust one way, the rocket is going. The force is going to be acting on the mass in the opposite direction exactly. And once you have the force and the amount of force acting on this thing, if it's a symmetrical object and it's coming out the end of the object, such that it's not angled in some sort of diagonal, it's not diagonally coming through. It's like if you had a brick and the thrust was coming out like at one of the corners of the bricks versus just the back end. Yeah, if it came out one of the corners, it would start twirling that brick around or
fair enough. Okay,
but if you have it going out the back end, it's just gonna propel it forward.
That's a good point, dude. How about this? So I got a rail gun, right? So I'm gonna direct the projectile. Okay, I'm gonna direct it. I'm gonna put a chamber around my around the ship. Okay, around the rail gun, and I'm gonna direct that projectile in one direction, exactly how you're describing. But I'm gonna put a blockade at the front of the ship, and so I can use that momentum that I created. I created the momentum in that chamber. I released it for the back of the boat to the front of the boat, and so all the energy fired every direction, and that chamber did it forward. So then I just put a bulkhead at the front of the ship, and so I could just use the railgun to fucking haul ass wherever I wanted to go, right?
I wasn't really following. You have to.
Yeah, but Brian, the railgun only ejects a very small mass, correct?
No, I'm only going off principles. I'm giving them examples.
The principle you have to remember is that whatever is exactly the force that is acting on the railgun or whatever it is that propels it out one end, exactly the force that requires that mass to go that speed is exactly the force going to be acting in the opposite direction at the moment of that the combustion or thrust or whatever it is that is doing that. So
right. So if you got like 1 pound having 1 million newtons of force, you would have like 1 million pounds having 1 newton of force or something like that.
Yeah, I guess you're talking about splitting it up. Yeah, the point is if there was 1 newton acting on this object to make it propel outwards, 1 newton would be acting on the gun in the other direction.
Right, so you can throw yourself into space, let's say from Mars, and with the railgun, you can navigate to Jupiter and back, just shooting the railgun opposite the way you want to go.
If you had enough bullets, sure. Enough energy, why not? Why would you think anything different? If you had fuel, which the bullets would be, and energy to propel them, I don't know. Yeah.
Right. You're going to have the same newtons either way, but if you got a 1 pound thing going 1 million feet, you would have maybe 1 million pound thing going 1 foot or something to that scale, like a totally, an inverse scale or something. But Brian, your theory is correct, right? So what does it matter?
Yeah, I didn't think of it like that. I still don't believe there's a vacuum up there, man. Like I said, I believe it hits a certain extent, and then there's some type of fucking container.
As long as we can show that it's not impossible for rockets to work, if it were a vacuum up there, then that's basically where.
Let's entertain this Sorry, Coach.
No, go ahead. You're done.
I was going to say, let's entertain this container idea. What is this container made out of?
I don't know, but before I made the claim, I ran some tests. So I took 70 feet of PVC. I made a video out of it too. I took 70 feet of PVC pipe, okay, because everybody kept saying gradient. I'm like, that's gas law, pressure and PV equals nRT, whatever fucking you want to use, the temperature and the pressure related joint at the hip. So, it gets colder than fuck up there, whatever. But there's still got to be some kind of containment that's holding it down, because we know gravity doesn't work. Gravity's not a factor in gas ball. We know that, right?
Hey, hold on, guys.
Electromagnetic.
For the record, I crushed Bacon and he left. I just want that to be known.
You left, and now you're interrupting this conversation. But so you know.
Hello, Coach. You don't know. Did you leave or not?
Did you have the opportunity to be part of the conversation?
Do all Glovers need to fuck off, or you just mean you don't want to DM?
Hey, Bacon, did you leave willingly or not? Because you couldn't handle it.
I'm here. I left. I'm here because I left because it was there. And the first thing that I said when you thought was false, you started calling me a liar. And that's not a conversation I'm willing to have.
No, you said that the things we had accounted for in the Cavendish experiment, they grounded the.
Hold on, no, you didn't want to do that here.
Conversation here, man.
You didn't want to do that here, and we all said we'd shut up for you.
So yeah.
So you had it out over there.
Accounted for, and I win. So bye.
This guy's hilarious.
Bye. Anyway, check it out. So I did a experiment to check and see. I took 70 foot of PVC pipe, and I just it's long. I just connected a bunch of 20 footers or 10 footers actually, like a 7. I think it was 80 foot, but I just ran them in a U. So I had both ends right here, right by me. So I had like 35 foot, 40 foot going off away from me in a U. So I had 2 open ends of PVC pipe, and then I did 2 upspouts, the same height, and then at one end. I put 2 gutters, and one of the gutters I filled it up with overflowing with ice, and then filled that up with cold ass water. Dumped some more ice in there while I was boiling the other side, and the other so in 10 foot, each end had it sitting in 10 foot gutter. So one end I had boiling water, the other end I had like I said, ice water. And then I had some loose balloons. I blew up some balloons and put one on and I put one on each end. And to my surprise, yeah, dude, you can make a gradient in just like 70, 80 feet with temperature. And it wasn't even a lot, but it blew up on the boiling water side, it blew up the balloon, okay? And the pipe, just enough to make it stand up erect. And the other one was limp as fuck. And then I squeezed the balloon and showed it blow up the other one to show it wasn't water clogged up or nothing like that, or no trick. Like 5 times I squeezed the hot side, and you watch the balloon on the cold side jump and blow up for a second. And as soon as I let go, the hot side would blow back up and be erect. And that showed you just in 70, 80 feet, I can make a gradient with temperature. Okay. But there's still got to be containment somewhere, because gravity does not overpower gas pressure. I don't think anybody would argue that. You might argue that there's not a container,
different scales. Like if you want to measure gravitational effects in gas molecules, geez, you're gonna need, like, they do that with atom interferometers and stuff at my university. You're never gonna see those kind of effects with like your naked eye, like an experiment you're going to do at home. The energy that a gas molecule has is on a whole another level than the gravitational energy at that scale.
Well, my point was that as the pressure goes down, the temperature goes down. They're joined at the hip, but there's still got to be a barrier up there, or there couldn't be, there could.
What's the barrier holding back exactly if there's 0.1
Got to be
PSI
something helping. Even if I'm putting my Glober hat on, it's got to be something more than gravity, man. Gravity doesn't work.
It's energy
against
it's atmospheric thermodynamics. It's the energy exchange that occurs in the atmosphere is what it all boils down to.
Well, if I can demonstrate a gradient inside of a container, okay, and I can maintain it, and just 70 foot with not even that huge of a temperature jump, can you demonstrate pressure without that? We demonstrate, y'all not, and that's true with a bunch of things,
but
man. When it comes to like gravity and
environment
like
already. You're in a atmospheric environment already when you're doing this experiment.
Was he just lagging for me, or did you guys hear
an atmospheric environment around?
He lagged for me, or did you actually hear what he said? So you didn't even hear what he said?
I heard most of it.
Couldn't make out what he was saying.
It was like
I don't know if I'm lagging now, but just a quick repeat. I was just saying we can demonstrate a pressure gradient inside a container in just 70 or 80 feet with a little temperature change. Y'all cannot demonstrate pressure without containment, and the last thing I said is that holds true with a lot of things, man. It's easy shit we can demonstrate that y'all just have math and fucking and theories and excuses. You know,
right, as I was mentioning just a moment ago, proposed container being overhead wouldn't really have much to do if it's holding back less than 0.1 psi of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what this is. That
how do you know
pressure without?
What are you talking about? Up against an infinite vacuum, bro?
You're talking over me. So the claim that you can't demonstrate pressure without a container is ridiculous. Just walk outside.
Yeah, that's the fucking demonstration of pressure with a containment. Like every other time we see pressure, the only claim you have is a gradient, and I can demonstrate that inside containment.
Your container is an assumption in that case, and you can't prove that assumption is true. Saying there's
your assumption that there's pressure with no containment is in my common sense, with my common sense hat on, it's ridiculous, dude. That you say there's an infinite vacuum up there and there's no barrier, man.
Why do
measure one to exist?
So your thing with the container outside is an assumption because one, we don't see a container, we can't measure a container. There's no physicality that we can quantitate of this container, but you're assuming it, and you're not really giving a reason, a good reason at least, as to why we should think this assumption is true.
Gas law. Pick one.
That's just
Charles'
a word,
law,
man.
Boyle's law. Pick
you know,
one.
like nitrogen and oxygen don't act like ideal gases.
Right, and hydrostatic equilibrium is a law too.
And all those laws have limitations. I mean,
the reason
I think y'all are underestimating an infinite vacuum. I think you're underestimating. You're underestimating. Every one of y'all are underestimating infinite vacuum. Y'all are all underestimating that and just talking like it's no big deal. No big deal. Just an infinite vacuum. You know,
what does the term infinite vacuum actually mean? Because infinite vacuum doesn't imply the correct thing, which is
where does it end?
Stuff.
You said there's no containment. Where does it end?
The blatantly obvious reason that you need a container when doing experiments or tests or whatever you want to call it with gases down here on the surface of the Earth is because those gases are at an exponentially different energy scale than the gases of the atmosphere. So without that container, they would just exchange momentum and equalize their energy as entropy predicts.
Right, and
this isn't
from the infinite vacuum to the ground.
What does an infinite vacuum mean in this case?
He's literally describing how shit works in containment, and then acting like
I gave you the
Just walk
reason
outside.
why
Just
you
walk
can't just
outside.
take your
Dude,
propane and just
an
walk
infinite
around with
container.
propane molecules in your hands while you're outside. That would be
Infinite
silly.
fucking vacuum. That ain't nothing, man. I mean,
can you describe to us about what the infinite vacuum, what this is, what it would do?
I don't know. Well, is there a container? Where does it end?
I know, but hold on.
Is there containment in your universe? I'm only calling it infinite because he just said there's no way.
I know,
there's
but
no containment anywhere.
I know, but you're describing the effects of this thing about it being immense or whatever it would be. Can you describe to us what you mean by that?
The globe theory is an infinite vacuum of space. That's what it means.
We're trying to hear Brian's just what he means.
Not actually. So most scientists don't think that it's an infinite vacuum. There's an observable universe and there's an unobservable universe, and they mostly say that we just don't know.
So there's containment then, right? So there is containment then? Are you saying there is containment? And the barrier goes to that containment?
There's a part of the universe that we can observe, and then there's the horizons that we can't observe beyond because light takes a certain time to travel.
Do most scientists think that the total universe, unobservable or not, is the mainstream theory that it's contained or no?
They think it has a flat geometry, which means it could possibly be infinite. It could possibly not be infinite. Nobody can say for sure with the measurements that we have right now. We know there's an observable.
Welcome to Flat Universe, folks.
And there's a non-observable portion. Flat, in this case, is just a geometry where parallel lines stay parallel. You can have an open geometry where they would converge, or where they would diverge, or a closed geometry where they would converge. That's all it refers to. It doesn't mean the Earth is flat and all the objects in the universe are flat. It's talking about the overall, the overall geometry of the universe.
So we can't see in a 360-degree sphere all around us in the same distance, because that would indicate a spherical universe, not flat.
No,
that's the
I don't agree. That's not what that means, Jeremy.
That has nothing to do with the geometry. That has nothing.
That's just the cosmic horizon.
No, he's not agreeing with it either. He's putting them in their place. Ask him a question. You let them answer.
One at a time now.
I was waiting for Brian to answer the question. Asked about the infinite vacuum. I don't know why.
He's heard some silly globers who don't know much say that space is an infinite vacuum. No scientist anywhere would say that with any certainty.
Well, let's pretend it was. And why is he saying that it's impossible, or what effect would that have? Because he's saying that the effects would be such that we can't even the other things wouldn't exist in it.
I think he might be under the impression that the more vacuum you have, the more suction force you have, or something like that.
No, it ain't got
is that the case?
You guys don't hear that well. I'll be honest. But I want to say one quick thing to Jeremy.
I mean, this is why he didn't answer the first time.
Jeremy, not Kosho, Jeremy.
We're asking Brian a question for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
the real Jeremy
real quick, and you don't have to talk, and I'll be done already.
Well, why don't we let Brian answer our question that we're asking him?
Hey, Jeremy, you could have a thin pizza, a flat pizza, and there's bubbles in that pizza. Well, if you're inside that bubble and you can only see as far as that bubble, you would think you have a round bubble. But the overall pizza could be flat. If you get that concept, why do you?
Yeah, but they wouldn't.
Welcome to the flat earth.
Because they wouldn't know that. Because they wouldn't know that, because according to these guys, if we're on a sphere, we can only see in the same radius, 360 degrees, all around the whole sphere. So that would indicate that it's a sphere. Nothing to do with flat or whatever. With three dimensions.
That's just the observable universe around us.
That analogy is just wrong. That's not what.
It's not an analogy. I didn't make it an analogy.
Not yours, Jeremy. Not yours, Jeremy.
It's how far we can see all around us.
Not yours, Jeremy. Don's analogy with the pizza isn't an analogy to what a flat universe means. A flat universe. Yeah, the surface of a four-dimensional object is three-dimensional, right? So our universe would be the surface of a four-dimensional object, and that object can be open or closed like a sphere, or flat like a plane, which still has a three-dimensional surface.
There's only three spatial dimensions. There's only three spatial dimensions.
Yeah, for us, not for the universe.
Yes, for us in reality, yes. In reality,
the universe isn't bound to the dimensions we experience.
Dude, if he can't,
do you have any proof there's another spatial dimension?
I'm explaining the concept. I'm not claiming that's the case. I'm explaining the concept.
Dimensional universe. 3 plus 1. 3 spatial dimensions, 1 time dimension, best described by the Minkowski metric.
Okay, so definitely, 3 dimensions, and we can see in 3 dimensions all around us. That means spherical, right? If you're on your sphere Earth.
Right, to make it simple, all it means if you're in a flat universe is that parallel lines or parallel light rays will stay parallel, and when you measure distances to objects, and you can find right triangles that will have 180 total degrees, no more.
Okay, so
no
cool. When you're talking about flat universe, then it's just a made up bullshit, and that's not actually geometry, because geometrically we can see we're on a sphere and we can see in the same distance, give or take, and a 360 degrees all around anywhere we go, which would indicate
the observable universe.
The observable universe is a spherical. Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm almost done. 10 more seconds, guys, before you guys fucking orgasm.
We're going.
So, man, I'll say over and out when I'm done. So, us being able to see in an equal direction all around us, observable universe, we can't observe what we can't observe. So, all we observe is a spherical universe if you're on your globe, which would indicate not flat, spherical in the 3-dimensional reality that we live in.
Spherical isn't a category in the kind of geometry being discussed here.
It's not about the shape.
There's
of
a spherical horizon because light has a time that it takes to travel, which gives rise to a spherical horizon around us that we can only see that far, and that is the observable universe. That's what that's called. But parallel light rays stay parallel, and triangles over long distances seem to add up to 180 degrees to the precision that they've been able to measure so far.
So everywhere else, triangles make 180. You hear that, Jeremy?
Hold on, Brian. Yeah, I heard what he said. Thanks. So, if where was I? I fucking forgot, Brian.
No, he just said in space. Hold on. What he just said is as soon as we leave here, Jeremy, there's implications to this, bro. Let me back you up.
No, but
He just said in space the triangles add up to fucking 180. So the celestial sphere, they're not getting fucking spherical
much bigger distances.
About on the big scale, bro.
Much longer distances than the celestial sphere, dude.
The shape of the entire universe.
What are you talking about?
Right, hold on.
So when you're talking about flat
thing, nobody denies that the observable universe is a sphere around us. There's a horizon that is a sphere around us, and that's dubbed the observable universe. Nobody denies, at least no one that I know denies that.
Oh, before I forget, please. So yes, we see in a sphere that makes a sphere shape. So when you use the word flat, it has nothing to do with a geometrical property, as in the normal use of the word flat, right? This is some other use of the word flat. Nothing to do with geometry.
Yeah.
It has to do with geometry, but it's not
the topology.
Nothing to do with geometry.
No, it's not.
It does have something to do with geometry.
Yeah,
it's not what
flat. A sphere is flat, then? A sphere is flat.
I agree
because we see in the sphere.
Jeremy, let me answer your question. I agree.
I don't have a question.
But you just asked if it means what we usually mean, or if it's has nothing to do with geometry. Yeah, it doesn't mean what we usually mean by flat, but it does have to do with geometry. But it doesn't mean what we usually mean when we say something is flat.
That's fine. That's fine. Explain to me how you would describe a sphere as flat.
That's not what's being said, Jeremy.
We see a sphere in the observable universe is spherical shape, and you're describing it as flat.
That's not what's being said, Jeremy. What's being said is
literally what's being said.
What's being said. What's being said is the topology.
Talking over me at the whole
What is
time.
being said is that the topology of the observable universe.
Insane.
It's the topology and the curvature.
What's actually being stated, Jeremy, is that the topology of the observable universe. Jesus Christ, dude.
It's just the
I've warned you
topology
several
and
times.
the
You can't be
curvature.
talking when two people are both talking at the same time. I'm gonna stop talking and unmute you, but I can't engage in this conversation because you need to be modded.
Jeremy, you're smarter than this. You know that just because we see this sphere, there could be more to it. Whether they want to give you this fourth dimension or whatever, bro. You are smart enough to see this. That it could be more.
It's just the term that describes the topology and curvature of the universe. That's all it is. It's not that hard.
The same as like what's it called? Euclidean geometry, non-Euclidean geometry, the surface of a saddle or of a sphere or of just a flat plane, and how the geometry behaves differently. And that's what they're talking about when they're talking about viewing large scale structures in the universe, very, very large scales, like what do you call that? Like galaxy
CMB scales.
Yeah, exactly. Like look at the entire CMB mapping, and seeing if the geometry is consistent with one of those three. You know, the positive curvature, negative curvature, or flat or zero curvature.
Judging by the cosmic microwave distortion, you derived all that.
That's from looking at the distortion. That's from looking at the cosmic microwave background radiation.
In 4 dimensions. In 4 dimensions.
That's the same thing as us looking at it and saying there's a fucking a dome, whether it's physical or a container, like whether it's apparent, like an apparent, but it's everybody has their own atmospheric dome, like Jaron called it. It's personal to everybody. Look at the sun, okay? It could be, it's shining and it's lighting up to my feet, not your feet. I mean, I don't see your sun lighting up to your feet. I see the sun lighting up to my feet, and the sun coming through the clouds like 10 miles away from me on a 20-mile lake. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it looks like I could go to the other side of the lake. There's a hot spot in the middle of the lake and look back at it. But that's not what happens. Everybody sees different shit, dude. Everybody's got a personal fucking field of view.
Watch your mouth, man.
Yeah, excuse me.
Hey, just for Jeremy's behalf, we probably should just keep in mind is for some people it's easier to talk over other people, and Jeremy does. I've been sleeping with his wife for a while now, and he's pretty upset about it. So when he comes in here, it's easiest to just not talk over.
No, I mean, there's only so many times I can tell people when two people are talking, you got to stop, and they just continually don't stop and just think they can barrel right over other people. Even if I know the other person's supposed to stop too. Yes, of course. Both people need to stop talking. Sometimes the only reason I keep going is to see if the other person's going to stop. It's a test, and you fucking failed.
But nobody in the conversation said that a sphere is flat. And you keep refusing to acknowledge that.
Acknowledge what I just said. Are you going to stop talking over other people when two people are talking? Can you hear when other people are talking? First of all,
typically no. If I start talking, it takes a minute for me to hear that somebody else is talking.
You need to fix that immediately.
Well, in his defense,
you have a hearing issue. You need to fix that.
When Doofus
I don't seem to have a hearing issue.
You have some kind of hearing issue where you can't hear other people talking at the same time you're talking. That's an issue. You need to fix it.
Right. Could be the fact that I start talking, and then it takes me a moment in order to hear somebody else talking.
Okay, that was way longer than a moment, dude. Way longer than a moment. Stop fucking lying and being a sneaky little... Just fix it. Whatever your problem is, fucking fix it.
Right. And then stop telling people that we're saying that the spherical stuff is flat, because that's not what we're saying.
All right, I'm going to tell anyone anything I want about your flat geometry of a spherical fucking observable universe, okay? Don't worry about that. Just worry about hearing other people while they're talking.
I hear them summarizing it as there could be more to what we see, Jeremy. That's it. Why is that such a hard concept?
That's not it, don't.
Look, I'm going to translate for you because you know there needs to be translation here sometimes.
Yeah, but
I don't think that's helping Don.
Yeah, I would disagree with the translation.
I'm not talking to you. That's the point. I'm not sending you the message. I'm sending it to Jeremy.
But if it's the wrong message, it's not helping.
It's you don't know what the message. He received it in a different way than you. You don't know what he's hearing, idiot.
Right, but he tells us what he's hearing, Don. He can speak for himself.
Jeremy, there could be more to it. Simple as that.
There's more to it. We observe a sphere. We observe a 3D sphere according to these guys, since we're on a globe and we can see equal distance far away. So we observe a sphere. Now, that is our observable universe. If you want to describe that as flat, that's fucking just stupid. There's no geometric
They're
not doing.
Oh, you made a pause.
There's no.
They do invoke other.
I do notice, Jeremy,
that I can't.
Jeremy, I do notice. I kind of have thoughts that you do this on purpose. That you start talking right as someone else starts talking. They'll get a word in, and then all of a sudden you're talking. So it does make things very hard. Yeah, you were in that
just now,
case. You did. I know. I'm saying in other cases. That doesn't mean that people don't interrupt you mid-sentence sometimes. But I'm just saying that sometimes I've noticed that also you start talking right as someone else has started.
And you think I do that on purpose, or I do that on purpose, or you think that just naturally happens all the fucking time, all day in here? Really, man? Come on, dude.
It seems to be just you, though.
No, it's
just me.
Jeremy
it's
has
just
a delay.
me. If two people start talking at the same time, it's just me. That never happens all day.
You make a lot of video again, Jeremy. Watch the 10-dimension video.
Oh my! Wait 1 second though. You make pauses right in between sentences, and there's a delay in your Discord compared to everyone else. So it makes sense that might happen to you more often. Just like when I interrupted you, you had made a statement. And there was like a pause. I didn't know if you would say something else, but because it disagreed with your statement, I started responding to it, and then I realized you kept going on, so I just stopped again.
Yeah, that's yeah. Sorry, Reagan, go ahead. Just like I almost just did. I almost stopped talking because I thought you kept going, and you just said you stopped talking because you heard himself going. I think that's kind of his. That's his big. That's what he's crying about when he was not in here to himself to sleep. And I agree with him. That when when that happens, we should just stop talking. Like if you did start talking because somebody was still going or something, then it should be rectified before the conversation continues. Like who's going to continue talking? Otherwise, you're just going to hear two people talking over each other.
Yeah, I agree. Anyway. I think the point's been made, so we should move on. Right. People should know not to talk over. Just the whole thing.
Just go.
Definitely. And if two people start to talk at the same time, which happens a lot and very often, it literally happens all day in all these servers, both of the people need to just stop and decide who's going to go. Just talk. You can't just talk right over the other person because then no one can hear anything. And it's like inaudible noise.
All right. So going back to the subject. Like it's the universe would be flat in a four-dimensional way, not in a way that makes sense inside of a 3D universe. Like if you have a universe with 2D beings, right? A 2D universe with 2D beings, and that universe turned out to be the surface of a sphere. They don't have a concept of a sphere, right? They would only see the universe as a closed universe, because if they try to follow straight lines, they end up converging. But if their universe is like a infinite paper, let's say sheet of paper, they can go as far as they want, and the straight lines are not going to converge, and their observable universe can still be a circle around them. So even if they have a circle of observable universe, they still live on a flat universe. But for them, a flat universe would mean a line, something that you think is a plane in our 3D universe. So in our 3D universe, flat means a plane. In a 2D universe, flat means a line. But the 2D universe is not a line. It's a plane, but it's still flat. Does that make sense?
I think so. Let me give it a shot, I guess. So, kind of like Bacon said, if you think of the 3 spatial dimensions and give them any kind of width you want, so they're kind of enclosing each other, and there's some certain size. Now, if you think of time as an axis moving forward, and so now you're smearing out those 3 dimensions. They're still, let's say for this case, in reality they're expanding, but for this case, say that they're staying the same size, but they're just smearing out as time moves on. And then you can, so in that case, it has a thickness, so you can have intrinsic curvature, where there's curvature inside. You can move in the different directions and stuff like that. But if you were to look at the whole thing from a bird's eye view, it would just appear to be flat. Every dimension would just be a plane.
Yeah, we see a sphere. You guys are calling it flat.
I don't think that's what I said at all.
We see sphere, and you're describing it as flat. Is that not correct, or am I wrong?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, which part's correct?
The observable universe.
We see in a 360 degree
a sphere, or as flat.
Sorry, what'd you say?
The thing you're talking about is not described as flat. The overall topology and curvature of the overall universe, including parts we can't see, not just the observable universe, is what is considered flat.
Why would you be describing parts you can't see and don't know anything about and don't even know if exist or not?
Right, that's what the tests give us, ways to figure those things out.
So you're just making goofy shit up then. All right, that's cool.
No, you test what angles the triangles have, how much they add up to. You test how parallel light rays travel in the universe over large distances.
Dude, whatever.
And you can figure things out.
That's fine.
You do it in your daily life every day.
That's fine. You're making up goofy shit about the universe, about shit we can't even see. It's obviously we have an observable and an unobservable one. You're describing the unobservable part. I don't know how you would be describing that. It's beyond me, but you want to say it's flat, that's fine.
That's not what he's doing. It has nothing to do with...
He just said they're describing... He literally just said he's describing the unobservable part.
The whole universe, Jeremy. Not just
the observable
the
and the unobservable. Part. Yes, the whole universe, the observable and the unobservable.
The topology of the universe as a whole, the topology and curvature is flat.
Okay, there was some guy just now that didn't understand that you were describing the unobservable universe. We're setting him straight. Don't talk to me like I'm the one getting set straight. Okay, we're moving backwards for the other guy.
You were trying to say just the unobservable.
No, I was. Yeah, you.
He literally just said the observable and unobservable.
Oh yeah, you changed it one side.
It kills them to back up their own uncontentious fucking claims. They can't even stand behind them. That's how ridiculous.
Guys, it goes without saying that we can't
changed anything.
Can't see the unobservable universe, so I don't know why that would even be.
So why is he describing it as flat?
He's talking about the entirety of the universe. If you can measure the part of the universe that we're in, you can measure geometry. Then it says something about the entire universe, doesn't it?
It's not that the universe, the bubble we see is a sphere and the rest of it is flat.
Yeah, no.
That would be
because
ridiculous.
It sounded to me that was Jeremy's interpretation of what you said. I was trying to clarify that.
Don gave that. He gave that analogy. That's probably.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Don was trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, what they're discussing is they're just discussing the universe as a surface, right, and describing like the 3D spatial entity of the universe as a surface, and describing how that surface is behaving. Is it behaving?
Did you get that, Don? That's how you got to think. Okay, they've just made it clear. That's how you got to think. Do you get it now? There's no
it's
more
just
bullshit.
the three spatial dimensions. It's the intrinsic and extrinsic curvature of the three spatial dimensions being smeared out in time. You can move intrinsically throughout those dimensions and curve and turn and all you want. But if you were to go to a bird's eye view and look at it overall, it would be flat.
Have you ever thought for yourself, like what may be, besides what they tell you, or do you just strictly go
of course, all the time,
what they tell you?
Biochemist.
Give me an idea that you came up with on your own.
I helped develop one of the vaccines, bro.
I ain't talking about shit they give you materials to fucking
I'm a
test out in a lab.
biochemist.
Okay, I'm talking about.
I'm a biochemist, dude. That's what I do.
Give me something that give me an idea you come up with, on your own about the world we live in, not about fucking about vaccines and shit.
Well, that's philosophy. I'm not a philosopher. Sorry, go ahead, Left Lane. Sorry.
No, I just say most of it's been figured out. It's working off basically what they say, standing on the shoulder of the giants before you.
Yeah, right. You take when you're doing like say a thesis or a publication for a journal, you do a literature review. That's one of the first steps. You see what is known about the topic that you want to do your thesis or your scientific article on. And then you either add more on what's already known, you can expand on those ideas, or you can also discover that some of it may not be actually correct and we need to correct it. That's how it works. You don't just make up your own bullshit and just disregard what everyone else has done and try to call that science. And just say that, oh, this is fake, that's CGI. Like, that's just not how it works. But what is implied there is that if these things were incorrect, so when you're doing your literature review and you're seeing what's known about the topic, if these things were just bullshit and they were incorrect, during your research and your experiments, your tests, your measurements, you would be able to discover that those things from the past are incorrect. And you would, in your thesis or your publication for the journal, you would put your results, the correct thing that you found.
How did they come up with 26 different cosmologies?
What?
Well, there's like 26, I think, different cosmologies that like the astrophysicists have like talked about. I think Ed Hoyle has referenced them.
We have no more lunch meat, man.
Fred Hoyle, right?
Yeah, Fred Hoyle was an astronomer.
We should definitely do that again, though.
Jeremy, you're hot micing.
Oh, my bad.
I guess my point would be like, if like they could come up with 26 different cosmologies, you know what I mean? And then like, I think it's Fred Hoyle that says we chose this one based on philosophical grounds. You know what I mean? So like, if they could come up with 26 different types, what makes us think that the one we've chosen is the absolute correct one?
I think in all of them, the Earth is spherical.
Or right, like scientists make models of things all the time, and you test how accurate, how correct those models are, and what you can predict with them, and how useful they can be. But as far as I know about cosmology, the model that they say is the most accurate representation of the universe, according to cosmologists, is the FLRW metric, is what it's called. But they make up plenty of other, cosmology models and test them to see if they can prove the FLRW one incorrect and come up with a better one. That's the goal of science.
Is that the one with the flat universe?
Yes, that would be the one of any model of a flat universe.
You're literally describing the unobservable universe. I'd love to know how you do that and why you would think that the sphere that we do see is flat, or if
It's
that
just
were to
simple
open up, it would
geometry.
resemble flat.
It's not simple
It's
geometry.
simple geometry.
It's
So
not
Jeremy,
simple
if I covered a piece of paper, I covered part of it so you couldn't see, say, the top half, and I had you draw a triangle on that piece of paper and then add up the angles, the internal angles, would you then say that the thing you drew on isn't flat, but it must be some other shape, some other topology? Because then once I uncovered it, go ahead.
If you did do that, I would say we obviously live in 3D Euclidean space.
Yeah, so the paper's flat, right? Because you made your triangle. Yeah, it's the same thing they're doing with the universe.
They're drawing a triangle in the universe.
They're not willing to. They're not willing to fucking to pinpoint a center of it, and knowing that we're the center. Everything.
But there's not supposed to be a center of it. What do you mean? Why should there be in the center?
He's wanting to fix his mic.
Yeah, most models don't have a center to the universe. I have heard of some, I don't know their exact names, but somewhere you can make a center. You can make the Earth the center if you want, or you can make some random arbitrary point the center. And those just don't describe our observations and measurements and tests as accurate as the ones that don't input a center to the universe.
Well, don't they say every point is a center? You can treat it that way?
Yeah, it's an equivalent statement. There's no center, or just every point is the center. They're basically saying the same thing.
Okay, so I'm going to go into the atmosphere. I'm going to put 3 points, and I'm going to draw a triangle, and between those 3 points, it's going to have 180 degrees, and I can say the atmosphere is flat.
The geometry.
I don't think that would be pretty hard to do, but
I can do that in my kitchen. I can go outside and do that right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, there's a distance scale to this stuff.
Kids can do that.
Like, they're doing cosmic microwave background scale measurements.
No, that's.
Go ahead.
He doesn't understand that when he's saying flat, it's not the same meaning of flat as a sheet of paper or a plane.
I know.
Yeah, so that must be clear.
Even though he just used an analogy of flat, even though he just used.
I'm trying to
not
avoid
flat like the piece of
repeating
paper. He just Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
You literally just used a piece of paper. He just told me not flat like a piece of paper.
Yeah,
you just used an analogy that had a. Oh, I thought you told me to go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
Well, you started repeating what we were saying. I understand your point. He just said that he just used an analogy of a piece of paper that is flat, right? But that piece of paper is supposed to be analogous to three-dimensional space, not to two-dimensional space. This is just to bring down the dimensions of the universe to be easier to understand the concept. But
right. It's an analogy.
So I'm going to go outside. Okay, good. So I'm going to go outside. I'm going to put 3 points. Are you thirsty?
Actually, I am. Can you give me some?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, like there's two things. Like Bacon said, obviously, we're talking about a different kind of concept. Like I'm simplifying it so that people can hopefully kind of get the big picture. And also, these are done over very large distances. Like this isn't Earth scale distances that these measurements are done.
And even so, like the example of the paper. The paper is flat, but that's a two-dimensional universe. Once he talks about drawing 3 points in the atmosphere, now he's adding a next dimension to the universe. So it does change the meaning of flat. It's flat in an extra dimensional sense.
You guys draw. You guys draw Hold on. You guys draw a triangle. You got 3 points. You draw a triangle in the universe, in the space. And you come up with 180-degree angles. So I'm going to go outside and do that. You can do that easy. Anyone can do this outside. They can make a triangle in the air around them, anywhere you want. And we can measure 180-degree angles. And we can describe the atmosphere as flat.
Yeah, it will be a three-dimensional flat geometry. It would be three-dimensionally flat. It's not going to be a plane. It doesn't mean the atmosphere is flat.
I tried to give the best way to think about it as the 3 spatial dimensions give it an arbitrary volume, and they're enclosed on each other, so they're bordering each other. And then time is another dimension, a 3+1 space-time, where time is another dimension in which these 3 spatial dimensions get smeared out across. That's what you kind of have to think of. At least that's the easiest way I think of it. And it's a way I've heard a lot of people describe it. And that is what is flat. The overall shape of that is flat. But inside of it, the dimensions still have volume and stuff. So you can curve around. There's all sorts of curvature inside of it. As we know, mass curves space. It's what we
See, that sounds to me like topography.
Yes,
but at least we all agree that the universe is flat. That's how I like that we can all start on that footing. You know.
Yeah, it's completely independent of the Earth being flat, though.
Well, that's where the debate begins, doesn't it? For me, anyway. Because I mean, we all agree that the universe is flat. The issue is the Earth extended underneath it. You know what I mean? Because like, if you could think, I always think of it like, if you can think of the universe as infinite, you know what I mean? Then who's to say like the floor of the universe isn't the Earth? You know, that's always fascinated me. Because like when you talk about the altitude of things, it's like that's how I see like the Earth in that sense of like topography, and you know, it's not flat. Like when people say flat Earth, it's like we all know that there's topography, but like in proportion to the whole, you know what I mean? You could think of it as flat. But it's tomato because you accept that it's the universe that it goes on and not the Earth, right?
Yeah, I accept that the universe has a flat topography. I don't think people like Chronic and ex-girlfriend stuff. I don't think they're lying to us.
Isn't it the case that that measurement isn't really 100% though either?
Yeah, like I said, I tried to caveat it earlier to the precision that our instruments can measure right now. They found that the angles, particularly in the triangle, the summation of angles and like C and B scale stuff, is 180 to the precision that they can measure it. But that doesn't mean that in the future you can't get a more accurate and precise instrument and get some more significant figures in the measurement and figure out that it's actually not exactly 180.
Well, there it is. What the fuck, bro? Sorry.
Good, Kosher.
Using this fucking bullshit. Anyways. Yeah. So we covered a lot of topics today, guys. Gravity. Didn't really get anywhere there. And then the independent variables.
Oh yeah, we learned that chemistry,
science,
quantum mechanics isn't science. Well, quantum mechanics was science until it got put into our cell phone computers. Then it became not science anymore.
That's right. I'm tempted to. Well, I will do it. I'll repeat the same point from before. Like I said, all you gotta do is remember, if you want to know if you can use something as an independent variable, you have to know. All you have to do is you have to be able to. I mean, if you have the ability to write a function f of x equals y, and x is representing what you're talking about for your independent variable, whether it be the number of minutes or the specific time of day or the I don't know, place you are on Earth, the latitude you are, the longitude you are, all these different things, these all could be independent variables. And I think there's people who would deny all of those as independent variables. But
it is quite crazy.
There's a mad world. Even without flat earthers, it was a mad world, though. You know, even if you guys accept all the stuff that we accept, then it is. I mean, there's people who think that it's just as crazy as you guys think it is, except for they still abide by it as being true.
Right, yeah, I mean, I up until maybe 6-8 years ago, I didn't know anything about any of this stuff. I was just a normal person, and I did okay in high school. I dropped out of college at first to join the army. I didn't know jack shit about any of this. It would have, and it did sound crazy at the time, but I didn't have any reason to doubt that these people, they work in those fields, they do this stuff every day, so they must have some idea of what they're talking about. And then I went back to college for biochemistry and figured out how science really works. And yeah.
And it's a wrap. Hey, you remember last night you were in the sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, forgive me. Yeah, I was just gonna ask, like, in light of what you just said with the idea about, like you said, it's like the concept of the standard model is like kind of crazy, right? The standard model, pretty fucking nuts.
What do you mean by this? Like the particle physics standard model?
I think. Well, I mean, I think like you could go micro and macro. From the Big Bang to quantum mechanics, it's a pretty crazy world that we live in, right?
Yeah,
if that's the case, right?
Yeah,
So it's
I would agree.
Right? Would it not be more crazy than like the Earth was just flat and like it seems like it's so more far fetched than the obvious, like, let's say like a flat Earth with like perspective explaining shit. Do you know what I mean? Like it's so like it's more fantastical than flat Earth, right?
I'd say flat Earth is simpler, but it doesn't hold the same kind of explanatory power.
Well, that's right. It doesn't. It lacks the fantasia of it all. It lacks that, right? It lacks dark matter. It lacks, black holes, right?
Well, no, I mean, just like explain on a flat Earth, what's the mechanism that an airplane flies? How does that work?
I think the same physics apply, really. But I mean, what do you think, that the physics don't apply just because the Earth is flat?
Well, gravity is involved in how planes fly, so you have to remove that.
Well, let's say you had like relative density and like, you have lift. You have like, the same things as, with like minus the gravity. You still have like, propulsion, wings. You know what I mean? Like, all those same fluid dynamics apply. It's just without the gravity part, sticking everything to the ball.
Yeah, but that's like the lift vector is perpendicular to the gravity vector. The it's it's parallel to it in the opposite direction. The thrust vector is perpendicular to it. None these things can't, if there's no gravity, then those things, you have to explain them a different way because they arise
let
from.
me explain it this way then. So, in the sense of like, you know, like I've been saying this for years, right? I think we, as a society, we suffer from aphasia, right? Well, whatever. Because the idea of gravity just means weight. What you're talking about is gravitation and the effects of gravitation. We've always had gravity, and I think gravity does exist if you just accept it as the premise of weight. So you're dealing with the force of weight, not necessarily any kind of, you know, pushing or pulling kind of an issue. You know what I mean? You're dealing with the fact of maybe the effect of what would be relative density, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I just think to accept that as true, like so much would have to be re-explained in another way that made logical sense. Because like gravity, it's involved in so much dynamics. Like you'd have to re-explain all of that.
Well, if you just like, let's say if we were to just, let's say keep G, in the place of what you're talking about, but the cause of G is something entirely different. That's all. And so you would have the same effects, but just not the same cause. And so it's the same science. And like people have pointed out, I'm sure redundantly at this point, but like the idea that like NASA says that its ships are made to fly over a non-rotating Earth. So like it's in their own documentation that they're admitting it's a non-rotating Earth, and that they're not taking into account any of these forces. Do you know what I mean? Other than, let's say, the effect of G, gravity. But there's a difference to me between gravity and gravitation.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I think there's absolutely simplified documents where they're just making like linear models of aircraft that you can eliminate all the complications of rotation and other spherical Earth effects that just complicate things, and you can just simplify. I think those are the documents that you're talking about.
Yes. I mean, I'm not trying to paint them in that brush. It's just simplified. It's like these are what these foundational documents are regarding these products, and I just think that like I guess to my initial point was the idea that the world as you see it, right? Let's say the standard model is so fantastical, and like you said, it's like flat Earth is much simpler. You know what I mean? Without all this necessary rhetoric. You know what I mean? And for me, that that's pretty interesting. If a simpler explanation can explain this thing that everyone is complicated, it's like the emperor has no clothes kind of a thing.
Well,
everyone are saying all this other shit, like, oh, look at the magical robe, and it's like take somebody like a flat earther to say this motherfucker's naked right here. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so there's two things here. The first thing I'll say is that the linear. So there is absolutely, I've seen non-linear models that account for rotation and gravity and all sorts of sphere effects. That's how like the Adder in the 8 years finds its location. That's how the aircraft finds its location. These linear dynamic aircraft models, they make another assumption in that the plane it doesn't lose mass or gain mass, and so we obviously know that's not true. It's obviously using fuel. So like I said before, scientists make models, engineers make models, and you use the one. In this case, you can just, for whatever they're doing, you can just use the model that best suits the task you're trying to perform. And I think that's what's going on with that. On the other hand, the second thing is I think science is just it's advanced past the point of like Jeremy's favorite example of figuring out how water boils. Like we already know that. So like we're doing, like when I try to explain to my like say my mom or my dad or even my girlfriend is a physics PhD student, but even trying to explain to her some of the stuff that we do in biochemistry, it's like it's very hard because it's not stuff normal people are used to. They don't deal with it, and so they just look at me like crazy. But that doesn't mean it's not something that we actually do. It's just that science isn't doing simple things anymore for the most part. A lot of that stuff's figured out.
Do you take into account gravitation when you're doing what you do? Just curious.
No, me particularly, no, we don't like gravity doesn't really have an influence on like biochemistry and molecular biology type of things. But at our university, they do have an atom interferometer where they measure gravitational effects between atoms. Yeah, I've seen like the area that it's in and stuff, and I've seen people in there doing things. I've never used it myself. It's just not what I do, but
Forgive me, dude. I got caught up over here. I missed the last bit of what you're saying.
no worries. I was just saying for biochemistry.
But I get it. There's no effect on biology and crap. I get it.
Yeah, it doesn't have a big role. I mean, there's probably like little minor areas that maybe you would need to think about it, but for the most part, no.
Oh, forgive me too. I couldn't hear if you were even speaking. Sorry about that. I hit my phone. I don't know what the fuck happened.
You're good. I was just saying, like, for the most part, no. But I do notice that divide in society that, like, because science isn't doing like simple everyday stuff anymore, that a lot of people just find it hard to believe and they just can't relate to it. I see that a lot. And I have heard Sean Carroll, he's one of the physicists, Caltech, he's made the argument a few times that like the physics of everyday life is figured out for the most part. Like it's never going to really change. There may be, we may figure out things more precise or more accurate, but there isn't going to be any major overhauls of like the everyday life physics.
Well, I think if they thought that back in the day, they never would have figured out electricity, though. You know what I mean? Like, what a depressing outlook.
Well, you're saying everyday life, but that is actually what they thought when, at the end of the 19th century, that after electricity and magnetism, they basically, I think I've heard what scientist said that, but he said basically everything there's to know is already is now known.
Some did, but there was still a lot of areas that they knew there needed to be some refinement a little bit. That some things just weren't completely finished, like the whole deal with
speed of light.
Yeah, the speed of light,
led to everything else.
What's your take on like maybe like suppressed science or like military intelligence science and stuff?
Well, right, like there's two aspects to that, right? One is just like things that countries don't want other countries to know. So if one of their scientists or engineers or mathematicians, whoever, even just a regular person figures out some kind of technology or something that can help with the home security of the country, they may want to kind of hush that and not let it get out to the world.
Like fiber optics, I've heard was actually like it was a military kind of invention.
Yeah,
right?
well, GPS too. right before like the
what
early
about the transatlantic
2000s.
cable?
What? What?
What transatlantic cable?
Yeah, yeah.
What about land-based LoRaN communication?
Yes, there's plenty of examples. Like I didn't kind of finish what I was saying, or I know I'm kind of drawn in. But the point that I was getting to is like there's non-malicious intent. So I would say in those cases where you think it's for the better of your country, that only it stays hush hush between a certain group of people and between the military, and no other countries can know about it. And then there's malicious intent where like we could say someone discovers something that's going to overthrow the paradigm of like gravity or of quantum mechanics or something, and the government or whoever kind of silences them. That would be like a malicious intent kind of. And I think it has happened. I just don't think it's common.
Or are you going to dominate the conversation?
I was just finishing that. The last thing I was going to say was just that I think it has happened, but just not often. Go ahead.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, so you just kind of said that this happened, but you didn't give an example of like a.
I wasn't trying to give examples.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't done talking, but you want to talk over me? Go ahead.
Well, you're like attacking me.
Yeah, there's
I
no
was
reason
just making it.
I was actually asking him.
I'm not attacking you. I'm debating you.
Well, we're just having a discussion. If you want an actual example, there was a girl in the early 2000s who claimed to have figured out anti-gravity technology, and she basically disappeared off the face of the earth for a while. So that's an example.
So anything else like that's substantial, or because that's pretty much what's the word I'm looking for? Inconsequential evidence. She could have literally jumped off the face of the earth. Like she could have literally went and skydived off a mountain and died. She could have did that, dude.
Real Show.
But if they didn't report that, hey, no, hold on. She could have literally went deep diving and dove too far down and never came back and got lost.
Fell right off the turtle's back. You know.
You should fall onto another turtle.
If you don't have any proof
there you
that
are,
the
man.
government
Eggs is with the wisdom right now.
Factor, then it's inconsequential. You can't use that as evidence.
It's inconsequential because there's definitely another turtle.
But that's about it.
That wasn't a debate statement, man. I was just giving an opinion, and you seemed to want an example. So I gave you an example that I knew of off the top of my head. That's all it was, man.
Yeah, he's making our point. He's making our point, to be quite, to be honest, right? He's saying, hey, there's potentially some fishy shit up. Respect.
Yeah, of course. Like to deny that sketchy stuff goes on occasionally, it would just be ridiculous.
Ask Rumpus, he denies it. He'll be like, they never did it. Nuh-uh. Just kidding.
But, okay, look. But to act like, okay, there's this anti-gravity thing which would perpetuate the actual existence of gravity, because if you're saying that there is gravity and they're trying to make an anti-gravity device, it only
those bastards. It just confirms their bullshit, doesn't it?
Gravity argument. Okay, so I wasn't finished, but you can talk over me if you like. If it makes you feel better.
I was laughing along with you.
No, you get it, and we can all point it out, but it's okay.
You can get childish if you'd like to. It's okay.
No, but you can talk over people.
Okay, I will then. So yeah,
you're lucky.
I think it was funny because I think he was making.
So there's no mods in here that will.
Hey man, you're interrupting me talking over you, dude.
What the fuck, bro? You gave me full carte blanche, bro. You gave me carte blanche. What the fuck?
The moderators.
Where's your manners?
I'm glad that the moderators are doing their job in here.
I am one. You're good, bud. I'm trying to be nice.
Looking at him.
You're looking at the guy. I'm your fucking Huckleberry.
Well, don't talk over me, dude. Let me finish my point, and then you can talk all you want. If not, I don't understand what you're doing being a moderator when you're obviously not following your own rules.
I make the rules, man. Come on now. Carry on, brother. Carry on, dude. Just joking around, dude. Just joking around. It's called.
Okay. If there is a gravity, if there is a fight for gravity, an anti-gravity device, that only strengthens the gravity argument, even though it's in a debate or it's like in a limbo state, right? With gravity. Like, how do you prove it? You can't. There's no gravity devices that you can prove that it's gravity. There's always something else, right?
It's so interesting because it's like anti-gravity supports the fact that you would have gravity. I mean, you're making a great point, dude. Like, I get it. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's like, well, I believe in unicorns, and then, I've got anti-unicorn theories, you know what I mean? Which confirm, it's interesting. You're right, man. They do that within their myths.
But if I invented something that did that, anti-down for the normies, what else would you call it? You know what I'm saying? I'd call it an anti-gravity device.
I think you could still call it that because I think again, like, our society suffers from aphasia, the misunderstanding and misuse of words. And so, like, gravity just means weight. So anti-gravity makes total sense, but it's gravitation that people are referring to when they say gravity. And that's why I think we're in a big fucking conversation about it. That's why when you say, I've been saying for years, the flat earthers should not say that gravity doesn't exist because gravitas just means weight. To say that gravity doesn't exist, you look like a lunatic right off the gate anyway in a debate. But there's gravitation. Gravitation is the issue that we have a problem with. I have a problem with. I have a problem with you tell me that or whatever. Gravitation is the issue, not gravity. So you're right. Anti-gravity would be the correct fucking term. Those bastards.
Well, and it's the same thing. Like, okay, governments are trying to hide aliens when there's no direct proof of aliens. There's a bunch of eyewitness testimony, which can be rather ambiguous, or it's. I mean, you can use it in a court of law, but is it reliable? No. A person's memory and a person. I mean, you can. There's many ways to weaken eyewitness testimony just by the fact that people forgot what they ate last Tuesday. Not to mention their eyesight. Not to mention their senses could be inebriated somehow. Who knows? There's 160 million prescriptions of oxycodone were given out like last 5 years, is like on an average. But pretty much like half of the world or half of the United States is on fucking drugs,
But right, like, the problem with these kind of arguments is that has no bearing on reality and what's true. The individual doesn't make up their own reality and what's actually true and physical. It's independent of your individual experience, of anybody's individual experience. If one person can provide evidence for a hypothesis, then that hypothesis is validated until another person can unvalidate it. Until then, it stands. Doesn't matter that you didn't do it yourself, that, Joe Schmo in Ohio didn't do it for himself. That doesn't change physical reality.
Well, that's what gets me though when it comes down to this is what gets me is it's like physical reality says I'm not fucking moving. Physical reality says the stars are moving across the sky, the sun is moving across the sky. And then I'm being told to reject reality for me on the basis of what? a theoretical proposition about the unknowable, that's huge. That's a really weird thing to ask of somebody.
I think it's just better evidence is what's being presented for you to
but in what
reject
is special relativity really evidence, man?
Is special
you know
relativity?
What I mean?
It's a theory,
right? And that's what I mean.
It explains things.
Why you don't feel like you're moving, right?
Yeah, there's evidence for special relativity, but it in itself isn't evidence.
Right, but it's the explanation, let's say, as to why.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to say is that in order to accept that explanation, I have to accept a bunch of premises. When in reality, those very premises contradict what I experience. That's why I was just saying, when we talk about, like, regardless of what anyone thinks about things, the science and the facts are reality. And the reality is that we don't experience anything like we're moving. And we see the stars and the sun move across the sky, but yet it's so weird to me that it's a weird thought to say that I'm not moving when that's actually what everybody really experiences.
Well, one, I don't think any of the ideas in special relativity contradict someone's personal experience. They're just explaining a different set of circumstances that you are currently not usually in.
Yeah. I mean, but are we? Because again, it necessitates space. It necessitates the galaxies. You know what I mean, and all this other extraneous stuff that special relativity then better explains. So it's it's nonsense on top of nonsense that is really unusable, useless information. You know what I mean? And that's why I said, if science is reality, and and yet we reject reality for what we call science, what the fuck are we doing?
Oh, right. Like, that's where me and you differ. There's tons of practicality to special relativity. In my opinion, the thing you're talking to me on is dependent on those ideas being correct.
It's dependent
your
on
computer.
Underwater sea cables, man. There's nothing
No,
to
the
do with
internal components are using relativistic electronics.
I don't know if that explains, or I mean, special relativity in the sense, if I'm on a train and I have a tennis ball, you know what I mean? It could apply. I understand, you know what I mean? To put it in that context of, I use the, the internet uses some kind of relativity because of the way it absorbs light frequency and, whatever it is. Is that kind of what you're referring to anyway by that? I'm curious by what you mean about special relativity over the devices we're using.
Well, like you said, it certainly can be used in a situation where you're trying to determine and predict things when you're moving on a train, or you're trying to do things close to the speed of light. You just want to see what would happen. Though it's definitely valid for those cases, but it's also the basis of quantum field theories, which those applications are they are relativistic field theories, and those applications are used in modern electronics. Things like quantum tunneling, band gaps and transistors, all sorts of different effects are present in the electronics that you're currently using. And it took those theories to kind of guide us to figure out those things.
I'm curious how special relativity played a role in the sending of light over fiber optics. Is that what you're referring to, kind of? Because, that's the only way I can see the use of light.
Things like transistors and electrons tunneling and moving close to the speed of light, at the speed of light. That it explains the electronic properties of the atoms in a silicon transistor. There's numerous things. It explains
cool. Yeah, cool. I have to think about it. Cool.
The property, like why gold is yellow, is due to special relativity. because the electrons, it's a heavy atom, and the electrons are moving very quickly, the valence electrons, and the orbitals get swapped, and the energies between those swaps are what gives off the photon that we see as yellow. So there's tons of explanatory things that special relativity gives you.
So we could technically have special relativity and it would have nothing to do with cosmology. Or the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, like those are situational, like there's I like to call it, there's regimes where certain things apply, and special relativity typically applies to things that are moving close to the speed of light. When you get into that regime, that's when special relativity will apply, and that can work for, like I said, electronics on our level, and like gold atoms, and it can apply to light traveling in space and cosmology.
That's reasonable. I just happen to think all those things could, all of our signs are still applicable. Flat, motionless Earth, man. I love this when it's kind of what their direct experience is. And that's what I think is so interesting with Flat Earth, this whole quote-unquote movement, or whatever you want to call it, is that people are coming back to their senses as to what they experience. And what's so weird is to be condemned for it.
Oh, so I would pose this to you. Does it make more sense to you that our environment is suited to us, or does it make more sense that we are suited to our environment? If that makes sense to you.
That's a great question. It's kind of the chicken or the egg, but it's...
Well, you ever heard that one quote from, what's his name? Douglas Adams? He has a quote like that. He's talking about like a puddle of water. You heard this quote, Jace?
I have. I not from what you said so far. It doesn't ring any bells.
He's just talking about how a puddle. He's like, it's like a puddle of water. He's talking about how the hole that it's in was made perfect for it, and just so happened to end up right there in that whatever hole or whatever created that
road.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was saying, basically, I was giving a summary of the what's it called, the anthropological principle, that we're suited for the environment, not the environment being suited for us. And if you think of things like that, it would kind of make sense that we obviously aren't going to feel the Earth rotating, because if we did, that would be a miserable existence for us. Like people get motion sick, and people he'd be dizzy and vomiting all the time.
I think, right, but again, it's like, that's the question that has to be asked in order to accept like this feat of fantasia of like the idea that we're spinning, not not the sky, let's say. I agree with you, and it's a philosophical difference. I just think to me, I can accept your premise, and the Earth can still be flat and motionless. You know what I mean? Like, we're designed for a flat and motionless system. That's how I see it. Like, I don't, or is it designed for us? I mean, I don't know. I would be so bold just to say yes, just because I would like to, I like the way that C.S. Lewis put it. You know what I mean about religion? In one sense, for the gentleman out there, is like the idea of like, I'd rather err on the side of paradise, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, like, no, but it seems logical also that we are created for, or this was created for us, and we it. I don't think that's too blasphemous. But I think people are under some notion that like if the Earth were flat, we'd have to like throw out modern fucking science. You know, and I've always likened it to like a hospital. You know what I mean? It's like if I got cancer, you know, if I got like a cut on my finger or something and I needed to go get stitches, you know, I'd go to the hospital. You know what I mean? But if I got cancer and they offered me chemotherapy, I might decline. You know what I mean? You know, I like the institution. There's certain practices I might not fucking take part in. You know.
I hear you. I think that's just the differences between people. I look more I lean more on the side that we're suited, for the environment, and not the other way around.
Right. I mean, I get it.
Like, I guess just I haven't said this to you before, but I have said this before. The thing I do see where different forms of, where people want to question, some would say deny sciences, like flat earth or anti-vaxxers, etc. I could see where their arguments come from, and I can see their point of view. And it just kind of gets back to what I was saying before, that science is doing things that are just so abstract from the regular person's experience that it just makes it hard to believe, and for regular people, and I can see that.
Come on with this garbage, bro. The proof's in the pudding, man. Anti-vaxxers, right? So it just happens to be that for some reason, every anti-vaxxer that I know, why are their children all really healthy? Why is there no autism in the anti-vaxxers? I mean, the science is so obscure that they just don't understand, so then they decide to go and... Shut the hell up, bro. Absolute garbage, man. My children haven't had the sniffles for like 6 years, bro. No sniffles.
I understand all you can do is insult me.
Hey, hold on, Coach. To piggyback off his point, I used to work at an Air Force base, and I would literally throw brand new paper and like rooms of paper and rooms of furniture, because we didn't spend it. If we didn't spend that money or throw it away, we couldn't buy stuff for next year, right? So we had to keep our budget, but we had to get rid of the shit because we didn't know where else to put it. So we would literally throw this away. Not to mention, also, real quick, everybody thinks that in the U.S. government, they have this technology 40 years in advance. They're using fucking old technology. They're still using their F-15 Eagles. They're still using their old technology.
Planes.
Huh?
The F-15s are good planes, but it's funny. I was using floppy disks. I was using floppy disks when I was in the Navy. It's pretty funny.
I'm just saying,
right, anecdotes aren't evident, because I've had the opposite experience of the other guy who spoke before. So who's to say who's true, right? Like, you have an anecdote, I have an anecdote. Which one is true? How do we determine that? That's why anecdotes aren't evidence. There isn't anecdotal evidence.
I've got direct evidence, bro, that literally the evidence in my experience, is that every single child that doesn't get poison injected into them, right? Every single child that hasn't got poison injected into them, they don't have like 500 different issues.
Well, I've had the exact opposite experience.
You're a liar,
where
bro.
does that
You're a liar, man. Well done.
I've seen kids who haven't been vaccinated have tons of issues. So where do we go from here?
Well, are they still eating McDonald's? Were the kids that weren't vaccinated eating McDonald's,
We're talking about vaccines.
No. We're talking about general health, right? So obviously, guess what? The majority of people that don't get vaccinated, they don't eat McDonald's either.
Do they go surfing?
They don't drink
Hey,
Coca-Cola, bro. They don't drink
I love
Coca-Cola, bro. Hey, they try to have less time. They try to have less time on the devices, bro.
I don't think vaccination status is a variable in whether you eat McDonald's or not, but could be wrong.
Oh, you don't think that
most people
anti-vaxxers,
didn't even have a choice.
The majority
Their
of
parents
anti-vaxxers
make the choice for them.
Yeah.
He's saying bad life choices. That's what he's saying. Bad, and he listed examples, multiple actually.
Well, I don't know about anyone else. I didn't make any choice to get at least childhood immunizations. My parents made that choice for me, and I think that's the case for most people.
Yeah.
So that's not a life decision for me. That's not correlated to any kind of lifestyle.
That's fucked up, man. It should be the choice of the toddler.
My cousins all vaccinated their kids, and they're all fucked up. One's got diabetes. One's got autism. Oh God, I could think of more examples, but it'll take me a minute.
Well, I just met a guy who I just met an anti-vaxxer who's an asshole. So I don't know if anti-vax makes you an asshole or not.
You'd have a stronger case if you could elucidate the physical mechanism in the body for how these vaccines cause the diabetes or whatever, the interactions between proteins and nucleic acids and stuff. That's a lot more convincing.
Some pretty long names in them. Like the names of those chemicals are pretty long.
Well, hey, to get to the point, like, what about like thimerosal and that discussion, and like the idea that there's mercury and there's like also aborted like fetal cells, and there's some weird things in the vaccines, right?
All right. So
hey guys, I don't know. I think all these terms of service now on Discord and YouTube, like,
good point.
I mean, I don't want to like censor anything.
Well,
I think
fair enough.
Should be talked about, but I don't know. It's just like don't really want it all to get shut down.
I hear you.
Hey, just for the sake of wrapping it up, do you mind if Jace quickly says the thing about mercury real quick? Just because I'm just curious. I thought there was two different types of mercury. I don't know if, but you don't have to say in reference to vaccines, but maybe in reference to whatever type of mercury.
So thimerosal was a chemical that used to be used in certain vaccines as a preservative. It's not really found in modern vaccines. And it's the reason why it's just called mercury, it's called thimerosal, is because it's not just mercury. Elemental mercury, like just a mercury atom, the silver stuff that you see in a thermometer or whatever, has different properties than thimerosal does. It doesn't have the same kind of toxic properties. The body has enzymes, hydrolases that can break down the thimerosal into things like thiosalicylate and methyl mercury that can be further processed.
Well, it contains ethyl mercury, and ethyl mercury is very, very toxic. So is methyl mercury. Both are toxic. And it contains ethyl mercury.
Hey, Gio, I had a question.
We'd have to.
Hey, there's this video.
Evidence that methyl mercury and ethyl mercury are both toxic? They're definitely both toxic on multiple levels. Ethyl is actually worse. Methyl is a more organic form, and which comes from the earth. Ethyl is a more synthetic form and is actually more toxic. It sticks to cells even more so in the body. It's harder to get out. It stays in the brain for longer. It has a longer half-life. So ethyl mercury is very toxic.
So methyl mercury, just the methyl part just means that there's one CH3 group on the side.
I don't know. Someone else is talking at the same time. I think someone else.
Yeah, no, they're trying to talk through me.
Yeah.
The methyl part just means that there's one CH3 group. The ethyl part means that there's a 2-carbon substituent. There's a CH2 and then a CH3 group. So to call methyl mercury more organic doesn't make sense. The more organic molecule is ethyl with 2 organic substituents. But nonetheless...
okay, methyl mercury is called organic mercury.
Yeah, that's just a common name, man.
That's why I called it that. I wasn't calling it organic because I meant that it's certified organic, food or something. I was calling it that because that is how it's categorized. That's why I called it that.
No, you said one's more organic and one's more synthetic.
Yeah, methylmercury is organic. That's what it is.
So is ethyl mercury. Methyl, ethyl, propyl, butyl, hexyl, those are just organic substituent names. The more like one carbon group is a methyl group, 2 carbons is an ethyl group, 3 carbons is a propyl group. They're all organic. Like there isn't one that's more organic. But I get what you're saying. It has a common name of organic mercury. But there's processes in the body, enzymes that are known to break these down.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you just look at the ethyl mercury page on Wikipedia, I mean, right here, I mean, I'm not even saying that Wikipedia is always right, but I'm just saying just the mainstream thing. The toxicity of ethyl mercury is well studied. Like methyl mercury, ethyl mercury distributes to all body tissues, crossing the blood-brain barrier and the placental barrier. And ethyl mercury also moves freely throughout the body. Risk assessments for various for effects on the human nervous system have been made by extrapolating, et cetera, et cetera. So I mean, it's well known as being toxic.
Hey, I know you guys want to get off this topic. You probably don't want
to. All right, last thing I'll say. That's most likely why thimerosal commonly isn't used as a preservative in vaccines.
I was just going to say, and I know you want to get off this topic, but I do have to ask that you probably heard that there's talk of the proprietary ingredient that you might not even be privy to, but people have claimed, of course, graphene oxide. Just if you have any idea if that's the case or what your opinion is.
There's a lot of it in there.
Yeah, it's loaded full. Well, I did some of the R&D with one of the companies that developed one of the vaccines. So, I mean, I believe I would know of the proprietary ingredients in that one, at least. And for that one, there certainly wasn't graphene.
Okay, so wait, hold on. You worked
But it'd be a problem if there was, right?
I think the jury's still out on that. I think I've seen some research that has shown, it's not the greatest thing. And I've seen some research that's shown you can modify it, make it less toxic in the body. I think it's under.
But graphene is known to be a poison, right, to the human body?
To make definitive statements would be foolish, is what I think.
Hey, Jace, I just want to understand this 100%. You said you worked on vaccines, and you know their ingredients? You know their ingredients?
I don't know, like, every ingredient of every vaccine. I did my research group that I'm a part of, did some work with one of the pharmaceutical companies to develop one of the COVID vaccines.
All right, can we not keep saying these words on the live stream? What's up? Is that really helpful?
All right, let's change topic.
I wanted to know what his background was. Why?
Well, let's just try to be.
Fuck acronyms, just switch topics.
Yeah, just switch topic.
Yeah, well, there's a good transition here, though, to get back to the regular topic. Do you understand, like, the way you just described your job? It's very compartmentalized, obviously, and you don't really have the freedom to go and say, hey, I don't think that this overall thing is really good for people or bad for people or any of that. That's not really your place to do so. And I think you led into this whole conversation saying people, challenge things, and that's how we learn and how we get to the next, level of science. And I think that you might want to just think about, maybe there is.
No, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. At any point, I could have, if I thought something wasn't right, something was unsafe, something toxic, I could easily have spoken up. Nothing was hidden from us. There was no compartmentalization. We're all on the patents. We're all on the publications in science journals. There wasn't any hidden. We hid info from competitors and kept it to just all the people that were working on the project, but nothing was hidden between individuals on the project.
As well as all held libelous.
But you did say you didn't know everything about it, right?
Weren't there like patent information that was set to release like in 60 years or something like that?
one of the pharmaceutical companies that developed the vaccines, they hid the information. It has to be released like in 60 years, something like that. What are the effect?
Right, guys, we got to switch topics, man. Yo, come on, guys, please. We don't want to do this, but like,
hey, you know what though? They did just lift the mandates for the mask.
All right, I got a topic change. Okay, who was the last person in here to kiss a girl?
It's my partner.
Oh well, guys don't count. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding, man. Every time somebody says partner, I always
I kissed my wife like 5 minutes ago. Why?
What?
Oh, I kissed my wife
I
like
kissed my wife like 5 minutes ago.
Damn,
10 minutes,
dude.
maybe.
I got sloppy seconds. All right, well.
Currently got my wife's dick in my mouth.
I think the last girl I kissed was shedding.
Oh, eggs.
So I'm kind of in trouble now.
Just wondering who was the coolest person in here. That's all.
You found me.
I think Eggshells wins. Either Eggshells or Jeremy.
Yeah, eggs is the most.
We always win.
Yeah, eggs is pretty fucking punk rock, man. Like 1980s hardcore punk rock. Fucking got a house and a job now.
Hey, I'm setting off on my world trip soon. That'll be punk rock, won't it?
Eggshells, I have to know, did you ever wear bell bottoms?
World tour.
Yes, yeah, I quite like
fans getting back together again.
You liked the bell bottoms, didn't you?
Yeah. Boot cut. I think they were more rather than just straight up flares, but yeah, I really liked
I was wearing bell bottoms not that long ago. But hey, Eggshells, we were talking about you earlier. I recorded some of it in case you want to listen to it. And you know, no, I'm just kidding. We weren't talking about you, but we were talking about that test with the drone, and there was an issue that didn't know if you wanted to discuss it briefly, but
sure. Do you know Bansaw's test where you keep flying it vertically from a boat as you keep heading away from a point?
No, that's what somebody brought up earlier. Okay, that's what somebody brought that up to me, but no, not that test. The test me and you were discussing last night with the drone, and you simply just go up and fly around for 5 minutes, looking at the horizon, trying to stay somewhat horizontal, and then when we look at the data, we'll just only use the horizontal ones. But what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to have a reference for where the center of the frame is. So obviously when it's on the ground, we assume it's the center of the frame should be about where the horizon is. And then as it gets off the ground, we need a way to measure how the angular dip of the horizon, like what the angle is for that dip. So I don't know if you had any suggestions, but me and Bacon and Xana came up with a couple suggestions.
Yeah, so there's a thing built into the drone called structure scanning or something like that.
No way.
Which is like you can get a 3D map of a building, and one of the things to calibrate as you take off for that is you lock the gimbal, the camera to dead straight, dead flat forwards.
Wait, is there anything that is like, how like those? I'll send a picture. Like the picture where there's like let me send a picture real quick. There's sort of like here's
hold on, Dave, your mic's on. Your cam's on.
Although there's nothing showing. But yeah, but yeah, you see that one there, like how it's got like a kind of reference for there's the angles in the middle. It'd be cool if it had something like that we could reference the angles from. But if not, we were talking about how we could make one basically. We'll have to go over it some other time, but just didn't know if you had any ideas or if there's something.
Yeah. I think I'll look into how that structure scanning one works, because I could do I think if it's not a huge long process, I was thinking it could be cool to do that for a bunch of buildings on my way, like make like 3D scans of like temples and shit like that. So I'll figure out how it needs to be done. I'm going to be
That's
flying,
pretty cool.
I think next weekend.
I wonder if any does have any. Yeah. It doesn't have any LiDAR scanning things on it, does it? I wonder if any of those drones have any LiDAR scanning.
I think it does.
Oh, it does? That's cool, man, because then you could...
This is like, it's mainly very cool because it's, does Skydio to have LiDAR? It's got something like Lydia. Yeah. Sorry, it produces 3D maps that look more like they come from a LiDAR system. So no, it doesn't have LiDAR, but the visual sensing it does produces a similar result.
Okay, so it just does the same thing basically, yeah.
Yeah, like if you look at the drone, I'll show a screenshot of the drone. The thing is just covered in cameras.
That's what's up, man. Hey, good for you, dude. You know what you like. You know what to spend your money on. I'm sure you got plenty of sex toys and stuff like that too. That's cool. That's called success, my man. That's good for you, dude.
Hey, so would it matter if I worked for a satellite company and I said that I built turbines and turbo systems for a satellite? Would it matter? Would it legitimize it any at all?
It'd probably delegitimize it because a turbo is something that works on air intake, compressing air as it goes through an intake for a aspirated engine, and ain't no air in space, so that would reduce your credibility. But if you said you worked on satellites and you did build satellites, and when I interrogated that went, wow, I think this guy's telling the truth, absolutely, that would lend credibility in my view. Doesn't mean I'm going to believe everything you say, but sure, I'm going to take someone's word who builds satellites on how satellites are constructed over somebody who doesn't.
Yeah, okay. How does the satellite work then? Genius.
I don't build satellites, so I'm not going to be able to answer that. But I just know they don't have turbos. Turbos go in cars. What they do is they work off an impeller design that takes your outgoing exhaust gases and spins up a little impeller from that, and then uses that spun up impeller to suck in more air for the intake at the opposite end of the engine. So you've got compressed air going into the engine. It's nothing you use on satellite.
That for any other function other than whatever you think turbos are used for. What if it's used for a totally different application and you have no idea, but they do use it?
That's a good point.
I do. Yeah, explain it to me.
Well, what if they use a turbo to turbocharge, say, I don't know, one of their navigation system thingamajiggers?
It sounds like you're reaching. That's why it doesn't
I
have a
don't
whole lot
know.
of credibility for me.
What if? You don't know for sure that they don't have a turbo. You're just assuming, hey, they don't have a V8 454 banger in there, so yeah, they're not going to have a turbo. He's lying. He's wrong.
Well,
but you don't know that.
Just don't sound like somebody who knows how satellites are constructed. Is all I'm saying.
Well,
also you're the one making the claim that they do use turbos for this reason. So the burden of proof then falls on you to provide sufficient evidence for people to believe that.
Yeah, should you want to be taken seriously, there is a way to go about it.
They don't. So therefore, yeah. He went ahead and
what was the original question? Because it seemed like we got sort of distracted about the idea of turbos. But yeah, sure, gyro stabilization would probably be a better one. They've often got reaction wheels that help reorient them in space without needing to expend mass on moving.
If I was building a satellite, would it legitimize my case that satellites are real or not? Would it matter?
Yeah, if you had something to do with it intimately, I'd listen to what you had to say on it. Absolutely.
Well, what if I?
Doesn't mean you're going to be definitely right, but certainly means
Trying to bring it back to the V thing.
What if I build saddles for unicorns? Would that legitimize unicorns any?
If you made a claim that you built saddles for unicorns, I would think you're probably full of shit. But I mean, I'd still listen to what you have to say.
I wouldn't think any different.
But furries identify as unicorns. Who are you to? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, that's some of why I'd still listen, because I might be initially like, what a fucking idiot. There's no unicorns. And then it turns out like what he defines as a unicorn is different. You know, like he's like, well, it's actually a rhinoceros. I just call them unicorns. Or they're furries, a giant furry unicorn community. Or
We're all going to get to the North Pole someday, and there's going to be unicorns everywhere. And all this time, us talking about unicorns, we're going to be like, "Oh my gosh, they were real."
Damn it. They were meant to be my proxy for something that doesn't exist.
You know, in the swinger community, a unicorn is a single female in the community.
Building satellites, and I can say, okay, well, I can model it after, say, a successful enterprise, like developing a car, right? And all the intricacies then that went along with engineering that. So I could do the same thing in a like L. Ron Hubbard style fictitious form and say, okay, well, let's theorize that we are going to need these gyroscopic systems to control pitch and yaw, whatever they want to say. I don't know about that stuff, but a person that's gifted with writing and creating stories, you can do it in a fictitious manner, and there's no way anybody can verify.
Well, I think there are ways you can verify, but generally speaking, your question seems to be about, do you just automatically trust somebody that's got something to do with it? No, but the voice has more credibility, right? Like, if I'm getting legal advice and the person goes, well, I've been a criminal lawyer for about 10 years and I've got people off these same charges, I'm going to listen to them more than like a bloke on the internet who reckons I should, invoke my Fifth Amendment right and
but here's
tell the cop to go fuck himself or something,
Here's the whole thing. They can say, okay, we're going to start a whole industry. We're going to base our satellites off repeater towers and place all. Just some people can get satellite phones, and they can work in some places, but in like some places, like the desert in Saudi Arabia, they just don't work for some reason because the satellites don't fly over that region for some reason. But you can just say, okay, well, we're going to need to charge for this satellite. It's going to be 180 million, and at the back end, it's just basically going over radio towers. Now,
it's a great thing to hypothesize, but the point you're asking about is, would I find that credible? The way you're speaking about it doesn't come across to me as credible, and that's sort of the core of your question. It just sounds like you're making stuff up.
It sounds like they're making stuff up. Now, I don't see satellites operating in Earth's like atmosphere, which they're designed to operate in space, but how are we going to verify?
Well, one of the cool ways that IB Hunter pointed out, which I thought was pretty good, is just get any satellite device, like your phone, and a pan, like a kitchen pan, and it'll tell you where whatever satellite should be, where you'll be able to see it. If you want to check if it's there, it'll give you a bearing and an elevation. Just hold the pan up in that area of the sky in front of the phone, and it should lose that satellite almost entirely, or certainly drop the signal significantly. I've tested this just by like being indoors. If you're in a place where you've got access to the sky, but like you can go, I can see sky directly above me, cannot see horizon, right? So sort of in a courtyard or something like that, versus I cannot see sky, but I can see horizon. For me, it's the garage out the back. And you'll notice you get a totally different profile of which satellites you can see. The phone seems to know how much of the sky it can see and deceive me by telling me that it can see satellites there.
Now, are you talking about a sat phone or a cellular phone?
Cellular phone. Just you can get it. Kosho, help me get this app that does it, where it just it's an app you get on it that just says, tell me what information I'm getting from GPS right now.
Like the raw data?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just says, this is what satellites I can see, this is where they are, this is what information they're giving me, this is what kind of satellite it is, like the L3, L4, and L5, isn't it, Jeremy? Kosho?
Yeah, that's right.
The reason I asked is, I was of the understanding that phones didn't operate didn't literally have a GPS. I thought they used triangulation of towers to find your location.
They
and
do
then
that as well.
Extrapolate it as though it's GPS when it's really not GPS. That's just what I heard. That's why I brought it up.
Absolutely, that is what they do as well. So one of the annoying things about just GPS, I think they're much better these days, but in the old days, when the first GPS I ever had, where you had to turn it on, put it outside in like broad sunlight, just leave it on a bench or something, getting ridiculously hot, while it spent it was about 10 minutes to get a full lock. Finding its first satellite took the longest, and then it was sort of speed up as it had a better idea of where it probably was. But it was kind of clunky and slow. So what a lot of phones use is they can still give you can turn off GPS and still get a rough idea of your position. But if you do that on your phone, you'll see that the position jumps around wildly because it's working just off trilateral. I think it's trilateration with a bit of triangulation as well, because it's how far are you from the tower and also which receiver on the tower is receiving that signal. But there's a bit of noise in that with like in changing the atmosphere, bouncing off buildings, stuff like that. But when you suddenly turn on GPS, it's like bing, it's pinpoint.
Gotcha. Yeah, different phones use different terminology. I didn't recall that it was turn GPS off. I thought they referred to it as turn location off or something like that.
Well, if you turn location off, it'll turn your GPS off, and it won't you
know where you are at all.
Google. Yeah, but Google Maps, like you communicate Google Maps a lot of times, and it'll just be using the internet, your signal or whatever. But you can you can put your phone on airplane mode, and you can use GPS.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that's actually a cool way to test it. Turn your phone on airplane mode, and you know you're not getting any data. You know you're not getting any phone signal. But then it'll put a dot on maps. And in Google Maps, one of the interesting things about it is if it hasn't downloaded the tiles for that area, it'll put a dot that's perfectly accurate, but it's got no idea where that dot is because it doesn't have the tiles to put under it to say, oh, that's in the middle of Sydney.
If I was hiding the satellite back, I would literally build a system to still have these towers still give you data, but tell you that it's not. I would do that. I would have to, because if I didn't do that, then fucking the whole myth about satellites is bunked. But you can literally devise this little, like you guys just said, put it on airplane mode, and then you'll still have a little dot. You know what? I could have done that and said, hey, I'm gonna be a genius here. I'm gonna go ahead and let them think that they're not getting any data. But
the pan test would be a good way to test it, right? And then you can test it if that signal's coming from up or down. You could still go, or maybe it's bouncing off the ionosphere or something up there. But I mean, sure, we can all dream up ways in which, my car doesn't actually run on petrol; it runs on compressed air. But they just sell me this foul-smelling stuff at the Bowser to keep me coming back.
No, it's just it's a different radio. Yeah, the GPS is definitely a different radio in the phone, and it uses a different wavelength.
Yeah.
Like Bluetooth is its own thing. Wi-Fi is its own thing. Cellular is its own thing, which the voice and data goes over cellular, and then GPS is its own thing.
I'll duck off in a moment.
Yeah, but isn't that all just a product of the bandwidth, like the frequency?
I think so, yeah. I think it's different frequencies go different distances, so they're useful for different applications. Like Bluetooth is very short.
Right, but even
I don't get all that stuff.
It's what's so crazy is like when they send lights, like you can on one fiber optic cable they can have like 1 million conversations based off of because of the bandwidth and every frequency. Like they utilize like every frequency, and every frequency is only receiving and sending to the corresponding receiver. So it's like, let's say your GPS is on a frequency, it's still going through the mechanism. Like, I don't know if you're dealing with, or my issue was what you guys were talking about was the idea that you're going to, like, let's say you have an app that sees satellites, you know what I mean? It's still going to go through the same channels as your cell phone. It's just going to be a different frequency through the same channels, you know what I mean?
Yes, I think something you're talking about might be referred to as packet switching. Which is where it's going through a specific pipe, but in order that multiple people can speak through the same pipe, it sort of packages up a bit. Like he said, these 10 words, let's send that, and
well, it does that.
Then the next one, I'm not sure though. I don't know much about this.
I guess what I'm more referring to is the idea that like it uses like, let's say whatever hertz or whatever.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. But like the idea that it uses like different hertz for different calls, and like that kind of thing.
That's what he was talking about. The multiple people on the same network or whatever.
Well, you could use the same fiber, but yeah, you could probably break it into the network also too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can put a certain amount of people in certain parts of the wavelength. But yeah, what Gio says right that they have different antennas in your phone, and GPS will use a specific. Well, they're using at least two different antennas or two different wavelengths that communicate. But that's what Extras was saying, though, is that you can actually, pretty easy actually to test if they were satellites or if they were only a couple of them, because you could just observe it for like a couple hours, observe which satellite or which where it's telling you the signal's coming from let's say you told you like satellite 1 and satellite 2, and you're watching them all day, and then somebody else on the other side of the country watching those same ones, and it's telling us where they are in reference to each other, and they're corroborating each other. I mean, you just observe it for a couple hours, confirm that. If it was coming from like a tower or something like that, or if there was multiple of them, it wouldn't be giving us the same information.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what we're trying to confirm anyway, but yeah, I guess you could.
Well, confirm that they're not coming just from towers, or they're coming from somewhere else, and there's only a couple dozen of them.
See, but I don't know. Again, was that like satellite phones or was that regular cell phones? Because
we're talking about just GPS in general.
Okay, yeah.
Well, Kosho, do you know of any material that blocks GPS? Like if you put your phone in that material? I know that they have those little, those little bags. Have you seen those?
Yeah.
That like basically make it so that your phone can't communicate. But do those block GPS as well? I guess I haven't.
Yeah, I've made some of them, and also that's what Eggshells was talking about. Using a frying pan, which I suggested as well.
I don't know. It seems like it would go through a frying pan. I don't know. But if you use one of those bags that are like those little Faraday bags, and then if you put that all around the outside of the phone and it was only facing directly up, seems like you should be able to isolate whether the signal's coming from directly up or whether it's going at an angle like to a tower. Now, even if it's going up, doesn't mean it's going to a satellite in some government issued outer space thing that they made up. But it could still mean that it's going up to something like a balloon or But I just haven't done that. Have you seen anyone who's done that? Like really done it rigorously to decipher that?
I mean, I've done it when I was trying to show Waterballo how to do this exact test. I even made a little bag myself out of several layers of tape and tin foil.
Okay, so you've done that with the GPS signal to isolate that it is coming from directly up?
Well, it's to isolate directly where it's coming from. Like, it'll tell you which direction in the sky, but some aspect of up, but usually, some other angle that's not straight up, of course.
Right. Well, then, I mean, if that could be done rigorously and be shown, then that would mean that the signal is not coming from a tower and for the GPS and is indeed coming from above. Still doesn't mean it's in a satellite in outer space, but it could just it would isolate that. I just haven't seen it done, and I haven't tried it myself.
And I think there's a couple of things you could use too. I'm trying to see what else you might be able to use.
Have you seen it done? Do you have any video documentation? Any?
Well, when I did it, like I said, I just used plastic and tape and tinfoil. But other than myself, I mean, I've only heard of other people doing it. I'm seeing online. I'm trying to see what materials you could use, but a lot of people are saying plastic actually works the best.
I mean, if that was done rigorously and very well, you have to include elevation. I mean, obviously, if there's a tower on the top of a mountain, and you're under that mountain or whatever, it could still look like it's going up. So that would all have to be taken into account. But if that could be done, then that would definitely isolate that's coming from above. So at that point, it's either some kind of high altitude balloon, Satelloon type things, or some kind of relay system of something that's up there that's relaying it down to a tower. Or I guess if you want to, go with the satellite outer space story.
Well, that's the thing that's what I'm saying is what the ultimate test would be. Let's say you're in the West Coast and I'm in Texas and someone's on the East Coast and someone else is in Canada or whatever. And, we're just observing the same 2 or 3 satellites or signals all day and the direction they're coming from. And we're confirming that it's like, even though it's telling us that we're looking at satellite or signal one, all of us, it could just be lying to us. But if it turns out that it's actually in the right direction for all of us, we could confirm, that it is a single source.
That would maybe a little bit, but the problem with that is that you're now dependent on what they're telling you.
What do you mean?
Are you saying use one of those bag things to isolate the direction and then triangulate it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. To confirm that it actually is coming from the direction it's claiming to be coming from, and it's claiming to be that one that's there, and it's for all of us. It's just telling us it's like it's for all of us. It's in the right direction, as if it were the same object.
All right. Yeah, that would be if you did it really well. Yeah.
And Kosho did add that they could be lying. So fair enough, Kosho. You know what I mean? Like covering that ground.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it could be lying, sure.
Yeah, no, that's all. I was just saying Gio was kind of raising the point that you're reliant on a third party. That's all.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
No, but you said that.
Really? Because you guys have been telling me for years that there's no way they could be lying about this GPS thing.
No, I'm saying that this is how we can verify it for ourselves, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so they can't be. They can or can't be lying about it.
Let's assume they are, or assume we think they are. We can test it for ourselves and see if they are or not.
Yeah, but you're relying on what they tell you though for one part of it. So they can't be lying about that. You just said they could be lying about it.
No, what I'm saying is let's assume we all think they're lying to us. So let's find a way to test it so that we can, get as close as we can to seeing that they're not.
And then I heard you guys going over the way to test it, and Gio said, the problem with that is we'd have to just trust that they're telling us what they're saying to us.
But previous to that,
and that part of it.
But previous to that, Kosho had kind of dismissed but added that they could be lying. Like he did say that. That's all I was saying. I was like, credit to Kosho in that regard. Because like Gio was trying to raise the issue, but it was already raised. Kosho already, yeah.
I'm just saying that you can test to see if they're lying by just confirming the direction that they're claiming to be coming from, because they could be lying, and then we would just look and see if that's the case by confirming the direction it's coming from. But okay,
right. But then you're still relying on their app and the rest of it. So that's what I was just saying. But you're not wrong. You're right.
Well, I think we could isolate what direction the signals are coming from if you use one of those little Faraday bags type things. If that was done, like I said, really rigorously, we could definitely isolate that. And then we would at least know whether it's angled at towers to even be possible to be a tower. And like I said, I've just never seen that really done like rigorously. But that would isolate that. And then we would know for sure whether it's coming from above or from a tower.
Well, it didn't isn't it, or was it like Marconi or, the first radio broadcast?
Well, you talk Marconi and the overseas one, yeah.
Yes. And the idea that their theory was that it was going straight to the receiver, Now that gets back into is level curved and all the rest of it. But I don't know if they were proposing that they were going off the ionosphere or anything like that.
Don't think he was claiming that, but I forgot. He might have been claiming. He might have just. I forget exactly.
He was claiming point to point, I thought. And it was like at a certain elevation they shot it, and at a certain elevation it was received.
But the only part, because I remember arguing with somebody about that. The only part that was fishy is that they knew exactly where to get the signal from. Well, there's dead zones where it won't work. It could be a coincidence, but yeah, that was the only part that was fishy to me, is that there were people exactly positioned where where you would be able to receive
it. You think they just put a tape recorder and we're like, wow.
No. I mean, honestly, I forget how big of a range. I think it's actually a huge area that you could receive it. So it might be possible that they did think it was a straight shot.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know. I've heard it used as like a flat Earth proof kind of thing. The idea that they shot it straight across.
Hey, you seem like a pretty smart guy. Pretty practical. Tons of common sense. I'll give that to you. So, when you hear the word ionosphere, what comes to your mind?
Who, me or Kosho?
Ions. He's talking about you, man.
Who, me? Yeah, I mean the ionosphere. I mean, in the context of the globe, you know, and I see it as like, you know, like what they propose is like a collection of molecules or whatever that you could bounce something off of. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what they see it as.
Yeah, they're basically saying that's what's happening, right?
Well, I'm saying that's the proposed. You know, like I mean that would be the alternative to the straight shot, and because then the problem with the straight shot one is the Globers are going to say that it's just following gravity. You know what I mean, around the curve because level is curved. But like, you know what I mean, like so that's going to be that's their retort to that. But
when you're gonna finger like somebody in a lineup, right? You're gonna say, okay, this guy's responsible.
That just sounded weird, but in light of Kosho's questions earlier.
Anyway,
straight to third base.
You kind of have like a guilty party, right? Do you have any ionosphere guilty parties like available? Like, can you look up and see we got some ions there, guilty as charged? Do we ever see it?
The thing he's talking about, that event he's talking about, it actually can't be described as a straight shot because there's a dead zone. There's a whole dead zone area around the source. So it's like he shoots a signal. There's going to be hundreds of miles where they're never going to receive that signal no matter what they do. And then after that, they can receive the signal, which tells you that it's obviously hopping over them. So.
Yeah, but how was that dead zone confirmed in that regard? Like, you know, what dead zone, like, what are we talking about? Like, where's the dead zone?
I think it's hundreds. I think it's anywhere after like 50 miles to like hundreds of miles away, depending on how high you are.
But this is what gets me and that's because of the proposed curvature, right?
Well, it's because of it's bouncing into the ionosphere, so it's doing a gap over the whole.
Well, due to the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, I mean the curve would be involved, but I think it's ultimately because it's shooting up and then bouncing back down, basically.
Well, it's right. Well, the idea of, I mean, my idea or my understanding of it is if they were shooting a level shot, then the theory of the ionosphere is that your shot straight because light's going to travel in this straight path. This is the way I've always conceived it anyhow, is the idea that is going to hit the collection of the buildup of molecules we refer to as the ionosphere in a certain distance away because of the curvature and thereby deflect it. Now, there's other theories where we pointed up and pointed at the ionosphere, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know the correct angle if we were going off the ionosphere in that regard, but from what I gather with Marconi, it was a straight shot. And the proposed dead zone, you're superimposing a dead zone that may not apply because it worked. But
that was just the first time it was done. It's commonly done all the time.
What is it?
It's a very common thing now with the what do you call it, ham radio dudes.
Well, right, and that again would be an argument for the idea that it's just traveling across a plane.
Yeah,
like,
but
in my model, but I'm saying if you're theoretically going off the ionosphere, your shot is going to be at like you have to have a certain antenna to get the to get a shot out, right? But I think with radio, and like I'm just saying that the theory of going off an ionosphere would be that you're going to shoot a straight shot, and the curvature of the Earth is going to make it. It's going to hit the ionosphere and send it to where you want to send it. That's the theory, right?
I think it goes to
everywhere, and that's why your dead zone would be 50 to 100 miles out. But which is fascinating to me in light of the idea that they navigate 600 nautical miles as flat. They you know what I mean. They don't these ideas are counterintuitive.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think it goes to when they send a signal. It goes to like almost everywhere that's not in the dead zone, or is capable of going over those places. Depending on how they send it, but if you send it like a regular signal, then
right. And I don't know the range of. I don't know the specific. I should probably just look it up, man. But I guess like that's what I've heard is like, Marconi's radio sent message. They did send the message, right? That's the word is they sent the message. The agreed upon science is that they sent the message. So it got there in accepted science. And so it's just about whether or not did it go straight shot because of a flat plane? Did it go straight shot because of gravity making it conform to the Earth? Or did it go a straight shot to the ionosphere and bounce off it? I don't know. I know.
Yeah, I forget if they I forget what he thought, why he thought it was gonna do that, propagate across the ocean, make it all the way there. I forget what his thoughts on it were. It's been a long time since I looked into it.
Well, I think I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't more flat earthers in general society than we give credit to. Back then. That's why even like the whole Michelson Moore, that's why people were fascinated with that. And then you had the proposition of the globe, and you maybe had the religious or the electromagnetic side that thought it was flat. I don't know.
Yeah, Michelson and Morley weren't flat earthers at all.
I mean, who knows? Shit, the Pope could be flat earther. You wouldn't even know.
I don't think he's a chemist.
Well, he still might be a flat earther
learned
too.
man.
Yeah,
there could be chemists who are
what
flat.
I'm saying? Like, people don't discredit. Like, I think like people can't discredit flat Earth, man. It's like, and that's why I think you wouldn't even know. You don't even know if you're amongst flat earthers, because I mean, how many shit like even to come out in the arena of the debate of flat Earth early on, there were so many flat earthers that would never say they were a flat earther. And to this day, I think a lot of flat earthers. In fact, I think a lot of the globe guys that come in here. I think you're all flat Earth curious. I think you're flat earthers deep down, but I think you're fighting it tooth and nail, which is great because you should. You know what I mean? In the sense of like it's a rigorous subject. But
You're right. You're right about that, man. I mean, I know me and dudes I talk to. That's really the main. Like, you can't help but fight. The urge to believe that it's real, and so we're just trying to fucking disprove it to ourselves.
But also, like,
we're not crazy.
I
don't think anybody thinks that.
Well, yeah, I don't. I think. Well, I think that you entertain those thoughts, which makes you different than most other people. Which is like, and I don't think the debate. I like Rupert Sheldrake's point that a radical idea is usually spread by its enemies.
Actually, you're right about that in this case. That's true, man.
So, like, it's all these anti-flat earthers that are, saying flat. Like, I think the best pickup line you could ever use in the world is, "Hey, babe, have you heard about those stupid flat earthers?" You know what I mean? Like, I think that's just like a gold. It's try it out sometime.
You know what a better one is? You gotta ask the chick. Say, have you ever done a line of coke off a 12-inch dick?
Well, you ever done a line off a flat earther's dick? How about that one? Fucking yo, like, but I'm just saying, like, the notion, like the very idea is being spread by people who hate it, which is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, more anti-flat, like all the big videos on YouTube are anti-flat earthers, and the people that are watching them are probably flat earthers.
You know what would really suck?
And the
what would really suck? What would really suck is if she said yes, and you just be like,
all right, what are you gonna do, Coach? You're lying.
Yeah, Coach will go get his buddy. I think he might have a 12-inch dong.
Yeah, go get his black shit.
He'll go get his last girlfriend.
I can't help you there, girl.
Coach will go get his last girlfriend. She's got a 12-inch dong.
That's true.
The other factor to it, let's just say in the long run, this truth is the truth, and it comes out, and the Earth isn't a globe, and the whole thing. Like, let's say in our lifetimes that happens. If this were to all be looked back on, the people now that are, let's say the globe Earthers, like, they would be viewed as actually more progressive and onto the trail of truth than people that were just not, entertaining it or talking about it or thinking about it or being knowledgeable about it. So, think of
it like
you go from heretic to hero.
Well, right. I think, like, would it be funny? I think is the stories that, like, let's say Flat Earth comes out, whatever, the grand, whatever. And it's like, all the anti-flat earthers are going to be like, I was there. I am a flat earther. What do you mean? I was right there.
Have you guys ever seen Independence Day, dude?
You guys are like experts, even though you have your side, as it were, or your viewpoint.
I've seen it, but I forget that. I forget what you're talking about.
But you remember the dude from Independence Day, the crazy guy who kept telling people aliens abducted him, and then turns out aliens were real. And
yep.
Saddest part of the movie was he saved his family. I don't think there was any part of the movie where people actually vindicated him in any kind of way. Well, in some kind of way, people, when he killed himself to save them, but it's not like people thought he was a hero or anything like that.
You're right.
That's a bad example, but it's the only example I have.
It's a good one because in that movie, the whole time they looked at him real stupid and looked down on him. Even when he's standing there in front of a UFO, he's about to go to battle against aliens, and he's like, "Yeah, they used to abduct me," and they all just looked at him stupid.
Yeah, Kosho will be saying, "Yeah, I used to be a flat earther before this. I used to hang with those guys."
Well, I think, and he'll be right to say so, because, I think when it's people like Kosho, whatever, if the penny were to drop and if whatever, it's like these are going to be the last people to commit on it because they want to make sure it's legit. You know what I mean? When these, that's something you got to give credit to, is when these cats, when the penny drops for these guys, God willing, or whatever it is, or if it never does, doesn't matter. The thing is that how good will that be? In the sense that it's someone who fought tooth and nail to make sure that his opinion was correct. You know what I mean? To not easily be because there's a lot of flat earthers that just became flat earthers because, I read the Bible and, I'm very spiritual. And then there's those of us who are intrigued in the scientific fucking and, nuance of it all in some respect. And then there's people that go even further than that. But, for the scientific side of it, I think for me, the strongest argument is the reality of what I experience versus what I'm being told theoretically is happening are contradictory. You know what I mean? They don't jibe for me. But when the penny drops like that for somebody, that'll be a fucking awesome thing. Because
hey, Kosho, and I'm sorry, cut you off a little bit.
Go on.
I was going to say, Kosho, in light of what you were just saying, I think it's good. It's good when people admit that, they're at least they're curious if it could be flat from your side, and you can understand then why we might get annoyed when there's claims made that it would be impossible to be flat for these reasons. Because if that were the case, then we wouldn't even be talking, right?
No, that's not true. We'd still be talking if it was impossible from our side. But
no, impossible to be flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if it were impossible absolutely to be flat, we'd still be having this conversation. I know that for a fact.
Well, no, but you're not there with Bigfoot people. You know what I mean? We're not arguing about, granted, this is a different all-encompassing subject, but people aren't arguing these nonsense.
You mean Bigfoot or Big Bang?
Yeah, well, there's Big Bang still alive and well, apparently.
Big Bang.
Yeah,
Big Bang, and Big G.
He was talking about Bigfoot, I think.
I've just renamed the way that I say, because I honestly do think of it the Big Bang, Big Bang.
I love it.
The fucking, he's the god of the secular religion.
Whenever you say that, it always reminds me of an Indian chief or something.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's actually a good name. This is a good American name.
It reminds me of Wigwam.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But it's Big Bang.
Big Bang. You
Big
brought
Bang.
great honor to our family.
Yes, Big Bang gave honor to the universe.
Then there was Big Bang.
Right, Big Bang. That's how you gotta say it right. Yeah, his daughter, Dark Matter, traveled.
Dark Matter.
Nice. That's fucking awesome.
Fucking,
your girlfriend, Dark Matter.
She's so fat, she swallowed the cosmos.
in his son, infinite space.
Yeah, relative density has no place in Dark Matter's,
universe. In Dark Matter's universe.
In her eternal digestion of ever expanding, molecular development.
There's got to be a song in there someplace.
Right, her child, Gravity. Fucking loved the world so much she gave her only begotten force.
Her illegitimate child, Gravity.
Right. Oh, no, this is legitimate. This is part of their doctrine.
Yeah, I guess, right?
It'd be pseudo legitimate.
Pseudo legitimacy, right? Nice.
Yeah, pseudo legitimate child gravity.
I came across some fucking. Cause I was scraping the web, just doing some fucking scraping, and then like scraping some videos, and I came across some NASA ones, and so I decided to see if I can get into their fucking thing. I found all these NASA training videos. Some crazy stuff, man.
Train.
Pretty crazy, dude.
Did you say NASA?
I saw one too. I saw a NASA training, and it was an ISS training video on how to use the toilet. Did you see that one where they put the little dot on the guy's butt and he has to like aim? They actually had a seat for him in this training video, so I don't know why that would be so hard, but they should really have a good training video for how you aim at that 3-inch pipe hole you have to hover over while there's like anti-gravity and all that. That would be the training video that you would need, because that'd be pretty hard, you know?
Kosho's over there looking up NASA training videos on Pornhub.
Eating Cheetos, wondering why his pecker's orange.
There's got to be a space sex section.
I know someone who's had sex in space, probably.
Wow.
Yo,
would that be,
Shatner,
I think Scott's dad did.
Shatner was like, if I'm going up there, babe.
Shatner nearly shat his pants, dude. When he came back, he was like, his face was white, and he was freaking out.
Shatner's an official sex move now.
They probably fucking like put his balls in a vice, and they were like, "Now you're gonna say you saw the Earth's curvature."
I don't know if he said the things they wanted him to say, dude.
I think that they wanted him to say something other than he did because it was painful to watch.
Yeah,
I was cringing.
He was saying it was
so
like
hard.
Dead, like it was
As
dead.
everyone watched it, he was just trying to come up with something. It was so bad. It was so cringe. It was the
he
most
looked
cringe thing
authentic
you've
what he
ever
was
watched.
saying, but he seemed like he was fearful. Like he was like, "Oh my god!" He's like, it just looked like, we went up and
Is
it was
that really your
all you could
interpretation?
see was all black death.
Oh, it was so bad.
Like damn.
And then Bezos was like so like nervous because he wasn't doing a good job of selling it. And then he goes and like grabs some champagne, and then Shatner goes off to the side, like not even wanting to celebrate what he was just like, I got to think of something. If anyone interprets it any differently than that, I can't understand it. I really can't. It was bad.
No shit. I never watched it. It's crazy.
Oh, it's the most cringe thing you'll ever see.
He just looked like he was really. He looked like he had a real experience, like a shocking experience. There's and he's an actor too, so it's like he could have easily made it look like it was cool. It's like, damn, that was fucking awesome, dude.
Either that or
it was
just really bad. Like if they didn't actually do it, which I'm sure he didn't. You could see it as that. Like if you didn't think he actually went to Space Ghost Show, you'd see it the other way probably.
I guess I'd have to, right? Let me see.
That's the conundrum.
Are there any guys in here still are the flat Earth, the flat universe question got brought up earlier, and I wanted to propose a question about that idea because it's just an interesting thought. If you think the universe is flat, what's the idea of what's outside that universe then? What's the theory?
There's nothing.
You know what a great question is?
What is nothing?
There isn't an outside universe.
It's like asking.
Then how could there be a shape?
You don't need outside.
You know a number line. Chase, your mic's open. I realized you were talking about that.
Oh, go ahead. I think my thing is picking me.
I was just saying a number line. Like the way I think about it when people ask the question is like if you think about a number line, one that is progressing for it's increasing and increasing. That number line could be like time. So time starts at 0, and then that number line increases, and it's not really important what came before the number line or what the number line is expanding into. It's just an increasing value. And it still is a line. It still has a, shape, and at least in one-dimensional shape or whatever. But regardless, I think it's the same thing when you say space is expanding into, and where was space before space and stuff like that.
What holds the space though?
What's a one-dimensional shape?
What's the container of space?
Where you go, show my question.
There isn't any need.
There isn't any need.
Yes, there's nothing in the laws of nature that requires space. Be inside of something.
How could you say that, dude? Everything has something holding it together.
So are you saying that the people that propose the theory of the universe being a certain shape don't try to also propose an idea of what might be outside of it?
The question doesn't make sense from reference to that.
Yeah, for the most part, I've just heard them say that there isn't an outside, like that doesn't really make sense. The universe encompasses everything that's physical, so there can't be anything physical outside of the universe.
So the universe is like God.
You mean inside the space, outside the universe? There can't be anything in that.
Well, it's like if that's where space exists, it's just like I said, like that's why it's just question like what happened before time. That question is kind of nonsensical since time, when time began, is when things start happening. So it's not.
Yeah, I would agree.
Time.
I'm not trying to.
Dude, it either goes on forever.
I'm not trying to get a. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
No, you don't understand. It either goes on forever, or there has to be an end somewhere.
Yeah, but there can be an end.
If it doesn't go on forever, there's something after that.
No, there can be an end, and if there's an end, then there's nothing beyond that. There's no space beyond that.
Is it possible to go on forever?
Guess not. It's not impossible.
You think in your mind, that's a real possibility to go on forever?
One of the possibilities, yeah. That's one of the
well,
answers.
If the universe is all of everything, then technically that is forever, right?
But what holds it, though?
Yeah, I'm not even trying to go for a gotcha, but I mean, this is something I often say about the flat Earth. Like, if you're talking about a flat Earth, then how could you say that even if there's a dome, what's outside the dome? A non-reality? I'd say it's infinite, by our very deductions. If it is flat, it would have to be an infinite plane until proven otherwise. And how would you even prove it? You stick your hand through and your hand disappears into a non-reality. What would be the proof of that?
Well, that could be a non-physical reality. Meaning what we consider physical, whatever would be outside of this physical realm, whether that's spirit, consciousness, there's all kinds of concepts that could be, but that could just be a consciousness or a reality that's non-physical.
Yeah, and how would you know if you're at that point of where the border is, right? How would you ever know?
Well, I guess you would slip from physicality into the non-physical realm.
I guess, yeah, if you could actually communicate afterwards or something like that, maybe. But then
you
would
that
have
gets back to who we are.
Look like, right?
Yeah. Well, then that gets down to are we something beyond our physical body? Because obviously, if you were to lose your physical body, then is there something that still remains? Which is a whole deeper question. But yeah, I think metaphysically, conceptually, there could be a membrane that transitions from physicality into non-physicality.
Perhaps this also leads into the whole idea of infinite time, or would God have? Could there really have been a beginning to life in general? It makes more sense by the first law of thermodynamics: if energy can't be created or destroyed, that it was just always here in some other form and always will be in some other form, right?
It's possible. The thing is, there's almost everybody in here. Actually, I'm sure everybody in here. We don't even have knowledge to the extent of what, humans have knowledge of at this point. So we're kind of throwing darts in the darkness if we're trying to figure out these kind of answers that nobody has at all. So it's like it's all a mystery anyway. So
I'm looking for answers from you. What's a one-dimensional shape look like?
Well, in one dimensions, you can have a line.
It's going to be a line. So there's going to be length to it. We're definitely going to have length with the line, right?
Yeah.
And then with it, there's going to be thickness too?
To a line? To a one-dimensional line? No.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering what the shape looks like. You said there was a shape.
Well, you can define a shape. You define a number line. It's a one.
Isn't only a dot one-dimensional? A point?
That's 0 dimensions.
I don't think so, dude. A line has to be 2 dimensions.
No, line is 1 dimension.
You're calling a point or no dimensions, Coach? How could something be no dimensions? How could it be no dimensions? It has to.
Well, we think of dimensions as what do you call that? Freedom. What does it call that? Freedom of
degree of freedom.
Degree of freedom. Yeah, degrees of freedom. That's why surfaces have 2 dimensions, because you have 2 degrees of freedom. Yeah, and a point has no degrees of freedom. So
I guess to have the conversation, it would be wise to get a good understanding if everybody agrees what a dimension is.
Yeah, I'm fine with degrees.
So I'm not sure everybody would agree with you, Kosho. That's all.
So I'm still wondering about this one-dimensional shape, what it looks like. Because you said a line, but then when I picture in my mind a line, I can only picture it with 2 dimensions if you were to write it on paper or something.
Okay.
I think a dot is one-dimensional, Jeremy. A point. Sorry.
Yeah, if you connect
the point, Kosho's right. In geometry, they consider a point 0 dimensions.
Okay.
But a line is 1 dimension, and the only problem is it doesn't have a shape because there's nothing to see with a line. It's 1 dimensional.
Well, if you take a point and you follow its path, you trace its path through time, and then you look at that path, it'll be a 1-dimensional path. So it'll be a line.
Through time? You trace it through time?
I don't know. He went off the rails on that one, guys.
If you connect 2 points, one at one point in time, and again the same point later in time, and you connect them, but it'll be a line that connects them, and so you'll see it'll be 1-dimensional in shape.
I'm not sure why time needs to be brought into it.
It doesn't. I guess you can just connect a point arbitrarily. Connect 2 points arbitrarily, and the same thing.
You're talking about like a world line before.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
How a object would travel through 1-dimensional space-time.
If you try to imagine a 3-dimensional object and its path through time, you can sort of start to have a conception of 4-dimensional space.
Yep.
Would you say overall there's about 50 shades of freedom?
Shades of gray.
Oh my God, that was funny. Whoever said that.
Really what we're getting at here, though, is like when you say we don't know, we don't have knowledge of a lot of these things. Isn't that really like kind of what flat earthers are hoping that you guys might realize, that maybe we're not being told everything and that we can't really say we know this or we know that? And that's really what we're trying to get you guys to get into the idea of, so that you can go, wait a minute, that we're not being told some of these important things, or we're being told lies about some of these important things. So, we can get there by trying to figure some of these things out on our own, or do some deeper investigations past the subterfuge, past the propaganda. I think they must know a lot more than they're telling us, and you guys might even have to agree to that, right?
Why would
no, I don't.
Jace?
So the thing he was saying before, not knowing, what's outside the observable universe, that's just an artifact. Like if you were to do out the math, general relativity yourself, you would see that that's kind of what it dictates, and then you can.
I'm not talking about that necessarily. I'm talking about in general.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. I just don't think that all of these scientists and engineers, including myself, don't have any reason to lie to the general public. Like, I think that would just be a waste of time. And it just hasn't been my experience with these people. That I haven't caught them lying to me time.
Yeah, I agree that it would be a waste of time in a lot of ways. But at the same time, some of these bigger questions, you can see the benefit in not letting everyone know the truth. If it is like, let's just say it is a dome and we only have so much, maybe they went through this process of telling everybody the truth about it and the results socially were bad. So they came up with this other idea of the infinite space because it gave people a different outlook on life that they thought was better preservation of society for whatever reasons. But beyond that, then there's like the idea that knowledge is power, right? So why would knowledge be free, right?
You were kind of breaking up for me. I heard like the beginning part, but middle, you kind of started breaking up, and I couldn't really understand. So
I just said knowledge. If knowledge is power, then it's valuable, right? So
yeah,
it's not necessarily like the idea of giving all the knowledge to all the people for free wouldn't necessarily be the way the people in power would want to have things go necessarily. Like if there was free energy for everybody, let's say, like say there was an easy way for everyone to get free energy and they didn't have to pay the power bill. That would be something that they might have an interest in not letting people know. You understand?
Sure. I just think now you're getting into the of like, now we're crossing over not from just like scientists, but now we're getting into like politics and the government. Now we're bringing in even more people who need to like be in on this and keep the secret. And I just don't find that plausible.
Well, there has been efforts to like the water engine, the play by David Mamet, and there's other things that you probably are aware of that, free energy is something that they don't really allow people to just go, tell everybody about. Is that, or do you think that's not even the case?
I mean, I've seen tons of people on YouTube. Their free energy.
Yeah, JS, I think your connection's a little spotty.
Yeah, it's your connection, Jay.
Sorry. What I was saying is I've seen a couple of people, a good amount of people on YouTube talking about their free energy, either machine or like their idea for it. I haven't really seen, them censored, but like they'd never have the sufficient like evidence of their idea or of their machine giving free energy.
Let's say there was one though, because there's theories about some of these people that have been, quieted or told not to continue with what they're doing. Let's just say that they only keep the ones that, that don't work allowed to be on there, or people that are making up ones that don't work just to make it seem impossible. Let's just say there was one. Wouldn't it make sense though for a lot of these companies that have a lot of invested interest in selling us oil to try to make sure that doesn't really come out to the people? I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
Sure, but like, so say if it was me personally, if I discovered something and like I have no loyalty or no, investment into some company, that's not really going to have an influence. Like, I have an investment in myself, own accomplishments, and if it's something that's going to, bring a lot of, a good like career background and accomplishment to yourself, they're going to release it. I don't think it's. I mean, I'm sure it's happened where different engineers, different scientists, different everyday people have been influenced by companies to keep things hush hush. I just don't think on the scale that you're trying to talk about and imply. I think it becomes non-feasible at that scale. It's just too many
But
things.
you can see what I
way
mean,
too
right?
many people.
You can see that there might be some effort there. If it was possible, they might do it, right?
Yeah, sure. A company is going to look out for the best interests of the company, and the individual who makes the discovery should be looking out for the best interests of themselves.
Maybe examples of the contrary is true also, though. So it kind of just depends, right? Because like OpenAI, which is like the AI platform that Elon Musk and others invested in, it was specifically made with the idea that they wanted to be they wanted to be technologies that was open to everybody to become familiar with and have access to, rather than be centralized. And there's
But if
other
there was
examples like
if
that.
there was a threat, let's say there was a threat of some sort, like the AI, some genius gets a hold of it and does some kind of thing with it that really threatens the population in some way.
Yeah, AI is the biggest threat to humanity ever. There's no way they would let that shit be on the internet.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why he did that, is because they didn't want it to be. They wanted it to be something that everyone had access to, so it wouldn't become something that could be used as a weapon.
Maybe this is a better.
Access. Go ahead.
Well, no. I was going to say along those same lines, though. Back to Jace, because he's in the medical field and stuff, and like a lot of people in here probably think that there's cures to cancer and things that they're not letting us know about. And I even at one point before I felt like I've realized that we're not on a spinning ball, was understanding almost that, okay, if they gave out the cure to cancer, the people would live too long and we'd have a population control problem. And those kind of justifications go into it. There's a show called Utopia that deals with that, and they justify the idea that some people might be, sacrificed in the name of the whole, right? But some of these things, like as far as like population and that idea that we might be overpopulated kind of goes along with globalism and stuff. So, there's a lot of these control issues that we seem to be kind of pinpointing. If it is a lie that we're on a ball, that would work in their benefit. You can understand at least our perspective on that, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Totally.
Now, Kosha, when you have this one-dimensional shape in your mind, what does it look like?
You don't want me to tell you that,
Bro, I don't think you can tell me, because I can't even see. I don't see anything when I'm looking at a one-dimensional shape. I can't see anything.
Yep, because you're thinking about it from the perspective of being in a one-dimensional world, dude. That's your problem, sir.
No, I'm thinking about it. No, I'm thinking about it from our three-dimensional world. I'm looking at this one-dimensional thing, and I don't see anything.
Well, I can be in a three-dimensional world, and I can see two-dimensional surfaces, and I can see one-dimensional edges on those surfaces. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know why you're having trouble with this, but when you're describing something, you don't have to necessarily be limited to what it's limited to.
So you can see something that only has length and no depth or width or height.
I can see something, yeah, like I said, a number, a line. Like I told you, like when I talk about doing the GPS test, and I talk about just taking 2 points and establishing a straight line. That straight line that's established between those 2 points is one dimensional.
Yeah. What was the shape? What was the shape of it?
So it's a line.
Where? How do you know that was the shape of it? You couldn't see it.
Well, I don't have to see it. I'm the one who established it by connecting those 2 points. And some some graph that I've recorded somewhere for my record. Well, answer all these questions, man.
Bro, you've never seen a one-dimensional shape. That's not even a thing.
Ever seen two-dimensional surfaces?
Have I seen a two-dimensional surface?
I've seen a two-dimensional surface.
I don't know why. What is with the red herring?
I'm just wondering if when you're saying certain things are impossible, other things are not. You're saying I can't see things that are one-dimensional, but you're not saying if I can see two.
We can definitely see 2D. We can definitely see 2D.
We're just limited below that.
1D though, there's nothing to see. There's nothing there. You can't see anything. How does it have a shape? It can't.
Well, if you're looking at something in 2D, you just take one of the D's away, and you have 1D.
Coach O loves the D.
And a line actually has 2 dimensions because it's a dimension from point A to point B, but it also has a dimension from point B to point A.
What? You lost me on that one, Left. Anyway, Coach O loves the D. Okay, don't go taking the D's away. You guys are bugging with your geometry, talking about the universe is flat. If we look from it from the 4th dimension, because we can draw a triangle, a Euclidean triangle. What the fuck, man? You guys are all over the place. Craziness.
It's quite simple stuff.
So then they're describing the universe as Euclidean now?
Yeah, they said it. The universe is flat because we can take 3 points, draw three straight lines of them, and we get 180 degrees. So it's flat. So I can go outside in my backyard in the atmosphere, make 3 points that have line of sight, connect the lines 180 degrees. The atmosphere is flat.
This isn't like a new thing. The topology of the universe and the curvature of the universe been a idea that's been growing in evidence and popularity for quite a bit of time now.
Can I say the atmosphere is flat?
What happens, sir?
Yeah, so then why is it weird if we say that the Earth we stand on and the sky above is the universe and it is planar in nature, at least the Earth part of it, and the sky is above?
Because the idea of the universe being flat is, as I said before, we had a big discussion on this. It's about the overall topography and extrinsic curvature to the universe. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
So the extrinsic curvature makes it flat?
Stuff.
Would you say the intrinsic curvature makes it flat?
The what? The extrinsic curvature makes what?
I don't know. How can you tell it's flat? By how curvy it is? Like, what? How do you know it's flat?
Jeremy. Dude.
You know it's flat because it's curving so much?
The convo that we all had earlier?
Well, Jay,
remember I told you the best way that I envision it is the three spatial dimensions. All give them an arbitrary volume, have them close in on themselves, and then spread that out through time. And yes, you can move in that volume. You can have curvature intrinsically, but if you were to take a bird's eye view and just look at the overall shape it would be a flat plane in all dimensions.
Hey, where do we from the bird's eye view? We go from the bird's eye view because you told us nothing physical could exist outside of space, the universe.
Yeah, you can't
now
actually
you're telling us
take the
from the
bird's eye view
of the
it
universe.
said that.
He's being theoretical, Jeremy. Come on.
Well,
5 minutes ago, he told us nothing could get outside the
comes to
universe, and now you're telling us if we get outside the universe and look at the universe, it's going to be flat.
Sure, if you want to think about it that way. What's usually done is you take the angles of triangles, distance, like galaxy clusters, that, and you see what they add up to according to the precision of the instrument you're using. Or you can check how light rays travel through space, if they seem to converge, diverge, or remain parallel. So no one's saying you have to take a bird's eye view outside of the universe. I'm just trying to give you a way of envisioning it, an abstract way to envision the concept.
So it's like a bunch of balls that are all in a planar structure.
Yeah, the O curvature topology appears.
Okay, so if it has a shape, that means it's limited? It's not infinite now?
If it was a closed geometry, like a sphere, if it's a spherical kind of topology, then it can only be a finite universe. But if it's a open topology, so like a saddle shape universe, that can be either infinite or finite. And same with flat. Flat can be both infinite or finite. I haven't heard anyone in the scientific community state that for certain it's one or the other. Usually it's thought we have an observable part of the universe because light can only travel at a certain rate, so you can only see so far. And then there's a part of the universe that's outside of that, and no one really knows if it's infinite or finite.
See, that's where we get into that like fantastical part. I feel like
It's just taking the
there's nothing wrong
concepts
with it.
that you learn in geometry and applying them to the universe.
Fair enough. I think it'd be fair to say, like for the flat earthers out there, it's like we're looking at like the physics of like, let's say you take water in a glass and you can, it's always level, and then extrapolating off of that, the infinitude of, a plane.
Yeah, but all right, so that's one scale. Now, what if we zoom into like say like the thermodynamic scale, like a cluster of molecules in that whatever you're using to get the level or whatever, and examine the forces on or the interactions that are happening. That's going to give you a different picture.
Well, I found this weird is like, for instance, like blood, right? Like people are saying that like blood was globular, like circular. And in reality, it's actually it's plates. So like blood are like little plates. So like I've often wondered, like if we got down to the molecular level, like we think of them as spherical, but what if they're just plates?
Well, like red blood cells, yeah, they have like a disc shape. Healthy.
Yeah, they're called platelets.
Right.
Yeah, but that arises because the hemoglobin protein takes a certain shape when oxygen is bound to it, and it takes a different shape when oxygen is not bound to it, and that gives it the characteristics of the blood cell shape and the color.
So inside of the closed system, is it a plate?
You mean
like,
you gotta elaborate?
Well, or forgive me, I guess you're referring. I was thinking like, we only observe blood if you get a cut or something like that, and that's when you see red or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like the reaction of it. Like, so, but I was trying to say just on the inside of that, like without any like interference, like is it plates? And I guess my point is that the idea that if you were to get to the molecular structure of things, and then you find out that everything is a bunch of plates as opposed to a bunch of spheres. You know what I mean? Well, then what then for this?
Are you talking about atomic, on the atomic level?
Well, I don't know. Have we ever observed an atom?
Yes.
Yeah, there's images of atoms.
Atoms don't really have shape. Like the electron.
Did you hear they just discovered that atoms are flat, by the way?
I would say they don't really have like a definitive shape. It's kind of, you can kind of think of the shape. It could be dependent on the orbital geometry if you want, but it's more the interactions, like the charge density kind of has a shape. Like the electron charge density is spherical for them.
Don't they claim to have pictures of atoms?
Yeah, there's pictures of atoms. We have them.
What shape are they?
Usually in those cases, because of the interactions you're doing to take the image, they're going to look like little spheres. They could be in different shapes occasionally, but typically.
So the pictures look like spheres, but they're not spheres? Sounds familiar.
Well, like, how about this? Could they be spherical, but all like, I mean, that's
because there's more nuance to it, right? Talking about.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, you're also talking about like they also like ripple and shit, I guess, right? Something like if they're in momentum or whatever. But if you were to take a snapshot, or like, see, that's what gets me is that if we go down to the like, let's say, microcosm of the blood platelet level, like here we are again at this concept of discs, versus like flat platelets, and let's say like atoms could be defined as they're in momentum, so they're not really applicable to this really because they're not some kind of definitive shape. But when these things get together, they tend to be like plates. So I mean, if they're plates on the microcosm level, and we have flat, examples of water in a dish or something, or water in a
Just
glass.
think tectonic plates, right? Wasn't it tectonic bowls or is it tectonic plates?
The platelet shape of a red blood cell, that the disc shape, it arises because of the interactions that the molecules are having between each other. It makes the proteins have a certain shape, and that's what overall, when you get the collection of proteins and molecules in the fluid and stuff, that gives rise to the emergent shape of the platelet.
So it could be said, though, on the microcosm, we're still finding plates.
A red blood cell
Well,
is platelet shaped, yes.
Well, I mean,
due to the way that the molecules are arranged.
Would water molecules be flat? I wonder. You know what I mean? Like, would would
they're in a bent.
Like they're in a vent.
Bent.
Oh, they're bent.
Yes.
Bent.
Yeah, that's what.
Is there a picture? I'd love to see an image of it.
There's your curvy water right there, right?
So, like the orbital geometry of the oxygen atom tetrahedral, but the overall molecular geometry is bent because it has two electrons that are binding to one hydrogen, 2 electrons are binding to another hydrogen, and then there's 4 electrons that are in orbitals, and they have to be spaced a certain way because of the electrostatic repulsion, and that gives rise to a bent overall molecular geometry.
Hey, you said orbital, but they said that was debunked, that these things aren't really orbiting each other, these subatomic
They're
particles.
called orbitals. They're not
doing that.
orbits. They're called orbital.
But they're not doing that.
It's not an orbit. It's an orbital. They're not orbiting.
I know, but remember you got your model and your scientists said that they were? You guys were
one
wrong.
person thought that they were.
The 1600s, maybe.
Beside that, what you mentioned there with electrostatic propulsion, that's interesting because have you heard Whitsitt go off about the electrostatic attraction to the Earth possibly being the acceleration that we're calling gravity?
Were you guys talking about electrons orbiting the nucleus?
Oh, dear Lord. They don't.
Good luck.
It's called an orbital, but quantum mechanical model of the atom, which is the most accurate model that we have today, calls them orbitals, but they don't orbit in the orbital. That's not what they're doing.
Can I read you something? Can I read you something from Britannica?
Are you going to say all intermolecular forces are electrostatic?
No, I'm not.
I'd like to hear more about the electrostatic
propulsion. Why would I say that?
Oh, because I know.
Let me read something from Britannica real quick. The electron travels in circular orbits around the nucleus.
That's incorrect.
Britannica.
That's like I teach that to middle
That's
school.
in the science. That's in the science.
Yeah, it's a simplified model. It's to make things simpler. Look up the quantum mechanical model of the atom.
Yeah, they just don't orbit around them.
They're wrong.
They have orbital shells.
Yeah,
but that just means that that's where they exist in. There's a probability.
So then, let's say now on our microcosm, like of the universe, so that microcosm of orbital anything is not involved in the microcosm.
No, so they used to think that the electron must be orbiting the atom because it was just it all came in harmony. The planets orbit the sun, or the sun orbits the planets, whatever you want to think of. So the electron must orbit the nucleus. It seemed to make sense back in the day.
Now
but
we know
once
that
the
none of those
1900s came around, people like Bohr and Einstein and Schrodinger and Paul Dirac and all those people discovered that that's not actually what's happening. It's not actually orbiting around the nucleus. It's called an orbital.
It's a stationary, non-rotating flat Earth, dude. And it's a stationary, non-rotating molecule and subatomic particle interrelationship. Thank you very much.
That doesn't mean anything.
But distinguish the difference between an orbital and an orbit, please.
Oh man. Well, that's pretty complicated. The idea is that the electron is described as something called a wave function, and that wave function gives you a probability if you were to take a measurement of where you would find the electron in the atom. And the shape of that probability is what is the orbital. It makes the orbital shape.
I can't even believe
there's
that
a spherical one.
Thank you for explaining that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, I said, dude, come on, man.
There's a spherical orbital. There's a dumbbell shaped
theoretics,
one.
bro. It's the gentleman is explaining what the theory is.
This is not theoretics. If you were to observe where the electron is in an atom, and you did that, say, 1,000 times, you would find that each location, if you were to map them out, would be a specific shape based on which shell it is in. And the way you can predict that is by solving the Schrodinger equation in polar coordinates.
Well, back to your electrostatic propulsion. That kind of, is interesting to hear because That's been a part of the discussion, the electrostatic force. What would you say? Would you say there's a macro example of that, maybe?
Yeah, you can see it with rub a balloon on your hair and then, hold it a little bit away from your shirt. It'll kind of pull your shirt towards the balloon because you're rubbing off electrons on the
Yeah,
balloon.
I mean in an overall sense, as far as the workings of things go on a macro level.
I don't think you're gonna get much past that, past the human scale, because these effects are very minimum, and they require large amounts of charges to even see them.
Oh, so lightning doesn't count?
Sure. I didn't say they're impossible. I said they're minimum.
So you're not taking account all the goings on in the sky that allow for these lightning bolts to exist? You're just gonna write
Of
them
course.
off? Huh?
That I don't think anyone denies that.
But why don't you take account for them?
You think
It's the
lightning
same
is
thing. Why
holding
can't
us
you
to the
pick
ground?
a
I
lightning
don't get
bolt?
what you're saying. What am I not accounting for?
Well, you can account for your wave function, where a particle can be in multiple places at once, like your quantum theory crap. Well, why can't you do the same thing for lightning bolts?
Quantum theory crap.
I don't follow the interpretation that you can have a particle in multiple locations. That's and those are called interpretations of quantum mechanics, and they are philosophical, and there are a bunch of them. The one that I think is the best suited for reality is that the measurement, the value of the measurement is dependent on what you're measuring, just like reality would dictate. So there isn't any need for multiple locations in that interpretation.
I think what he was getting to is the idea that you have the microcosmic propulsion of electrostatic, whatever the fuck, right? Propulsion. And if you have it at the cellular level, you have it with the balloon level, lightning maybe, and we're proposing that maybe that's the explanation for gravity, or this for the gravitational effects, whatever, right? And or not even gravitational effects, but not in that scenario. But that it it pervades the microcosm and the macrocosm. And what New Perspective was kind of curious of, or what I heard was out of the questioning was that if it's found on the molecular level, where else would it be pervasive on the macro level? And then I think Trader was upset because you discounted lightning, but if if it's like why wouldn't it be further why would it not be considered on the macro scale, like electrostatic
Well,
effect?
right. I didn't mean to count anything. But so what you're talking about, it gravity actually being electrostatics. So what's actually measured is just that there's a potential difference between as you raise up in the atmosphere, which makes sense, because there's more as you go higher the atmosphere. You've gone above more molecules, and those gas molecules have electrons, and those are what give the electrostatic effect, are the electrons. So if there's more of them in between you and the ground, it makes sense that there's going to be a higher potential. So that makes sense to me. I just don't see how that describes gravity. The mechanism for that being gravity is the part that's missing for me, and I'm yet to hear someone explain it.
No. Cool. But I think even like, let's say back to our glass of water platelets discussion, like the microcosm of shapes and the macrocosm of like shapes and stuff. And like, water, let's say, I don't know, I'm going to get hippie with it and say like, the water is the blood of the earth, man. Right. So like, if the water is level and what makes it up is level. Well, I guess you're saying it's curved because of the molecular structure, but I don't know. I guess my issue is the microcosm as it relates to the macrocosm, and like for instance, the glass of water being indicative that water would not curve on a macro level, and then to bring it like you did to the molecular level to look for sphericity, I think can be discounted in a sense that we have platelets, we have these things, maybe a little bit not as low on the atomic level, but we have indicative plates and we have indicative flatness. And if the universe can be flat, then the earth can be flat and have topography too,
Well, hey, look what happens. Wait, hold on. Look what happens when you freeze water. Sometimes you get some of those weird shapes, right? Geometrical shapes. Well, how come you don't see that like on a macro scale?
What do you mean by macro scale? You can get crystal, bunch of organic compounds. I have a bunch of pictures of organic compound crystals, different shapes, colors. So it does. To me, that's if you can see it with your naked eye, that's macro scale.
No, I'm saying like giant, like, okay, when let's say a lake freezes, you don't see gigantic geometrical shapes, or let's say in space, you don't see that type of stuff in space either.
I still don't really see where you're going. Like you get a crystal of water, because you're removing energy from it, and so different. Once you get to a certain energy level, different intermolecular interactions can occur more strong, and that causes a phase change, and then usually you need a nucleation spot for a crystal to start to. And so in something like a lake, you're going to have multiple nucleation spots, and they're eventually going to meet up with each other at certain points and form a cover over the lake. Once that cover is there, it's harder for thermal energy to like get down to the lower levels. So sometimes the lake won't be totally frozen.
Okay, say a mountain full of snow. You don't see it there. You don't even see it in the air. Water freezes in the air.
I'm still failing to.
Yeah, he's wanting to see the atomic structure of a crystal in macro form. It just doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, like you can see the crystal, the individual atoms that are making up the crystal. But to get to Ken Issa or Issa, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Can you just re-summarize what it said?
Well, I guess I'm just interested in for instance, like the implication that like, okay, if I got a glass of water, it's flat and level. And then if I go to the blood level, I've got platelets. And then if I go, let's say, if I were to expand that further, I've got a flat ocean, and like those are, those are like each scale to me applicable. So, like, I've got a platelet on the micro level. I've got a glass of water on my level, or a pool, swimming pool, you know what I mean? Or a glass of water, really. And then, I've got the ocean. And, like, it's like, on the lower level, I've got a platelet. On the, on the my level, I've got a glass of water. And on the, oceanic level, I've got a flat and level water. And so, like, I've heard it, like, let's say we were kind of getting into the territory of, you were taking it to the atomic level to look for the, almost what I thought was going to be the orbital mechanics, but it's not orbital mechanics. It's just orblets. You know what I mean? But like that distinction is made a lot from Grover's too. The idea that on the micro level is kind of an example, the quantum level, even there's an example of the universal macro level.
Hey,
just kind of
Izza, real quick, before you go, on the micro scale, have they ever witnessed spheres, like say on the platelet level, or
well,
electron microscope level?
All I kept thinking of was, don't they put it under like a piece of glass and like flatten it out anyway?
Well, yeah, dude. No, they freeze
like
it.
it's all on.
No,
like,
they freeze it, bro.
You know, right?
It's flat.
A common method is EM, that kind of thing.
I know the answer already. I don't know why I'm
nullify
even
it? I don't
asking.
know.
They're flat and they're not spherical, dude. Which is
platelets are
laughable,
disc,
dude.
dude. No one's denying that. How
I know, but it's
like
hilarious.
relating that to the Earth being flat is beyond me. But
okay, I'll get to it. I mean,
a platelet is made of proteins and other organic.
Right, and water's made of hydrogen and oxygen.
And oxygen.
Right? So, like,
hey, I'm sorry, but proteins and all those other things, vitamins, that's all theoretical too.
Wow.
That's that. Well, that's another discussion. That's
it's like
another
banging
discussion.
your head against.
No. I mean, bedpan bullets, bro. What do you call it? But my idea, and I'm just curious what your idea on it is, this idea that you can see these kind of effects on the micro, the medium, and the macro level. And, I was just wondering your thoughts on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, like, it all comes down to the interactions that are occurring. So, if you look at like the nuclear, the particles, the protons and neutrons that make up the nucleus, so the interactions, forces, you can call them forces if you want, that are occurring there is primarily dominated by the strong nuclear interaction. When you get to the atomic scale, so the nucleus plus the electron, the interaction that's dominating there is the electromagnetic interaction. When you and these interactions influence the shape. So the water has, like I said, it has a bent geometry because the electrons want to be as far, the electromagnetic repulsion places them as far away from each other that they can be. And that forms a bent shape with the number of electrons that it has, bonds that the oxygen molecule has. So that electromagnetic interaction is dominating on that scale. But when we get to our scale, the human scale, there's multiple interactions that are going to dominate, both the electromagnetic and, you already know I'm going to say it, gravitational scale.
Can I ask a quick question?
Also,
wait, Izza, can I just get this real in, because you guys laughed at me, but real quick, he mentioned something about proteins, right? So what scale would that be? Like the whole
that's the biomolecule.
You know what though? Let me address that with this question, because my thing is that if, let's say, you're on your atomic level or whatever, you've got your you have your electron, right? Or forgive me, like Is all that happening on a flat plane?
No, it's a 3-dimensional.
It's a 3-dimensional, you know, like, so it wouldn't be happening, let's say, on a plane of
No.
So you're 3-dimensional kind of chaos.
That's cool that he answered that because like proteins. Okay, let's just say the functions of a cell, right? How it's basically a living its own powerhouse type deal, right? Would you agree? Like a cell is carrying out duties and functions.
Yes. Yes.
You said yes because you believe it or you've seen it.
Oh, I've seen it.
Oh, you've seen a cell actually carrying out like its functions.
Yes.
How did you see it?
Oh, we've done multiple things. You can different substrates to cell surface receptors, and then
Wait. I'm sorry. You
signal
broke up.
cascade that.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So there depends on what you really want to observe. But so me personally, I usually bind substrates to enzymes and determine structures that way of proteins. Enzymes are proteins. So you can bind, like if you have a cell surface receptor that's a protein, you can bind a substrate to that. And
no, I didn't say bind or like glue or nothing. I meant a cell is carrying out functions like
yeah, you're interrupting me.
Part of the cellular functions.
Yes, so you can bind the substrate for the receptor to the receptor.
No, inside of a cell, there's.
Just stop.
I didn't say enzyme or anything. I said. Let me get specific then with one of the organelles specifically.
Yeah, a cell is made up of.
No.
Those are what carry out the
Don't talk over
functions.
me. Let me ask specifically so you can answer it. I did not say reference a protein or an enzyme. I said, have you ever seen the mitochondria in its, carry out its function?
Yes, I've seen ATP synthase take an ADP and turn ATP.
No,
I've seen it both before.
When you witness a V8 engine producing horsepower, you can either envision it happening or you can take off like the valve cover and you can see like the valves moving up and down and then if you even want to like go further, you can take those off and then you can see the piston moving up and down.
Yeah,
so are you seeing the piston moving up and down, or are you seeing like
Yeah, you see the piston moving up. ATP synthase, that would be the piston. And you can watch it move up and down in the mitochondria, in your terms.
So you've seen the mitochondria and everything it has and it does, right?
Yeah.
You want to show me a citation of that?
Wow.
Of the mitochondria doing ATP synthase? Synthesizing ATP?
Well, you said you've seen it.
Yeah, I could give you like a million citations about ATP synthase, dude.
No. Not how it works, but you said you've seen it personally, right?
Yes.
Okay, so show me.
We do cryo-EM, do crystal
No, I don't
diffraction.
care what you do. Now you're backpedaling. Just show me what
I'm
you see.
telling you how it's done. Methods you can do to visualize these.
So you never recorded it. You just kind of like, did you look at it through a microscope?
I don't have a recording on my phone ready for your. I feel like I was prepared for your random demand of me having video recording of ATP. That's not how reality works, dude.
So you don't have any proof of it? You're just saying
Well,
you did
the
it?
thing is, you don't have to believe it, but
you're under no obligation to. Sorry, Left Lane. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I mean, it's kind of going nowhere. He just doesn't believe it. That's fine.
I mean, I don't know. I could give you a YouTube video of people who did record themselves looking at cell structures and stuff. I don't have those personally on my phone. I didn't think I'd come across someone demand me to. Like it's nothing special to me. I've been doing this for years now.
That's great. You've been doing it for years, but you can't ever like prove you
I
did
could
it.
give you a YouTube video of other people through the trouble of recording it.
How did they record it?
With the instrument.
What instrument?
An electron microscope, dude. TM or EM.
So you're saying an electron microscope can see a mitochondria carry out its functions?
Yes. Do you know what does the mitochondria do? Because you're using this vague term, carry out its functions. Tell me what does it do? What is its function? What are you looking for?
I don't know exactly what a mitochondria does, but I heard it does produce or convert
ATP, adenosine triphosphate.
Okay, so
Yes.
it converts ATP and make energy with it?
Yes, ATP is the energy currency of the cell. Phosphodiester bonds carry a lot of energy. There's hydrolase enzymes, other cells and other areas of the body that will hydrolyze that bond and release the energy that was in it.
Okay, now does it? Okay, so like I'm gonna go back to what Izza said about how he takes a glass of water, flat Earth. He takes the ocean, flat Earth, and then he takes a cell, flat Earth. Well, the same thing. Is that the same thing that's going on? Is a cell is like in water, right? It's floating around. What is it floating around in? What type of fluid? Like a cell, it has a cell wall around it, right?
No, not animal cells, plant cells.
Okay, so
animal cells have a cell membrane.
An animal cell has what?
A cell membrane.
Okay, it has a membrane. Now, what shape is that membrane?
Oh, it can be multiple shapes depending on what the function of the cell is.
Columnar, cuboidal, all sorts of it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Cells have different shapes, man. They're not just one shape.
Okay,
It
how many are
depends
there?
on the kind of cell.
Trillion, a billion, a million, 10, 5, or 1?
Yeah, this line of questioning is really not going to go anywhere.
It's stupid.
Well, you because you're being vague. Now, okay, are there 3?
Oh, I was being quite specific.
Okay, then.
No, there's more. I don't know
Let's say
a
the heart cells.
specific
Let's
number.
Heart cells.
I'm sorry.
Heart cells? Heart cells? No? Don't know?
Heart cells?
Heart cells.
Your heart has 3 different kinds of muscle, and within those muscles are muscle cells of that kind.
Okay, what shape were they?
Those ones are usually like oblong.
Oblong, so they're not spherical?
No.
Okay, cool.
They're actually kind of like an oblate sphere, just really oblate.
Oh, they're more flatter. Okay, what about let's say a blood cell? They spherical?
It's a disc, as we already said.
Like a flatter disc, kind of like a tortilla.
Dude, I don't know how your brain works to like correlate that cells are disc shaped.
Since Izza's logic was you have a flat Earth glass, then you have a flat Earth ocean, and then you have a flat Earth molecule. Well, it's the same thing. With
molecules aren't flat, though. I already told you they come in variety.
Oh, they're spherical.
They can be.
Can I bring something up?
Go ahead.
Quickly? I was just going to say that it's true that there's there's flat and then there's globular structures in the universe. They're usually one or the other because of gravity and then the spin, which creates the flatness. You guys are talking about things on the small scale, but like galaxies and even solar systems are kind of flat. But that's because
I know, right?
spin.
That's what it's kind of gets me too.
I would
We live
say
on a flat Earth.
on the scale of molecules and cells and stuff, this is the electromagnetic interaction is what dictating the shape, not so much, if it's
Not so much the gravity, right? Because gravity is what turns things into a spherical.
But even electrons,
shape.
electron shells aren't spherical.
Hey, but maybe is it possible that since the electromagnetics are determining the shapes of these molecular structures, isn't it safe to say that we're not accounting for the electromagnetics that have went in to shape the Earth?
We are.
Yeah, I counted.
That guy that you guys think is, you keep cutting out, Jace. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that guy that you guys all think is an idiot, Don. What is his name again? Don, the guy from space. I forget what his name
Don
is.
Pettit?
Yeah, Don Pettit. Yeah,
Don Pettit.
that was one of the tests he was doing in space. Was to come up
That guy's a moron.
to confirm that on the small scale, like where gravity is going to be difficult to be apparent. Things like electrostatics can actually bring objects together on a small scale.
No, I'll show you why he's an. I don't care what you tell me.
He was doing that shit on the ISS and seeing like salt grains come together.
No, I'm gonna post a video about him trying to explain and a bunch of other things he was trying to explain. Is like he was like being interrogated, but he kind of was stumbling around answering space questions. Pretty awesome to see.
All you're displaying is that your lack of understanding, not his.
Coach, stop. You're being a dick.
Well, he's saying this about Don Lemon.
You're bringing up Don.
Yeah, I'm
Pettit,
putting down Don.
Yeah, Don Pettit. That's right.
Moron.
Kosho likes Don Pettit. Kosho says he's a wise man, right?
A seasoned gentleman.
A seasoned gentleman with a depth of knowledge in a variety of topics.
How great it was.
Don Pettit is my favorite astronaut, guys. Take it easy.
I like that guy too. He's awesome.
Oh,
God
he's the
bless
best.
him. I hope he's alright because he didn't look too good in that video.
If you're a flat earther, he's got to be your favorite astronaut. Come on.
Yeah, no, I like Buzz Aldrin. I like the fact that he punched Bart. Whoever punched Bart Sibrel is my favorite astronaut.
It's a tough call, but
whoever punched Bart Sibrel takes the fucking cake. That's my hero, dude. Whoever punched Bart Sibrel.
That was Buzz, right?
It's a tough call.
Could have been. I think they all took a shot. There were some salty fucking dudes.
He was right up in Buzz's face. Swear on the Bible you went to the moon. Buzz, that's it. I'm square punching you.
I love that he did that too.
Yeah, he called him a coward. Next thing he knew, he was hitting him out.
Fucking right.
I'm in the camp that was all staged for our entertainment.
Fucking, I love it. I'm glad it was.
You think that was staged? I mean, I don't know. It was like a camera view from kind of far away, and I mean, the other guys kind of wanted to punch him too. They just didn't quite.
But yeah, at that point, I mean, he had already made the rounds. I mean, wouldn't they already have an idea who this guy is, and they're still letting him in their house and shit?
Hey, what about the pixelated
They didn't pick up the phone and call each other and warn each other about it?
Yeah, but Kosho got us off the platelets. Talk about Don Pettit.
So do platelets have like a toroidal field around them?
They got a Merkaba. They got a Merkaba.
They're disc shaped, so flat, obviously.
Boom, glow burst debunked.
Yep.
Platelets, bro.
Does blood always find its level?
Damn.
Blood level over intent.
Level Blood. A big good band or movie. Level Blood. Gonna get even.
I'm still trying to figure out what a 1D shape looks like. Seriously, when I see it in my mind, you can't even see anything. So how would you know the shape? I don't know. It's weird.
I don't think it has a shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are familiar with Dick Earth, right? I hope you guys are. You guys better all be familiar with Dick Earth.
Dick shaped Earth.
I'll put Cathexis's Dick Earth rant in the chat right now.
You should do that. It's so good.
What's with all the sexual innuendos today?
Oh no, dude, Dick Earth is old school, dude. It's like about like the oh dude, you should play it actually.
Was that Cathexis? I mean, I think people said that in other joking ways, but you're referring to something with Cathexis.
Nah, dude, fucking Snack was the first. Snack is the one who came up with Dick Earth back in the day. From what I know of, Snack is the one. When the history books get written, Snack to the Future has to be in there. That's Dick Earth. The fucking what were some of the sayings of the, because like you've got the it's kind of like the two pole, it's like how the two Polaris and Sigma Octavius, what the fuck am I thinking of? The 2 points of rotation are like a set of tits. And like,
don't even try. You're not just we got to play the Cathexis thing. I'm sorry. I'll get it right now. Hold on.
I was gonna say you have a serious explanation for this. To lay out the cosmology.
It's the greatest. Well, dude, because you've got fucking like oh dude, I hope he goes. I forget. There's so many one-liners. It's unreal, dude. It's the greatest Dicker. It's the greatest cosmology ever. It's like, what is it like? Oh God, it's stupid. I hope you should play it. I haven't listened to it or even thought of it in so long, but it's so funny.
Yeah, it's in the chat right now. If someone wants to play it just to get us a good laugh. If there's anyone here that could just play the audio, that's hilarious. I hate the laugh track on it, but it's okay.
Somebody put a laugh track on it?
This is Fanny Lancer's upload of it.
No shit. Okay, cool. I'm not even looking. Sweet.
I mean, I don't hate the laugh track, but it's just
if Fanny,
it doesn't even need it. It doesn't even need it is the thing.
Fanny,
I just heard another video, and
I
see
Hank Hill and Jim Panda on that panel.
Oh,
yeah.
Bro. This is the old days, bro. It's probably on
Snack to the Future was the originator of the Dick Earth, just to give him credit, and then Cathexis had a really good rant. He had all the little one-liners.
You gotta remember, what we would do is when anyone got like a little too serious about flat Earth and like ball Earth, we'd start throwing in the like nobody was better than fucking the Snack though, because he'd be like he'd totally get like the ballers to bite on all the terms.
The Sigma Autaintus.
Oh yeah, it's just so stupid, dude. Just so vile. So funny.
All right, somebody play it. Somebody play it, please. Can you do it, Gio?
Well, you mean share it and play it or something?
Yeah, just so we could all hear what he's talking about.
I haven't even heard this version, but Fanny Lancer's a killer. So
yeah, he redid a bunch of your songs, didn't he?
Yeah, dude, Fanny is awesome, man. He was a baller. I totally hated flat Earth, but we were friends.
Yeah. I love the one he did with Pancho Pete as Hitler.
Dude, Fanny pushed all the buttons, man. Yeah, what a good.
He's still around? Does he get in discussions at all, or what does
I
he
don't
do?
know, man. He's a badass, man. I don't know quite what he's doing. I know he was traveling all over the world last I talked to him. He's badass.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so he has does he have a regular job with recording stuff, or you don't know?
I don't know really. I think he DJs in an off time, but he does something good. I don't know what, but you know what's so cool is how many awesome motherfuckers come into this discussion.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, really. I mean, think about even Jace, man. That's impressive what you were talking about earlier. You know, I won't bring it up again, but that's really cool. Like that, there's such you guys are all so fucking. We're all a bunch of badasses, man.
Dude,
fucking...
Jace's job is he does crystallography. What is it called, Jace?
Yeah, I do
Crystallography.
Crystallography.
Yeah, it's like he lives in Plato's cave. He looks at shadows that crystals make.
Jeremy. I wish it was that. It would be nice.
Does that mean you know a lot about rocks?
Wall, bro.
For sure. Does that mean you
My
know a lot
life
about
would be
crystals and
easier.
rocks?
No,
Is that literally what it
biomolecule.
means? Biomolecule, okay.
Biomolecule crystals, not like geologic crystals.
Right. But it's just interesting that there's a connection there with the crystal form of biology, and the macro crystals, having such a claim of power. Is there any kind of parallels you could make?
Could you elaborate a little more?
Well, you know how they're the power crystals, like using crystals to heal, and that they say it retains memory, and they use them in all the computer devices and stuff, just it's like a really helpful thing in general, like on a macro scale. Is there any similarities to the crystals and the micro that you could make parallel to at all, or isn't there really much of a similarity? Or
I would. It's hard because like biomolecule crystals, they come in like all shapes and sizes, but yeah, they do have similarities. I've seen similarities between like geological crystals and say like an organic molecule crystal.
That's cool. Makes sense, right? Do they have kind of like almost like a powerful? I don't know. Okay, I've never even heard of what you're talking about, to be honest. Like I didn't even realize that there was biomolecular crystals. Does that like determine a certain thing about the chemistry of something? Like, is that like how small is it compared to an atom or a platelet or whatever?
So usually you're gonna be doing that on like a protein crystal or say a nucleic acid crystal, so like a strand of DNA from the genome somewhere, or a strand of RNA from the body or from a synthesized source. You can also make crystals out of like carbohydrates too, like glucose and different kinds of steroids and stuff. And basically, but for the most part, I do proteins and sometimes nucleic acids, so sometimes DNA and RNA, but not too often. And the purpose of it is to figure out the atomic structure of the protein. So to locate all the atoms in the protein and how they're arranged.
So you're saying that these are kind of constructed as crystals to be able to identify the different parts?
Okay, so to get it more into, there's two different ways I'll leave it at that. There's two different ways. One is crystallography, and so like you have a protein in a solution, you crystallize it. So it takes a little while, sometimes a long while. You allow it to transition to the solid phase while crystallizing at the same time. So you have like this crystal of a protein, and what you do with that is you go to a particle accelerator usually in times. Some older labs used to have X-ray sources, but now we primarily use what's called a synchrotron particle accelerator, and it accelerates electrons around a ring, and those give off X-rays as they travel. So they focus this beam of of X-rays at your crystal. You put it in a gyrometer, which is just like this little device that holds the crystal and can rotate so that the X-rays can hit all angles. And so the X-rays go into the crystal, they diffract, and then they hit a detector. And from that, it tells you information about the location of the electrons in the protein, because it's the electrons that diffract the X-rays. And so from the density of the electrons, you can reconstruct where the atoms were located and what atoms they were, be it carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, etc. The second way is you take your crystal and you cryo freeze it, usually using like liquid nitrogen or helium, liquid helium. So you cryogenically freeze it, you put it in a special type of electron microscope, and nowadays, the one at my university, we can get almost, sometimes with some crystals, we can get like hydrogen level resolution, so like 1 angstrom. Hydrogen's the smallest atom on the periodic table, so it's the hardest to see, if they have the best resolution to be able to see it. But usually we can almost always get at least carbon and nitrogen level resolution. And so you basically just take images of the atoms in the crystal and you reconstruct it from that.
Wow, that's interesting. Thanks for that explanation.
That's so fucking cool.
So these are naturally occurring crystals, or are these pretty much what you something that, I mean, like, could you say that there's crystals throughout everything pretty much, or is it something that you're just using as a way of identifying all these different elements?
Well, so like in the body, these proteins are in the liquid, but we to determine the structure, there's other methods to do it that can use the protein in the liquid form. Something called NMR can do it that way, which is nuclear magnetic resonance. It's basically an MRI machine, but the chemist version of that. But the two ways I described is you're turning, so you take a sample of a protein, if it's from a human or from another animal that you're studying. For the most part, what I do is I'm in pharmaceutical development kind of area. So I test how certain organic molecules bind to human proteins. So I'll either order them, we can order them from suppliers, or sometimes we can get a sample from a patient from a hospital. And then we bring it from the liquid state to the solid state. So we crystallize it, and then we do those either cryo-EM or crystallography. And I can check where this organic molecule, usually it's an enzyme that I'm doing this on, and I can check where the organic molecule binds to that enzyme, like where it's located when they're together, basically.
Hey, Jace, real quick. Do you see in 3D with your electron microscope?
Yeah, yes, you can see in 3D. You broke up.
So you can see it in you can see the depth of whatever you're looking at?
Yes. We have to rotate it, stuff. You can see the
I guess one question I'll ask down Conspiracy Street is what you're observing going through a computer program as opposed to an exact, like a direct observation?
It depends on the method for cryo. Yes, that's always through a computer. The computer runs the microscope, but we can write code to change what we're doing and control all that. But yes, it is computerized. With crystallography, you can use a photo plate as the detector, so the X-rays go through the crystal and they hit this like a film plate basically, and they leave spots on that plate. And so that requires no computer. The most common way to do it is with a CCD detector, a charge coupled device detector. Those will usually use a computer to show you the data, the images.
Aha, debunked.
Hey, real quick, Jace, have you seen vitamins or like vitamins in your studies?
Yeah,
have you ever come in
vitamins,
contact with any vitamins like
some
vitamin C,
enzymes.
vitamin
Yeah, some enzymes were coenzyme, and that coenzyme is a vitamin. There's also like cofactors, which are usually metal atoms. You can observe those as well. So yeah, I've seen some enzymes that were coupled to vitamins.
Oh yeah, real quick to lessen our conversation, the oblong phalloid was one of the Dicker thing. Yeah, that cathexis thing is funny as hell. I was listening to that too. Have you ever heard of that? The oblong phalloid? That's a good one. Gio, you should watch that just for you. I know you're not going to play it, but you need to watch it. Well, you probably know all about it. Yeah, Jace, for a good laugh, you should watch that. Cathexis shows Armando Dick Earth just for a laugh. It's pretty funny.
All right, yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, so save it for whenever you want to watch. It's just it's funny. It's a good friend of ours that used to be out here a lot, and it's just a funny part of history out here on the flat Earth.
Actually, I'll put another one by Cathexis in the chat that everyone should listen to for other reasons. It's a good one. It's called The Left Brain Prison. Are you still here, Gio?
Yeah, I am here. Yeah, I had it. I was away for a second though, and I came back and it was quiet. So I was just
yeah, it's dead air. I don't know if you want to play that thing by Cathexis since we keep talking about it. Otherwise, I thought you might have some questions for Jace while he's here. That'd be interesting to hear some of your questions because you're kind of, I think, under the impression that maybe that some of these things on the microscopic level aren't necessarily what we think, right?
Well, I guess it depends on who we is, but what you're referring to. I don't think it. Yeah, I think there's some.
No, I'm not saying what we think in general, but I think that some of the microscopic level stuff might be just as fake as the macroscopic. At least on our suspicion is, right. So I thought it'd be interesting to hear some of your ideas or some of your questions for Jace while he's here. Not to put you on the spot, or you could just play that cathexis thing. We got that air.
Nah, Geo keeps it OG, original content.
OC.
OC, that's it. Yeah, OCD, original content daily, right? Okay.
Yeah, I just think it's funny, when you get into flat Earth, as far as a flat earther goes, or flat earther's perspective goes, it hits you like a ton of rocks. Like you think this is just obvious. Once you feel like you've realized that the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not spinning, and then it becomes more interesting to figure out why are there people that think that it's impossible for it to be a flat Earth, or all these other people in here, for instance, that think that it all works out and it makes perfect sense. And, if they're being objective, then we're interested to know if you're actually being objective or not, And this is the best option right now, as opposed to dead air. Let's just listen to Isa.
Yeah, I've been loving this tune, man. See, I look like 100 guns held on me, hung by the ship, a Detroit general and company. Calling, boy, come out, we have you jailed. Behind the buckshot door, I stood still, wondering how the hell bastards found me in those hills, clinging to a letter I wished I'd mailed. Go rest easy, matter of line. I'm bringing down the bay across this flooded county line. And when I get home, we'll have a grand old time. Don't you shed no tears or be surprised if you get the word that your wild man is up and died. Just send me up a stone that high is. Sad but swift, I headed down the highway, hoping that the burden of my blues would lift. It would keep me brave. Oh, but I got caught in the cold, looking like a hobo without no mercy from the road, feeling like a dead man without a grave. Go rest easy, out of the line. I'm bringing down the bank across this flooded county line. And when I get home, we'll have a grand old time. Don't you shed no tears or be surprised if you get the word that your wild man is up and down. Set up a stone that hide inside.
We join in.
What's up, brother?
That tune sounds so awesome, dude. Can we join in there when you in some of the gaps?
What are you jamming? You got an instrument or?
No, man, I was gonna sing, man.
Oh,
you got some lyrics.
Not necessarily for me to be in the song, but just to throw out rhythm ideas, right? For you to
for
sing.
it.
Yeah, it's tough with the timing. I found on Discord, just so you know, there's like a millisecond, and it just sounds weird. But carry on,
Like if everybody just come in, like take turn. That tune sounds like really good. Everybody come in with a short little verse, and roll with
Yeah,
it.
there's got to be a tune like that we could play at some point that where everyone could get their own verse and it would be easy enough, like some kind of blues riff or something.
Hey, come on, come on. Yeah, I gotta wait and come in with the rhythm.
You have that, bro.
All right.
I'm trying to think of the rest of these lyrics too. They're so good. This fucking tune.
That sounds so good, man. That fucking guitar thing. I was playing your shit earlier, dude. It's trip. And then I was showing my wife. I was showing my wife a couple of your songs. And
thanks, man. No shit.
And then I looked and you was on Discord, man. I don't like maybe I heard you like in the back of my head or felt a frequency or something. But I was like, look, there he is, right there. That's the guy talking, man.
That's awesome.
Oh, you didn't even know he was on here, huh?
Man, it just seems kind of. I mean, I'm suspicious of myself. Like, man, maybe I glanced over, so I don't know, man. But no, technically, I really didn't know. But
yeah,
I showed her Buster and David J. Karen and Issa, man. That's my 3 favorites, man.
Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah, I don't even know the other 2. Send me a DM.
You got a name for this song yet?
Actually, no. These are covers. Like these, I learned a couple covers, man. I know I rarely play covers, but I've been.
But you got to play. You got to play. You got to play antipodal neighbors.
All right, I'll play that. I mean, yeah, I've been working on these covers for a minute, but yeah, I don't have enough lyrics for antipodal neighbors to drop.
But what you had was good enough because it's a funny one.
Good walk to the my working day is over. We'll go swim our cares away. Put your toes down in the water. Smile across your face and tell me that you love me. But I ain't the sharpest chisel that your hands have ever had. But darling, I could love you well till the rose caught on high. I see my share of struggle, and I held my way in shame. I'm baptized in your name, lovely lady man.
Na 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 na.
Saw the Lincoln as it waltzes over leaves. Been rushing through my timber to your love out on the spring. And the mountains are blushing, they don't know what to say. Set the good long line praises for my love. Well, I ain't the toughest hickory that your axe has ever felt. I'm a hickory
just as well. I'm a hickory all the same. Flashing through your forest as you cut my roots away. And I fell a good long ways for my lovely lady. Yeah, I've been loving that one too, man. Yeah, you know when you're going for.
We got to redo that one song, man. Ranty, we got to Ranty. What was the price? We got, we got to redo. I'm gonna write some lyrics, man, and for you to sing, man.
Was it I don't wanna go insane. I don't wanna feel the pain. Oh man, I see through this global deception. I'm looking for the edge. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Across the distant seas, I can feel you waiting for me. It takes up all my time. I can feel the sun. I can feel the breeze. Oh, my darling, I'm on my knees, looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I gotta tune this. Yeah, man.
Hey, Brian, Issa used to play on like a show called Flat Earth Court.
Wait, he what now?
He had his own show called Flat Earth Court.
I never
sent
seen
you a
that.
link to one of. I just sent you a link to one of them.
Good, that's awesome, man.
Used to be like just like this. We would talk, and then I was mostly listening back then. But basically, it was talking, and then he'd bust into a song, and then it would kind of break the tension a little bit, and then people would go back to arguing or whatever.
Yeah, man. People were crazy. I used to do the because we used to make fun of all the ballers, because it was like what was me and Pete's song was oh yeah,
like the Gotcha Train.
It's like it was well no, it's like what was it what do you do when
Sock
you
account?
don't like yourself? Yeah. What do you do when you ain't got nobody else? What do you do when you got no mental health? You make a sock account, pretend to be somebody else. We used to fucking hammer these dudes. It's so fun. Or I had the Brenda song. Oh, Brenda. This was from Brenda back in the day, dude. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
That was hilarious.
Don't let the crocodile cloud bite your ass.
Mick West, and then he had Mick West tried his best.
Yeah, Mick West tried his best. There's that one. What's that one?
Anthony Riley.
What was it? I forget where it was. It was
It was kind of like almost Blackbird.
Sounds like it, yeah.
And then I had another song with that too. What was it? I forget. I hadn't fucking even looked at those tunes in so long.
You gotta just do antipodal neighbors. What you can of it, please.
Antipodal neighbors, they're all upside down. How did you get there? With your feet on the ground. Antipodal neighbors all spinning around. Oh, let me get the, I have like such limited fucking lyrics for it. Let me see. Antipodal neighbors.
Maybe that's something we could join in on.
You're all upside down, right? I know I'm right, and you're all hanging around. Antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? So much spinning, I could understand why you think you live on antipodal lands. Oh, antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. When I think about it, how could I frown? Because antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. But how would you know with your feet on the ground? Antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? You know? Yeah, antipodal neighbors. Going home, angry globe, going home. Ain't you got no fucking own of your own? For 400 years, we'll fight you without food. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry ball, if you stay, you will never beat flat earth with what you say. Go take a ferry, and wherever that's been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking known of your own? For 400 years, fight you it all. Yeah, don't take up too much of everybody's time.
No.
Yeah, man, a little selection.
You got to do stars. Take my stars away.
Oh, yeah.
Ballers too. This is just like, it's kind of a sympathy song for the ballers.
You gotta tune it first.
It sucks. The guitar is just notoriously.
It's drowning out your voice a little bit too, just to let you know.
She walks among us in the rain. Even tell you there'll be sunshine again. She'll take the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you wanna save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles, trillions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. Think about all this going round. Could it only be an opportunity? Lead another with some mystery down the road to misery. Weave a little bit of fantasy, 'cause that's really what it seems like to me. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. And when she thinks about it, oh yeah. And when your baby looks so nice, they'll even want to come and ask your price. When you're lost on the avenue of broken dreams and attitude, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. She'll take your moon and your stars away. Not today. You never get my moon and my stars. Not today. You never get my moon and my stars.
Yeah. Right. Awesome. Fuck yeah.
Thanks, brother.
Dude, you know what I haven't heard in a long time that is it good enough? What's that one that's like it's good enough? Something about a cup of coffee. Man, what is it? You know what I'm talking about?
Actually, yeah, I'm actually, yeah.
That's a great tune.
This guitar is just,
dude. I heard that. I was like, that has to be a cover. This is a song you hear and you're like, that has to be a cover. Did he write that shit? It sounds like just like a classic hit already. It's got that old timey feel.
Yeah, I've been working on that sound, trying to work on that sound. It's with the capo. The capo is, but I it's funny because I initially played it here, but I've been playing it with a capo lately.
for your coffee, no coffee for your cream. No one knows what you mean. Get lost living in and out your dreams. Everyone always bursting at the seams. But oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, I don't know what I could do. Said I walked through this jungle, came out with my flesh. All my clothes were gone and only I was left. Saw you sipping tea at the cafe across the street. You took my hand and wouldn't let me speak, but oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, I don't know what I can do. Give you $5 if you give me 10. Take you out to dinner with me after the hour. Get you a new car, next done and wrecked. Play the game and then ask you for a bet. I say, oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, I don't know what I can do. Give you sugar for your coffee, no coffee for your tea. No one knows what you mean. There's not to see. But I see you. Oh, baby's good enough for you. Oh, baby's good enough for you. In your house and food in the street. They take your sky and they wrap it in a ball. If you believe it, you believe it all. Oh, baby, good enough for you. Oh, baby, I don't know what I can do. Whoa, baby, is it good enough for you? Oh, baby, I don't know what I could do. I can't get it.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, dude, awesome. The clean version of that is really good. You guys should. I put your playlist in the live stream. You guys should check it out. That song has just got such a classic, awesome feel like that. You know, I think it'd be fair to say that I've never heard you play the same song the same way twice.
Yeah, probably so.
Which is a compliment. Wouldn't you say?
At times, yeah. Yeah, at times. I'm trying to revisit
There's variations every time you play your shit. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that's because you're just feeling it, right? You're not trying to perform it to a T.
Nah, that's why we always shoot, man.
It's always about the expression. You're expressing it, that's the difference.
I just felt like we were having I mean, I used to love that shit. And then all the songs would come out of that, whatever we were talking about. It's crazy.
Right, exactly. That was the cool part. You're like,
yeah.
I mean, especially for tangible, totally tangible. That's okay. The set. Let me just tell you guys what happened with this. Okay, Channel Q, if you remember her, she was in Issa's talk on his channel, trying to tell him that the sun is totally tangible. You can totally go there and you could touch it if you wanted to. And like. She was just like he's like, oh, how do you propose I do that? She's like, well, you could join the military and then you could get into NASA, like it was somehow like just some kind of simple process. And funny. You could probably just go there, and it was just the way she put it. It's not even really an exaggeration the way the song makes it sound. and then
and
to
then
see
they
that
send
come
you to
out.
touch the sun. You
Yeah,
join the
right.
military, get with NASA, they send you to touch the sun.
Right,
Yeah,
It's the first
totally
step.
tangible.
She
Right?
goes, it was like, what do you go? Should have joined the military with designs on going into the Air Force so you could join NASA, become an astronaut. Because anyone can be an astronaut.
Be an astronaut.
Anyone can be an astronaut.
Come on, get the vocals higher because we can't. The guitar's drowning it out.
Wanna stay online and complain about how things ain't that way that they say, yeah, but the sun is totally tangible. You could get there if you really wanted to, because the sun is totally tangible. You could get there if you really needed to. Should've joined the military with designs on going into the Air Force so you could join us, become an astronaut. Cause anyone can be an astronaut. Anyone can be an astronaut. Anyone can be an astronaut. Because yeah. Because it's totally tangible.
You got to have like 3 black chicks backing you up to do that part. Like, anyone could be an astronaut. You know,
I know it. That part is like a whole
backup.
nother. It's like the 8-minute version of the song could really go bananas right there.
Anyone.
All right, you can really.
I love how ballers even like your stuff. Like, even though it's poking fun at them mostly, they're like, "Oh, it's a good song. I don't even care." Like, I've played your shit for people that don't know anything about flat Earth, and they don't even care you're talking about flat Earth.
Right. Good.
Just the right nuance.
It sucks, man. I put a capo on it. It's like.
You play, by the way. What's that acoustic?
It's actually a small guitar. What's the make of it? It's a Washburn.
Okay.
Washburn. It's like a little guitar.
Little kind of ukulele styles.
Kind of vibes, yeah. Yeah, I like that tune though. You ever heard of Tyler Childers? Pretty dope, man.
You said Tyler Childish?
Yeah, Childers. Yeah.
Welcome to the show, and then be done. How about that?
Yeah, I was trying to think of that fucking lyric. What was that? Makes impressions on the inside of the thigh. There are little feathered engines where we tussle through the night. If I'd known she was religious, then I wouldn't have came stone to the house of such an angel. Too fucked up to get back home. Looking over West Virginia, smoking spirits on the roof. She has standing.
Everybody told you that them things are bad for you. I said many folks warn me. There been several people who tried up till now. It ain't been nothing that I couldn't leave behind. Hold me close, my dear. Sing your whispering song softly in my ear, and I will sing it along. Honey, tell me how you love me, it's true. And I can always count on you. Yeah, when the bullets fly, I'd run across the river just to hold you tonight. My heart is sweating bullets from the circles it has raised, like a big feathered Indian calling out clouds for rain. I go running through the thicket, I go careless through the thorns, just to hold for a minute, though it leave me wanting more. Hold me close, my dear, sing your whispered song softly in my ear, and I will sing it along. Wanna tell me how you love me, it's true. And I can always count on you. I feel like I'm off there. Be there when the bullets fly. I'd run across the river just to hold you tonight. Oh, you know what? I'm playing that in the wrong key. That's why that felt off. Welcome to you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to you don't know, you don't know. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping your chin down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Infinity field scars, rage quit repertoires, answers for yards, caught up in emotions not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish gallop and war. No remedy can save the lost in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bars. So piss in with your dudes like forgive me, I'm having a little bit of a cold these last couple of days. Welcome home. If you don't know, you don't know. Welcome home. If you don't know, you don't know.
Intoxicated hate makes you believe you're spinning in space. Why you have no shame or grace? It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late in rockets. They don't work in space. It's all fake. The show on Mars is a joke, but you're too far gone and it won't be long. Our beaks are strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song and turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy sound, and all of us wearing our holy crown. So the earth is flat, and I probably just won't get along, just to get along. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to the show. You don't know. You don't know.
Nice. Yeah, that was like the theme song, man. That's still the theme song as far as I'm concerned. That's captured the moment, captured the whole feel of that whole time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I need to get on some new shit. Antipodal Neighbors is good.
Yeah, get the rest of that written.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
need to get some new shit.
I think there's got to be a Sextant song somewhere.
Yeah, the pirate song.
Right?
Yeah, it's like kind of like Flat Earth Dude should do like Flat Earth Pirate. Clown.
Right?
You know, R matey, the Earth be flat. You know, fucking.
Right.
He's so corny.
Yeah, there's so many parodies. I actually started writing Flat Earth, the PSYOP, the musical.
Oh, dude, I actually wrote like a whole little, like I wrote a whole thing with like a cast of like characters where it was like Poncho Pete was like the ringleader of a bad circus. And like it was like, you know, like it was like he's like, you know, trying to organize all the freaks and like, you know, like I think Gem dude, and like Gem Panda was like the evil business guy that wanted to take out the fucking you know, take out the you know, he was like the yeah, I wanted to do like a pantomime. That's what it was. So you do like a pantomime, but with like all the Flat Earth characters. Where like, you know, Gem Panda walks in and everyone's like, "Boo!"
Yeah, I had him as like the gaslighter throughout the whole thing, or that's the idea behind. I should send you the first little part that I wrote. It's got Rumpus as the star, basically, like the tragic figure that has to deal with the whole flat Earth thing and like dealing with just the moon landing complaints at first.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude! Like his fucking episode. Right. That's like his main character. That's fucking genius.
Yeah, Rumpus.
That's fucking genius.
And he's he doesn't know who to trust, you know.
Just tormented, like writing paper after paper that he never finishes.
Right. Yeah, it starts off with him like not being able to answer a moon landing question. So he's like, it's like the Illuminati figuring out like to roll out flat Earth and what kind of reaction they think they might get from the you know, the populace by doing this and telling them the truth, but then hiding it at the same time or whatever it is. You know, like the singing back and forth with like the five guys, and then Rumpus tries to get an answer from headquarters about this moon landing question, and they're like, just tell them we don't know. You know, just to like fuck with them. And then he gets fucked with by Jim Panda on like the lower end, gaslighted, you know. He's like the last one to like, you know, finally, you know, question if he's right or not, and he just loses his mind throughout the whole thing. But there's a lot of fucking parody to go with just that character alone.
That's so funny. And Rumpus, I mean, like I can't take Rumpus is like a genius actor in my mind. Like I don't take him as
he's either the craziest natural character or a really good fucking acting job. One of the two. One of the two.
Yeah,
His character is
he's
hilarious
so
when you
brilliant.
really
I mean,
think about it.
what gives it up is his name. You know what I mean? Like he
I
comes in and
know
does
exactly.
exactly what he says. It's like,
He's like he cast himself.
and then people get all upset about it. And it's like, dude, look at his name. It's like, I think somebody was arguing with that guy Doofus, and I was like, dude, you're taking a guy named Doofus seriously,
Right? Right. So
Not that I
why
don't
did
get
you
the
go with
irony.
that name? Is that some kind of like, and it seems like all these characters on their side are kind of named in that way. Almost like, okay, these are the bad guys. Like if you had to make the bad guys and the good guys names up, I'm not even biased, I don't think, and I'm saying that some of these names on the other side are just like, where the hell did you? Why did you pick that name, or was it picked for you almost? Right?
What about my name?
Were you
Definite chill? No, I don't know.
Damon E?
Yeah.
Damon.
What's that part?
What are you,
Damon.
French?
Well,
Are you French?
No.
Is it a reference?
Are you a painter?
No.
De Monet. Like, are you a masterpiece?
Monet. That's
You
funny.
know?
The Monet. The Monet.
You look like the piss boy.
I'm the Monet.
In it for the Monet. All about
No,
the
what was that
What-
from the
hey,
history
tell us
of
your story
the
behind
history
your
of the world? Was that from that movie, The History of the World?
Is it supposed to be damn one?
Yeah, that's
No, it's just my middle name and last initial. That's all. Damon E.
Okay.
Nice. You got people all reading into it.
Yeah, I know. It's not like that.
I know.
Most of the time I get the demon thing, and I'm like, no.
Right. They're like,
doesn't
oh,
say
you're a
demon.
Are you a baller or are you flat earther? Or neither?
I'm a person that's in reality, so.
Okay, so you're a flat earther.
No, definitely not. Ask Jeremy, he'll know.
Okay, yeah, it's so funny how it's like so matter of fact on both sides. Like, okay, so you think that you're spinning on a ball and that's reality? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think it's so funny with like the whole cast of like, because I think you have like different folks, like take like Rumpus and all these guys. Like if you didn't have, or even not, I don't know. Like some people seem more genuine than others to me, but without
Hey, if Rumpus isn't genuine, bravo.
Well,
that's all I have to say.
In the impetus of all this, like I think like you have to have, like flat earthers. I think we're here, and then like you almost have to have this like it's like that's why this is a great room. This is why I've always welcomed ballers to the debate. Is that you have to have someone to sound your ideas off of.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's like now, granted, like in some cases, like I could just use Google and be like, "Yo, fuck off." You know what I mean? Like if somebody's not cool, but it's like if somebody holds the position, and especially if they're intelligent in a particular field,
one must hang a question mark on things long believed.
That's right, and
Absolutely.
and that's why we're here, and like that's thing, and that's what it's all about. That's why this whole thing, like I was kind of getting to earlier, is like we were talking about like how there's like there's a reality that exists whether you want to accept that or not, and for myself I was just making the case, like, or somebody had made, I think it was the gentleman Jace or whatever had mentioned it, and he was talking about how science proves things that will always be, kind of thing. And I think one of the things that will always be is we will always experience a flat, emotionless earth. Every one of us will experience that. And then we call it science to try to get away from that. So it's kind of weird that almost like, what actually is, regardless of your opinion on it, is flat and motionless from what we experience. So it's like any of this is just a return to the senses. And it's weird that it would be condemned.
Well, it's weird. It's weird when you finally get to that point of thinking that you've realized something of that experience being more than just an illusion. To think that the most scientific thing you can believe in is the opposite of everything you experience. The likelihood of that would be, you would think intuitively, would be like next to nothing. There would be no chance of that.
Some things that are real are not intuitive, though, correct?
True, but that doesn't mean that that all of reality being the opposite of what it seems still intuitively makes
What
sense
is the
to anyone,
opposite?
really. Well, you think you're spinning, but you're not. You think that that there's a curvature, but you don't ever see it. You're falling away from the sun, even though you interpret it as the sun's setting.
But these are like questions, right? And they can be answered scientifically.
I'm not trying to say that we've all been through the quote unquote scientific explanations of these things, but it's
science
interesting
is just
though,
an exploration of the world.
Arguments. I'm just saying the argument will. If there's no way of ever proving it decisively one way or another, this argument will go on forever because your stance on that side may have whatever it has as far as evidence goes, but every personal experience of each of us is a stationary plane, like Issa was just talking about. We all have that experience.
The thing is this, though, is that
and I know the argument against
isn't
that.
evidence.
I know.
Personal
but let me ask you
I know the argument against it. It's just interesting that will continue the conversation because the weightiness of that personal experience for at least most flat earthers is far beyond any kind of quote unquote scientific evidence stacking up.
The thing is this, though, is that, like, for instance, like, let's say, Damon, like when you would, let's say, maybe argue that we conclusively know that the Earth is a ball, right?
Well, yeah, but I would recall evidence, right? I wouldn't just say
right. But would you could your evidence, maybe you might not bring it to this room or something, but evidence good enough for you would be like the moon landing?
No, I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I would just say, why do we see a sharp line for a horizon instead of it fading off into the distance, right, until our eyes couldn't see it anymore? I mean, there has to be a reason why it's a sharp line, and I can't see anything below that line, right?
Oh no, fair enough. And along with that, though, my question being, just to point out even new perspective, it's like, because for some people, like, let's say, like, if you accept, let's say, all the space missions and the photos and the satellite imagery and all the rest of it, if you accept all of that as legitimate, which is reasonable, I suppose, like, then
I wouldn't go that far.
Hold on. Well, we are conclusive in our understanding of the universe to some extent, right? Like the shape of the Earth, for instance. If we accept those pictures, those images, and all the rest of it, then we know for sure what this is, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a certain instance, right, like when you have a bit of evidence, it ceases to be just a sort of opinion, right? It's overwhelming. So like, there's always a chance that one could be wrong because we're relying on imperfect, sensory information into our imperfect brains, right? But like the more evidence that one has, right? Like then obviously the more sure one could be of a thing.
Right. And like, and this is my, I guess, part of my issue is that, like, or what I'm kind of seeing to new perspective even is like, or to all of this is like the idea that if you accept, let's say, the information, then the data, the imagery from this, let's say, these third parties about the shape of the Earth, and we know conclusively what the shape of the Earth is. So along with that can come the other arguments, right? Whereas like the premise is already that we know, and these other arguments are just more proof of that, of something that we do know because of our imagery, because of our satellite technology, you know what I mean? Because of whatever.
Sure, yeah. I mean, there's an entire body of evidence, right, that's connected together.
Yes.
Let me make one quick comment.
Just to wrap it up.
Go ahead.
What happens is that, like, let's say in these rooms, like, we, the ballers permit us to, we just, like, because our thing is that, like, any third party information is liable to whatever. So ballers have always come in when, understood that and maintained the classical arguments for the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean? But they do that under the premise that we already know based on the data and the trust that they give to the third party. So then formulating the arguments of like the earth sciences before those events, almost are like secondary to the fact that in their mind they already know the shape of the earth because of the technology we've been given, which is a hard nut to crack. And
this is what sold me, man. What sold me.
Our thing is that we experience. Our thing is that like what they're proposing on that theory goes against everything that we experience. And if we give ourselves over to their third-party information, we are literally having to say, like you just said, your imperfect senses, your imperfect brain. Like, why would you think it's imperfect other than that we know, allegedly, these other things? Do you know what I mean? And it puts us in the predicament where we're telling ourselves that we're imperfect based off of some theoretical fucking thing that goes everything against what we experience. This is fucked.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand what your global point is. Like, I don't.
Well, let me make a quick point and something for him to respond to, man. Just a quick point. I'm trying to get off my chest. But one of the things that leaned me toward the flat earth and shit at the beginning and everything was demonstration, man. When it comes to demonstration, and I'll give you a couple quick examples and I'll be done. But when it comes to demonstrations and shit, it's all flat earth, man. We could demonstrate all that shit. We've demonstrated a gas pressure gradient in containment. We demonstrated long distance laser beams. We demonstrated freaking that the horizon, is freaking it moves around. It's not geometrical. We demonstrated just the globe. If you like math, you like secure with your model. It's a good model and all that. And but if you like going out and proving shit for yourself, you like demonstration, you'll give it a chance in your mind and look at the evidence without bias. But when the globe tried to demonstrate, they had like a Nat Geo, and everything they did was crap. They fucking showed a horizon, like they painted lines on a fucking poster board and sent it out and to calculate the horizon. And they're saying, look, we're missing the bottom two stripes, and we're only missing half a stripe actually. And the horizon was behind the fucking poster board. It's like, then they showed a helicopter and it was 6 miles. So they said exactly the Earth curve was supposed to be 26 feet, which is exactly the Earth curve calculator. And then on its way up and upon scrutiny, the same fucking birds went through on the fucker's way up. It was like, man, these people. And then the laser beam. There's the third and final test. They're saying that it's shining too high up on the boat to see, because we're farther out to sea. And then you see the laser beam in the camera from the shore. Just because you don't see the dot where it's at, you see the bright spot of the laser beam. Like they literally had to, whether there's ever other evidence or not, they literally had to cheat 3 tests for their globe proof to show the world. I couldn't believe it, dude. Go ahead. Sorry, I took too long.
Yeah, and those stories just add up. Like, I mean, over the last, like Issa and I would both tell you, as far as like anyone paying attention to the whole argument, Flat Earth quote unquote won in 2016. I mean, it was over as far as like just the argument goes, because you can't argue with all of this, hoaxery that seems to be going on your side, whether it actually is or not. They're not doing a very good job of making it very believable. And maybe that's intentional, or gaslight us or whatever, but you can't deny that showing us harnesses on the ISS and showing us the bathroom and the little pipe hole they have to shit in, and all these things are just like hokey and bad. And that may be just our incredulity, given that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's bad, like beyond bad. Like you said, the evidence is overwhelming. We, as flat earthers, over the last few years, it's just one thing after another as far as like overwhelmingly hoaxy stuff on the other side. Like not any good evidence, no proof, and a lot of agents coming in, it seems, just trying to defend it just to defend it and not doing a very good job.
This is something that this is the reason why I'm a skeptic, right? Like, this is not, and I'm not a skeptic in that I'm a denialist, right? I try to take whatever evidence that's available to me and that I can show to be true. If I know that that I could be wrong about something. I could be biased. Somebody could be fooling me. That somebody could be testing me. Somebody could, be showing me something that's not true, like it's made up. And I think that's why a lot of flat earthers are like, yeah, you got to do this yourself. You got to look this for yourself, which is a good thing, right? But like, there's certain things I can't do for myself. Like I'll never be able to just fly into space myself, right? Like I would need help for that if I were to do that, right? But like, not saying that. There's obviously a bias. Like you could say I'm biased because I believe the sort of like, the general narrative that's out there because I feel like there's good evidence for it, right? Now you could say I'm deceived in some way or that my brain is faulty or I'm faulty in some way, but I could also say that same thing for you, that like you say that you see these certain harnesses and evidence and the things that you were talking about. But I could also say, well, maybe you're deceived, or maybe
that part's not arguable.
You have a bias, right? Like so.
When we see a harness sticking out of a guy's pants, that part ain't arguable. But the parts that are, I feel you. Like the stars. When I look at the stars, I think like it looks spherical, kind of, in the sun.
When you say that, though, when you say that you see a harness, right? Like I've been shown those videos, and people are like, "Look, there's the harness," and I'm like, I am looking. And looking and looking
okay,
and
did you see the guy's finger
and never seen the
guy's
harness.
Finger hook the wire though? I mean,
no, I've seen it hook a
pocket.
Wait.
Did you see the guy
I've seen a pinky hook a pocket.
You're saying that, bro, and you're projecting a little bit. Did you see the guy in the background with the fucking harness? Like he's supposed to be floating across. He's supposed to be floating across the screen in the background. Maybe hold on, I'm almost done, dude. His harness wasn't blocked out, and he's literally he's literally floating. He's hanging from a harness.
Yeah, he's floating because it's weightless.
He's hanging from a fucking hook, line, and sinker.
I think I have a GIF of that one. Pretty sure I have a GIF of that one. You have probably already seen it.
Yeah, I have many times over.
Well, let me ask you this: like, are you aiming to like want to like convince others of a position, or are you just kind of seeking what it is for yourself, or both?
Honestly, it's a curiosity, right? Like, I like to test myself to make sure that I'm not just fooling myself.
Oh, good. That's
okay.
Good.
So it's you would say you're on like a self quest, as it were.
No, I mean I definitely believe in the reality that exists, right? And I think that's a globe. I'm biased in that sense.
You definitely. The guy's harness was outside of his pants. Just for the record, I'm done. But the guy's harness was not even under his clothes.
Clearly
it was literally outside of his
harness.
clothes. It's not even hidden, bro. It's out. It's on the outside of his pants, bro. I mean, you can see that.
I don't see it.
The zip line. You must be thinking of a different video, bro. Because I'm talking about the one where where he's hanging from the wire.
Maybe he really thinks he can't see it.
Since we're talking about these, I just posted both of them, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen these.
Let me just ask you a question. Yeah, you've seen them all, and you believe whatever it is, or you don't see it. But maybe let me just ask you this: if you did see a harness, would it make a difference?
Well, I'd wonder what the harness is for. Obviously, yeah.
So that might like lead you to question other things about the whole thing. And if you were to actually see this harness, right, it would kind of get you almost and it'd be a stepping stone towards figuring out, or maybe where we are as far as thinking it.
No, I mean, I'll be 100% honest. What it would do is it would make me question the images that I'm looking at, right? Like why has he got a harness on, right?
Well, no, like to say he did have a harness on and it was provable, and you found that out to be like a fact. What do you think that would mean?
I don't know exactly. I mean, I would definitely be curious as to why he has a harness on. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, I think one thing I'll mention. I think there's something to the nature of images. In my understanding, symbolically within the universe, images are connected to the archetype of Neptune, the luminary that we with Neptune. So images within that Neptunian.
What does that? Wait. What's that mean? I'm sorry. You're losing me already.
He's getting to it. Let him finish, please.
Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, no, I did jump to that, which, yeah, I didn't really lay any foundation for it. So I guess I'll just say briefly, in my understanding, each of the what are called the planets in the mainstream model, I would call them luminaries, the wandering stars. Each one, from all my research and observation and empirical data collection over the last about 20, 25 years that I've worked on it in this lifetime, has, without any question, shown me that each of these celestial bodies is connected to a particular archetypal field within our consciousness. And when it comes to images, video, pictures, everything that's visual is within the Neptunian archetype. And the thing about that, and then there's certain components to that. And that's actually was the main at which I would.
I'm sorry. There's absolutely and utterly no evidence, and you wouldn't be able to show any for anything that you just said.
Okay, well, I very much disagree, but I certainly.
I'll just go look in live stream text at the guy's harness that he's not even. They didn't.
There's no harness there
at all.
Well, let me ask you. Okay, hold on. Well, you asked for a little bit of foundation, and I know that I kind of went into that, and that really doesn't do it justice to only say one or two sentences about it. But yeah, I did bring it up, so it's kind of like perhaps I didn't lay the foundation. But actually, the main point I was going to say, though, that was sort of just my own, the way I think about it, but it wasn't really the main point. The main point I was going to say about it is that images have a component of not being able to directly represent reality. So there's always going to be a bit of a inconclusivity when looking at images. That was actually the main point I was going to make.
Yeah, you said you did hear me say I'm a skeptic, correct?
It doesn't sound like it if you don't see the idea that there's a harness in any of these videos.
Where? Show the harness.
All right.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Show the harness, dude? It's a white harness. It's a white harness.
The guy's wearing a belt.
It's attached to his waist and his knees with a string.
The guy's wearing a belt with some kind of equipment pack.
I'm gonna post a better. I'm gonna post a better picture, a better angle of it, and you can see the roller on the damn fucking wire. What do you think that is poking out of his ass attached to the harness?
I don't know. It's some kind of equipment, like I don't know. It's like a cable or an antenna or something.
It's called a harness, bro. What are you talking about? It is exactly equipment. It's called a fucking harness. It latches around your belt.
Where's the harness?
Do you see the white belt line?
Why is he tilted? If he was on a harness, why would he be tilted that way? Is there a harness on his shoulders too?
Because he's floating by in the background, right?
He's floating.
They had a bad day. If you watch the rest of that stream, dude, they glitched out in that same stream. There was 3 different muck-ups, dude.
Why wouldn't the harness be pulling on him hard right there? Why wouldn't it be pulling
to his knees and his freaking belt, dude? It's you see the roller on it.
His knees and belt. Why wouldn't he tilt forward?
How could I grab a harness without just showing you that? I mean, what do you think a harness?
Why wouldn't he just tilt forward? And those are knee pads, for Christ's sakes.
I think from that same one, this is also another one where the guy is lifting something. Because during this time, they do a lot of different methods when they do this fakery. One of the things that they do is where they actually have like virtual images that they can see on a screen, but are not actually in the physical environment. Anyways, this guy right here is lifting and moving something.
Oh, how many times do I got to see this one?
So
you only show the clip, right? But you don't show the whole thing. And a lot of these times, the larger video, right, it shows a little bit more context to why he's doing that. But it doesn't matter, right? There, like this is flimsy evidence to show that the Earth is flat.
Nobody in this room, or I've ever heard anyone say that the Earth is a shape because the ISS is being faked. I have never.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. I was agreeing. I don't think
why even show
that's not proof of a flat Earth. But it is. You brought it up, bro. You brought it up, and I said I was just trying to.
Up?
You brought the NASA and shit, and I said I don't think that's an issue. You know, I meant that it's not a globe or flat issue, but and also it's not an argument. You could see the harness. You know, whether everything they show is fake or not. I can't prove everything they say and do is fake, but you know they've been busted. They've been busted. I don't know. That's when I joined and said that's a non-argument. You know, that's when I said that can't argue what you see.
Let me get up.
I'm not going to sit here and look at clips of images and you say, look at the harnesses, and there's no harnesses.
What do you, dude? What a harness?
So
like
the last one I put in there. You can't see him grab that wire behind the guy in that last one I put in there. You don't think that's a wire he's grabbing behind the guy at all?
I mean, you could see him grab his pinky slides into his pocket there, and the rest of his hand cusp to sort of make it stronger like a hook, and he fucking holds him in place because he's drifting.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's you know what? I'll give you the out on this, because the best excuse for all of the harness stuff was somebody said, well, that's just to make them positioned for the camera so that they don't lose their positioning. So that's an excuse you could use if you really want to.
Haven't you seen them get stuck upside down?
I don't see no harnesses. They're not using harnesses to stay in a camera.
Haven't you seen them get stuck, bro? You've seen him. I mean, if you're willing to deny that that's a harness around his belt with a roller sticking out of his back, but hadn't you seen him get stuck upside down? Tim Peake got stuck upside down literally for the second half of an entire stream, and his face started turning red, bro. And what you call it?
They filmed some of them upside down. Actually, that was actually one of the. They did that for a short time. Yeah, exactly.
What's the point of all this?
Like I've seen
the guy who gets stuck in his wires, bro.
This is like just mental masturbation for you all. That's all.
No, you brought up that people are in denial, bro.
Whatever you're interested in, man, is all you. We're just talking about it. You know, I don't think anyone's trying to convince you.
Look.
You said you were skeptical. We were just.
I have no question in my mind. This is all completely fake. But if you think it's real, that's cool, man. You can think that. It's no worries.
Well, I mean, you might not have any question in your mind that it's fake. However, your confidence does not make it true.
Right, but I'm not asking you to perceive anything as true.
Well, yeah, but your confidence.
You're trying to get me to see harnesses where there aren't. So, first of all, that's called mind manipulation of brainwashing. That's something I don't do, right? Because what I see is reality, right? Like I will not show that there's harnesses where there aren't.
How would you define that gear?
You guys
tell me another way to define that gear.
Let's let Issa get in. Issa wanted to get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, but
I mean, like I was bringing up earlier, just like the reason we even got to talking about NASA was just the idea that, you know, some people accept that premise, and like I look at it like, you know, some people have got that premise first, as though like when you like you said, Damon, you know, you accept reality, and reality to you is the globe in space because of the culmination of all the information, including the imagery, NASA, and all of that, and you're trusting that, and that's where it went hammer. It went sideways. That's where I was.
I mean, trust is an interesting word, right? Like, so this is for people that believe certain things that don't have any evidence. They use things like trust and faith and other things like, right, I believe. Right, but these are not words that I like to try and use. Like, obviously, if I just believe something with no evidence, I would say, well, I have faith in that. Well, if I believe something with little evidence, I go, well, I believe this is true, but I could be persuaded otherwise. I'm only 50% confident in this thing. Or there are other things like 2 + 2 = 4, where I'm completely confident, and it would take some leap of godly power to sort of change my mind from that.
Okay, so is the Big Bang real?
I don't know.
Fair enough. You know, and
there seems to be evidence towards something like it. Yes.
Right. Cool. Yeah, that's fucking. You know, and like, you know, my thing is that, like, you know, that's just kind of the point I was making, was that sometimes people work backwards in the sense that they think of like all these institutions that they trust. You know. Because, and I'm not saying it's a blind trust either. I'm just saying that they trust these institutions.
There's evidence.
That they're,
listen, you should quit asking that question though. He said about the because they try and act like they're skeptical, and the reason you brought up NASA and talking about biases and all that. And he's right. Gio's right though, and you're right to a certain extent. I'm not saying everything they show and do is fake, but I mean, if we show you this stuff and you say you're skeptical, and I tell you that there's not a skeptical bone in your body when it comes to NASA, you're defending them for no reason. How would you define that gear?
I'm not defending them. I'm seeing what's actually there.
How would you define that gear, that thick belt and that fucking roller?
I don't know. I'm not an astronaut.
Yeah, but I mean, call it a harness. I mean, ain't that a fair definition of what it is?
No, it looks like a belt. I mean, a harness to me is usually at least 3 points, right? Like as a rock climber, I wouldn't call like a band of webbing around me a harness, right? Like it would just be a belt or a band of webbing, right? But a harness would delineate some sort of 3-point mechanism, mostly 4 points.
Okay,
so I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, well, look. Okay, so very skeptical. Okay, so that thing, that roller hanging off the back of his butt, that's the same
What
thing.
roller? I don't see a roller.
I'm gonna get you a better angle, man. And
look, I've zoomed into it as far as the picture will allow me to the quality of it, and I do not see any roller there. Let me ask you in any instance of what a roller would be.
There's a thing that's sticking up off the back of his belt.
Yes, there is an item that looks like a cable or a cord or maybe even an antenna or something. There's something black.
It's a roller, bro.
Well, the first.
Why would the roller be on his waist?
It's attached to a cable, bro.
Brian, chill for a second. He said a cable or a wire. Is that what you said?
Possibly, yeah.
Right. So here's what I'll say. I don't think that this proves anything because, again, it's an image and it's not conclusive because it's limited in its way to depict reality. But what you said there, a possible cable type thing, yes. And I'm telling you that's what I think it is.
Okay, great. You think that's what it is. I don't.
Right. That's cool. I mean,
it looks like a piece of equipment on him. Maybe even like a mic pack of some sort. I don't know. Like I said, I have no idea. I'm just speculating.
Right. I got you.
I literally, this is how I'm telling you. Like when somebody first told me about these images and said that there's harnesses there, I literally tried to picture one there and believe it.
No, you did.
I did. I'm still doing it right now.
No,
I'm like,
you won't even define it. And it's an obvious harness. You're saying it's a wire.
I'm saying there's a harness there, but there's no evidence for it, and I can't lie to myself that way.
I'm gonna put the Superman Studio picture right next to his, and you'll see the same roller right there at the lower back.
No,
and you'll still deny it, bro.
No.
And also, I'm gonna say, let me calm down a little bit. But Tim Peake, what stopped him when he went to do his
Why
flip?
are you so passionate about something?
Yeah, I know. I'll calm
Like a
down.
roller.
But, no, because there's certain things like I want to listen to globe arguments and all that and be fair. But when certain
it's not a globe
say they're
argument.
skeptical and then demonstrate the exact opposite. But you know,
What?
but let me say one other thing. What stopped Tim Peake's
So I'm not
momentum?
skeptical because I don't believe the way you believe.
What was funny is you said you're going to bring up the Superman.
What stopped Tim Peake's momentum?
I'm willing to change
in
my
that
mind, but
backflip?
you haven't shown any evidence.
When Tim Peake got tangled up and stuck upside down sideways, what stopped his momentum in the middle of his backflip?
I don't know which one you're talking about, to be honest with you.
Okay, did you see what? And the guy who sings, you remember his name? The guy who sang "Ground Control."
Yeah, that's my gosh, Ground Control Major Tom. Hey, who the fuck is David Bowie? Sorry, lost my mind.
Well, but there's the astronaut that covered it in outer space, and there was no delay. Is that what you're talking about, Brian?
Yeah, no, he got stuck upside down too, and his face turned a little bit red, but yeah, Tim Peake's face turned red. He got stuck upside down, but I'm just wondering if you were
if
really
you don't have
watching
anything,
eyes.
sometimes it's hard to get momentum, right?
You guys, please try not to overtalk so we can hear what you're saying.
That was my last point.
I'm sorry, he talks a lot.
Yeah, I do, man. That's my last point. I'm gonna back off a little bit, but one last thing to Issa, when they try to act like they're skeptical, I've never, ever, ever heard one Glober say that they believe in the Big Bang. Big Bang is for sure. Brian. For sure. They all use that proudly, like, no, maybe not. Brian. You know, they all say it proud, right?
Brian.
Well, my confidence, right, my beliefs are formed by the evidence, and I am more confident the more evidence there is, or the better evidence that there is. So, there's some evidence that something like the Big Bang happened. So I have some belief that it may be true, but it's low
and you're the
because
final,
there's other theories.
And you're the final arbiter of what you think is true, right?
Well, I mean, in a sense, I believe what I believe. I can't change that, right?
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Issa.
No, I was just saying. Well, one good man is Michael, but the thing on. But also, this thing is Brian. The thing is that have you been out here and like heard a baller like what go like, wow, that's so good. I'm glad you told me I was an idiot and didn't fucking know what I was looking at. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever heard that?
No, but I've heard a couple of honest
Oh,
ones.
right. Well, hold on. So next question. Next
Say
question.
suspect. Hey, I didn't mean
Hold
no
on a second.
offense by
Next
saying
question.
about the question. Issa, I didn't mean no offense
But
by
next
that.
question. I got it. So
Okay.
no, you've never heard that. So why are you expecting that?
That's a good point, dude. It's like
You know what I mean? Because you sound really worked up about like changing someone's mind. You've never changed anyone's mind out here.
These are questions that you can ask yourself.
When I got a point, when I get a point stuck inside me, man, and I can't get it out, dude, I get anxious for some reason.
These are questions you can ask yourself, right? Like you can ask yourself these same questions and answer them too.
Right, and that's where but here's the thing that Damon is like if you accept all of those, like if you'll forgive me, like, and again, it's not a blind trust, but if you trust these institutions, and then we go and discuss the other implications, it's hard to get anyone away from that solid position that what the reality is without being willing to say like, hey, maybe those are fucking harnesses. Maybe this is, maybe there's some fudgery going on here. Like, would you think there's a percentage? If there were a percentage, what would it be in your realm of skepticism that would say that NASA's full of shit?
As a whole?
Yeah, like a percentage, you know what I mean? Like, a percentage of like, wait a minute, these guys are fucking lying.
That's an impossible percentage.
Yeah, not as a whole. Not as a whole, man.
As a whole.
Okay, that's an impossible percentage. What do you mean impossible? I thought you were skeptical, David.
No, as a whole.
I am skeptical. That's why I wouldn't put a number on it, because NASA is made up of many different groups, and they do many different things. There's many different aspects of NASA as far as like economics to fucking
Okay, check it out. What small percentage would allow you to think that they're all lying? Every single institution, like NASA involved. Every institution. Would there be any?
Well, there's another question that I would have to ask you, right? I would ask you the question, by lying, do you mean that everything that they say is a lie, or a certain percentage of what they say is a lie?
No. I mean, it's like, let's say, like, just in the measure of your skeptical capabilities, I'm saying, what would you give there as a chance that maybe
I would say whatever full of shitness level that NASA is, I would put it at a very, very low percentage.
Right, and you're already like out the gate, like, these motherfuckers are honest and good to me.
Well, what purpose would they have to lie? First of all,
right, exactly.
What purpose?
You're of the opinion that they're just.
Well, I mean, also, like, here's the thing, right? Like, so these arguments are always a pain in the ass, because what you do is you're taking something in a vacuum, right? So like it would be to like look at a chessboard as only the one of the pawns.
Well, that's why.
And then forget that there's a whole board with, like,
of course.
many other pieces that are still on it. Okay, so what I'm saying is that I look at the whole I try to look at the whole chessboard, right? And so I could say that maybe there's a certain fact that's incorrect. Were they lying about it, or were they under some sort of misapprehension? I don't know. I would have to have evidence. Now, as far as like the harnesses and things like that, right? Like, so as I hate to do a story here, but I got to go to bed. So I'm just going to do a brief story here, and then I'll leave you alone. But when I was a kid, right, like I did a lot of technical stuff. So like I built a lot of models and like cars and trains and buses, and I did a lot of experiments with like, explosives and electronics and stuff, and all this other stuff. I also did model rocketry. Now, all those things, especially when I got into rocketry later, I took it kind of very seriously, and I was into pretty large rockets at the end. Now, I was doing certain calculations into where things would land, depending on the atmospheric conditions and what rocket that I used and the engines and this and that. So now, all of that, right, could be something that somebody told me that's fake, right? But for some reason, it worked.
But what did you experience, though? The rockets went up and then came back down, right?
Yeah, but like I could predict how far they would go and where they would come down at.
Right, exactly. So why would you then believe that they're not doing the same thing and that somehow they pop out into a vacuum?
What? Wait, no, okay. So the broader point that I was trying to get to, right, is that not only were those facts correct, but like every time I seem to do something, the sort of underlying facts seem to be true, right? Like they work. It explains things and it works, right? Like so all these. So imagine like a spider web.
Just real quick,
like
things that are tangible. I was just gonna say 2 words. Things that are tangible. You mean right? Like testable, tangible.
Right, exactly. And so, like, imagine a spider web, but instead of just a simple spider web, right? You have this huge, complex spider web that's 3-dimensional, and there's many, many points, and it's all connected together. Okay, so like you would have to break down many, many points for it to collapse, right? Like because it just sort of, you might clip one and a little piece falls or something like that, but like for the most part, it stays together.
95% of it is missing.
So like what I'm saying is that you might be able to show me a harness, right? And then that would make me question. And so a couple of strands would snip, right? And I'd be like, what's going on here, right? So whatever I believed doesn't quite jive, right? Like something's missing or something's wrong, or
in other words, you don't believe there's a paradigm.
What do you mean? No, the web itself is the paradigm, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't believe there's an other paradigm that we're actually viewing things from an incorrect paradigm.
Well, no, because
like some of our axioms might just be a little off, like near infinite densities and black holes and all this
what would it take? See, you believe something, and you believe I believe pretty soundly that, or at least to a high degree, that you believe the Earth is not a globe, and so there's
wrong guy.
Wrong guy. Not for Grim, but some other. Yeah, some other.
Oh, sorry, Grim.
That's okay.
It's all good.
You sounded like Geo. Sorry, Geo.
Sorry, Geo.
No, it's all good.
That sounded like Grim. But I'm just saying, like, there's this spider web, right? Like, the flat Earth paradigm, right, would be different than like a Glober's paradigm in the sense that their fundamental beliefs, right, make up this web. If you were to clip one of those fundamental beliefs that's at the bottom, right, then the web has a better chance of collapsing. And so what I'm saying is that
that's a great point.
You're always sort of clipping around the edge and never quite making it there. So like what I'm saying is that you're going to have to bring something a little harder evidence, or you're going to be clipping for a really long time to get down to the basic beliefs.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. And I would just say for me, and I'd like to hear your thoughts too. I'll try to give just a quick, like 30-second kind of thought on, and then I want to hear yours as well, like because that idea of kind of like clipping previous, like, belief systems and perhaps even creating new neuronal connections in the brain or having some kind of new paradigm or new understanding. So I would say for myself, like I had looked into the moon landing not being real, although I did generally accept that it was real before I looked into it. Wouldn't say I fully believed it, but I did generally accept that, like men went to the moon, as most of us did growing up. But I first looked into that, and then of course 9/11 and also back then I had looked into flat Earth and hollow Earth and different Earth ideas. But I would say for myself, like since 2015, for me, it was fully come to the realization that the Earth is a stationary planar surface. For me, it was like the cosmology, my understanding of that was in a sense like the final snipping of the entire globe paradigm, and then now became the entire foundation by which everything else is built, which is really for me, it was like a remembrance of what the actual geometry of creation is. And then once I came to that, that's now the foundation. And there's so many components that clearly go along with that story in my mind. So that's kind of how it was to me. It was kind of like, okay, now I realize what the Earth is. So it's obviously they're lying about the globe. And then, whoa, wow, that's a huge operation they're doing. So what else could they be doing? Outer space, the ISS, et cetera. So yeah, a lot of those kind of, because the way you were talking about kind of clipping, and it's like to me, because like you were saying, for like an old belief system to come down, like you have to have kind of enough snips, perhaps, if you want to put it that way, or like whether people view that as evidence or experiences, whatever it may be, to come to some new realization or a different realization of something.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the outside edge of your web, right, doesn't hold it all together. It's just sort of expands outward from the center, right, which is the sort of holding it together. Or there's certain strands that hold it all together, like maybe
Well, there's pillars too that hold everything.
Central posts, yeah.
Fundamentally, like if you pull one of those axioms out from underneath the whole card,
first of all, it would probably make you go crazy if you just all of a sudden pulled one of them out, right? Like what do people do? It kind of reminds me of people that are like religious and then become atheist, or the other way around. Right, something fundamentally changes about what you believe in the world, right? Like to go from a god and not god are two totally different paradigms, right? Like something changed. But like, to say that there's a harness there, maybe there's an explanation that you didn't think of. And I would try and think of that too. But I don't know, right? I don't think it would really bring down any of my beliefs, really. I mean, maybe I would be like, well, something I believe about space exploration isn't quite right. I would want to find out what that is. But it's not going to like tell me that the Earth is flat. Like all of a sudden, I'm going to be, oh, there's harnesses there. The Earth is flat. No,
let me ask you there. Well, let me ask you with that then. If you found out that outer space was all being just done through like essentially Hollywood, sort of a clandestine layer of the military Hollywood industrial structure, the whole paradigm, that whole matrix, as it were, the military industrial complex. If it was just totally faked, would that then lead to actually you questioning the globe? Because if they're faking space, that means they're not going there. And then there's a question of, is there even space at all? And because if we live on a globe, there absolutely would be, right? Like now, maybe you could say we still live on a globe, but they just haven't been to space. You could do that thing possibly.
This is still a complex question, right? Because like if space isn't real in some sense, or not what we thought it was, what I think it is, then obviously there's a lot of things that aren't true that I thought were true. And I would have to sort of weed that out, right? Like you'd have to continue to build evidence, right? Like you can't just be like I don't want to jump my conclusions from one to another when they're not connected, right? Like there might be some conspiracy, there might be something else at work here. It might be something that I was under a huge misapprehension and misunderstanding. Like it depends on what the belief is or what the evidence is. You know what I mean? As to how much it changes what's going on with me, like what I believe.
Real quick, I just posted some pictures of harnesses, zipline harnesses in Discord for whatever it's worth. They almost all have attachments on the thigh or the knee, and so you know, that's a zipline harness. I'm
that's
hearing
clearly not what he is wearing, because first of all, the white belt is very thin. And doesn't.
Why are you defending this guy? You don't know.
Sit there. I'm not defending him. I'm defending my own reality, right? Like this is what I see. I believe
you just said that. You just said that. Even if it is a harness or whatever, then there might be other explanations, something like that. I'm just telling you that what he's wearing is defined as a harness, and I posted a couple pictures.
Real quick, hey Brian, I think he's got to go anyway.
Take the dogs out.
Hey, real quick. Thanks for all your. You seem like you were at least at some point there saying, it is a belief. You don't really, even if you saw the harness, it wouldn't necessarily matter. It wouldn't make the Earth flat, obviously. So thanks for at least saying that. And that's why I kind of asked you, like, would it matter? And it is kind of like a house. Of course, it would matter. Because if you did see it and thought that you really did see it, maybe you can't see it because of the avalanche that you can see as a result of it.
Not honest.
Well, look. If there was a harness there, right, it would change something of my beliefs, right? Like I would definitely question things, but like how deep that would go would have to be how far the evidence leads me, right? Like I would have to do a lot of investigating and try to understand what's going on.
Right. That's what we all did.
They've literally teleported stuffed animals.
All right, sorry, I gotta go after that. Sorry, thanks.
Take care. Have a good night, man.
Listen, take care. That's what we should start doing, man. Because somebody asked a question earlier about what would you say, and believe me, there are Globers who would like Bacon. He would say, yeah, that does kind of look like ours. It's not going to change his belief, but there are honest Globers who won't admit that NASA's fake, and they'll defend them and shit to a certain extent, but they won't go as far as to not saying something like interesting or saying, yeah, that could be something. There are a lot of Globers who people like him, they're the first ones to tell you they're a skeptic and then try and turn it around on you. Let me tell you, if you want to rewind it, that's fine. But all Issa was talking about was reality. He was talking about reality and the way we perceive it. That guy brought up about people having a bias and brought up NASA and used flat earthers as a direct example about bias. That's where it started. Issa wasn't talking nothing about that, man, and that's what started it all. And I just wanted to prove a point. Like, there are a lot of people worth having good conversations with. And Issa just pointed something out to me that was a good point. You know, like I said, you know, never ask them that, because they, you know, they answer it like all humble, like, yeah, I am skeptic. I don't believe that the Big Bang's 100% for sure. You know, they answer it all proud, but he just made a point, turn it right back around on me, like how many people have you ever convinced and shit. No, that was a good point. You know, he's got some good
interesting
insight.
because I think there's some that, you know, there's like different levels of honesty as far as their side goes, and I think sometimes they're not being honest completely on purpose and directly just to try to win the argument, and other times where they're just not being honest with themselves because they can't see it, and if they did, it would be a paradigm shifting threat. So they always
leave too, man. They always leave.
How the mind works.
They always leave, and I mean, even Jim, I mean, Rumpus, any of them leave when you start trying to point out multiple NASA shit, because in that one clip alone,
it's a panic button in their head that goes off.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
And, but I mean, some of them will be honest and say, you know, I guarantee you, we could use that as a pH test or whatever, litmus test.
Litmus test.
Ask everybody, you know, does that look like a harness? Just yes or no question.
Right.
You don't got to ask them, is it a harness? But does that look like a harness, or could that possibly is that potentially a harness? You know, and,
I would say sometimes they're excusing it too completely over the top to think that they. I mean, if there's no skepticism whatsoever, then you have to question whether they're just fooling themselves or trying to fool us.
Flat Earth test. I will bring up the movie Gravity, and I posted the clip. Look at that and tell me what you think.
I think they're showing this shit to us on purpose, though, guys. Don't you think? I mean, that's the weird part about it. I think it's so bad that they must be gaslighting us. And he's saying he doesn't even see the harness. You know, like the extremes in this conversation are what make it so interesting. How can this be that we've been 5 years in, and the extremes of like complete like insanity as far as what we think the, you know, person that believes it would be, and then on their side still thinking that it's real. And how could they, from our point of view? It just blows your mind. But maybe they.
Yeah, I don't even think he looked at the shit, dude. I honestly, I don't even think he looked at it, because when he was describing that thing sticking out his back as a cable, I mean, it's a roller. It's a fucking roller. I mean, it's not.
It seems like undeniable.
Like you could say, you know, that it's attached to something, maybe a cable or a cord. But that thing
Take a vote. Is he skeptical or not? Yes or no?
He's the exact opposite. He's the exact opposite.
By his own definition, maybe.
He was lying and obfuscating and trying to avoid. You know, it was so obvious.
Yeah, they were the first
at least admitted it would make a difference if there were
the
harnesses.
people like that always project, dude. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I was talking over you. Sorry, man.
Well, they always project, man. And that's how you know. You know, when he started bringing up, you know, just out of the blue, he brought up NASA instead of addressing Issa. You know, just addressing what reality is. He could have been. Believe me, there are a lot of people who would probably said to Issa, like, I bet Bacon would have been like, yeah, you know, it looks locally flat, you know, and maintain their worldview, but been cordial. You know, been a decent, humble fucking person about the conversation, and not start fucking throwing little slippery fucking backhanded insults, calling us non-skeptical, like we're biased. Like I'll admit that maybe fucking they are, like I've always say, maybe they fucking went to the moon. I don't believe what they're showing us is fucking real, and I don't believe it for a second. But I've always in just all honesty's sake, I gotta admit the possibility that there is something 250 miles up, you know, that people are on. It's highly
just because
unlikely.
You can't decisively prove it's not true. You have to be honest enough to say that you can't say 100% it's not true, even though you pretty much know already. Yeah, that makes sense.
No matter what anybody shows me, I still have to at least keep that tiny percentage, whatever it is. And for the sake of fucking talking to somebody with respect, that it's possible. Anything, it's
all
all possible.
Ryan, like, since we were talking before, like, what is your if you had to try to sum it up in like 30 seconds, like, what was your journey? Because I mean, growing up, you would have believed all the globe, moon landing, all that stuff, I would assume, right? So how did you break from that?
Dude, you want a 30-second? Give me a 60-second version.
Whatever you want. Yeah, whatever you want.
Okay, yeah. I was like,
I want to hear the 3-minute version.
When I very first heard about it, dude, I'm like, dude, that's stupid, man. Before I just heard about it, I was like, what? There are people who believe, I was talking to my wife. I was like, just look at the moon, look at the sun. I said, no, nobody ever believed that the Earth is flat. Nobody really believed that. This is before I seen any evidence at all. It just never ever crossed my mind. And my trade, my fucking lifelong trade, is behind the fucking auto level every fucking week. Not every day, but every week for sure. I'm behind an instrument. Small, short jobs mainly, but some long ass fucking stretches. And it's just like I never even would have considered it. It never would have crossed my mind. But I just couldn't fathom, like, all right, I'll watch this fucking video, just for entertainment's sake. But, just circumnavigation. How are you going to fucking go to Japan on a flat earth? That's just my thoughts, man. Literally. And I ain't the only one who thinks like that. And I seen a flat earth map and I was like, so right off the bat, that piqued my interest. Like, oh shit, it's fucking duh. I'm thinking on a flat earth, you could never travel from California to Japan without going through England and going across the United States. That's how far from my mind a flat earth, even the potential of it could be. But so when I seen that, I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then I seen some other arguments. And then I started thinking about reality and thinking about Earth curve and shit and how we measure it. And I'm like, if it's, I never knew that there was fucking over half a foot in a fucking mile. Like, dude, that's fucking measurable. I mean, we lay out shit, within them perimeters, man. Like, they give us tolerances and shit, but we try and be right on. We try and be within a few inches over a mile, and the Earth curve's bigger than that. And it just hit me, so I considered it. And it just was interesting, man. It was very, very interesting. And then the NASA shit, it's kind of sealed the deal. Like when I seen the moon landing stuff, I kind of seen it all at once. I figured, not only have we been to the moon, dude, of course we got bases on the moon. They're not going to tell us, but dude, we went to the moon in 1969. You think we don't have fucking bases there? You think the military ain't up there fucking living and shit? Of course we've been to the fucking moon. We got bases, they got to keep that shit secret, I had ideas for time travel, for fucking cordless fucking chargers before they even come out with them. I mean, well, that's off topic, but I had ideas for fucking like taking entangled particles and fucking coming up with a Morse code.
Did you think about designing the contest that they had for an elevator to space? Did you think about trying to participate in that?
Well, this is one problem I always had, man. I'm glad you said that. You put me back on the topic. Okay, I always had a problem with rockets working in space. Like, it always bothered me, whether they do or not. It's just something that bothered me. Like, what are they pushing off of? And it just never made sense to me. And but then they come out with the explanation, and I've seen it in movies where they did slingshots. So they had an escape velocity. They hit a certain speed, and then they launched out of the orbit of whatever planet, Earth, toward like Venus, and then locked in that orbit and slingshot like toward the moon and get a slingshot off that. In other words, they don't have to steer once they're out in space. But if they miss their fucking target, they're fucked, because you can't, you can't turn or propel or nothing like that. It's all dependent on. So that satisfied me. And then once I've entered this argument, I realized that, hey, they're claiming they're fucking turning, stopping, left, right, propelling, all that shit, But for a minute there, probably about 15, 20 years ago, that they were kind of explaining it, you know, whether it was on purpose. I don't know. They were explaining it like they were slingshotting and using planets, you know. So I guess that was my mind kind of justifying it, given a possibility of how it could work. But it just never crossed my mind. So I could see where pilots and you know, surveyors who do long range, like fucking state surveyors and shit, planar surveyors, I could see where they'd go to their job for the rest of their life and never even consider whether there's a ball or flat. You know, the only people thinking about that are the people they turn their numbers into, who are you know, going over it and adding the transforms and mapping it and shit.
So
Everybody else, they never even think about it.
Yeah, I hear you on that. So did you have like any resistances to questioning the globe, or was it easy for you?
It seemed like a good debate right off the bat. Like, whether you believed it or not, this is a live debate. This is legit. And I had enough. I seen enough with NASA and the lack of fucking Antarctic travel. Just looking at the plane routes, whether they got explanation or not. You know, that's just crazy. And so every problem I had with flat Earth, you know, there's an answer. It's funny. There's a freaking explanation for just about every anomaly, man. It's crazy. But here's the thing. So to me, it was a live topic worth debating. So the first thing I did, I went and first chance I got, I bought a P1000, you know, and then I started taking my instrument, you know, I went to the beach and started running string lines. You know, I was going to do overlapping string lines for a few miles, and gave up on that one pretty quick because I was trying to use a masonry line, and you just can't go far enough. I'm like, fuck this, we'll bring the instrument and the laser and shit. So we came back a couple times, went down the beach and shit, down the coast. Never really made it as far as I wanted to, but I realized that the fucking level line's never going to move away from the water. If it hadn't done it in this mile and a half, whatever, how can it do it in the next fucking mile? What's different about this mile than that mile? Nothing. You know, I'd seen enough. Then I looked into it and and confirmed what I thought, you know, and he drops it from the horizontal or sloped, and then he rises or inclines and shit. And it came together pretty quick. So I watched videos, fucking as many as I could find, fucking stayed up late and watched them, fell asleep watching them, and just trying to learn as much as possible, and realized that it's a great debate. And it made me realize that, yeah, I don't think nobody knows for sure 100% what we're living on, whether it's even, you know, a realm or whatever, a freaking simulation. I don't think that, but I concede it's possible. And even the map with the asteroid map or Pac-Man map, I mean, I concede it. Anything's possible, man. I don't think we may never find out, but I hate debating.
That's awesome it's awesome that you're able to embrace that, because you seem like before that you were a person that had to have everything figured out and make sure that, you know, it was like, this is the way it is. I mean, and you're that way now with figuring out all the measurements and seeing if they could work both ways and all that. Because
I try to
unsettling, you know, for you.
I like to hear every view, man, and I've looked straight for debates, and that put me on Flat Earth Debate, and hearing them, I agree with them on a lot of points and stuff. As far as coming from a debate stance, they do what they're supposed to do. It's jam up, you know. They don't let people come in with fallacious reasoning. But to finish up on me, there's still some things I want to do, and I'm gonna be done with a contract here within a couple months, and I got a couple things in mind, and I'm gonna start reaching out and trying to connect with a couple people who are like me. I'm gonna go to LIGO, and I got a couple ideas. I don't want to talk too much about it or dates and all that, because I'm just gonna go do it, and I just I want to see for sure. And if I'm gonna the only thing that aggravates me with this, I try and be honest about shit, and but when people like come in condescending and like they know for sure and talking like we're stupid, like it's not even an argument. Like, why are you here if it's not even a good debate? why are you even here, man? That's the type of people that upsets me. Like, man, them are the same people who defend NASA like tooth and nail. So even if they give me good enough proof for a globe, like a good footage of rockets, or sent me up there, just I mean, what I've seen is, I'd be not honest to admit that there ain't some backhanded deception going on, man. And but as far as NASA, I don't think it's all lie. They're all lying, even all the way up to the head. They might be faking some shit, but they still think it's a globe with all their heart. And maybe, I don't know, man. I think it doesn't have to be this giant conspiracy. It's just what people wholeheartedly believe. What do you think?
Well, what do you mean it wouldn't have to be a giant conspiracy?
It really wouldn't. Like, even the people, even the heads up at NASA, they don't think that they're fooling the world when they're thinking it's a ball. They literally would probably bet their life it's a ball. Just from
you
the
think
evidence.
That's possible?
I mean,
it's possible for people that high up to really believe it and have it not be true.
That's possible too. It's actually more than likely that there's a few people in key positions that are high. It's likely, but it's possible that they just wholeheartedly believe it's a globe from the evidence that they have. And but like if satellites there's a couple things I'm still trying to work on, and I don't dodge them, man. Like the stars and a map, I think it's due time we make a map, dude. It could be anything. Just make it fairly accurate, man. And
did you look into that idea I sent you, or I was talking to you, chatting with you about in DMs with the idea of Orion's belt possibly lining up with monuments across the whole plane from Easter Island over to Tonga?
Yeah, that's when did you post that?
I sent you a video by my remember E1, if he was around for a while, and the only thing you can see by him now is on the Sun and Moon channel, and he has a whole presentation on there, and he was the closest I saw.
Yes.
Mapping it out. Yeah.
I watched a minute of it, but it was like over an hour, and I've watched Karen before, and I guess her shit had got deleted and all that. Now she's up and running, but I saved it, and I saved it to watch later on. But I started to watch.
Oh, you mean her channel got taken down
a while back? Because I ain't seen her in a while, and
okay. I hope it's not down, because I want to get it. Did you save a recording of that one I sent you?
Which channel? Yeah, I got it saved. Well, I didn't download it. I just put it and watch later. Yeah, I definitely got it in my browser, and watch later.
Oh, cool. Good, because I wanted to make sure I saved that.
Sun and Moon got taken down?
Yeah.
A long time ago, man. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, man. She's been back. She's up now again now.
She's got a couple new. Yeah, she's had to make some new ones. But I just didn't know if you meant recently or if it was just from before.
Her recent videos are pretty.
I used to watch her, man.
Yeah, she used to be a little more serious, flat Earth focus, but her recent ones with like people, like I get into the people becoming other people theories, but she's taken it to another level. I don't know if you've checked in on her recently.
Yeah, anyway. And she was out there looking at the sky, describing what she's seeing. And in my opinion, there would have to be an anomaly exactly like she's describing, where she's watching the moon come in, and she's describing her cul-de-sac and her house and the way it comes in, and then it veers off the other direction and shit. And then she describes what the stars are doing, and they're not doing exactly. They're not all following exactly the same path. It's like, man, there'd have to be spots like that, just a couple of them on Earth. I was thinking out in the middle of the ocean, we could have like 3 rotations, and I've showed it where if you're anywhere on a continent at the equator, and you look east, you look west, anywhere on that equator, you're going to see exactly what time lapse shows. You're going to see stars coming straight over your head, and you're going to see at the very horizon what looks to go off to the left and right, and but there'd be a couple spots in the middle of the ocean where they'd have to turn you around a little bit as far as GPS goes and shit. But I don't think that would be possible.
I hear you on the multiple rotations. Yeah, I think we live within a quadrupole system, is how I see it. I think it's a dipole. Up and
Yeah,
down.
it's 4. I think it's 4. That's how I would agree.
Yeah, vertically it's a dipole, like positive, negative, the two, but then horizontally it's a quadrupole, and the stars are a quadrupole.
So if that's the case, why is it that we don't have observance of 4 different poles? It seems
we do,
as far as like the north, south.
That's what the southern poles are. They're all mirrors of the same structure, and there's 4 of them.
Gotcha. So you're saying it's a mirror,
in other words,
a reflection, a mirror as in reflection, or mirror as in an actual movement of stars?
What I mean by mirror, yeah, it's a good delineation. I mean a duplicate star field, meaning they're not actually reflecting off each other per se, but they are the same. Kind of like if you're in a room, each corner of the room is the same, and there's 4 of them. So I think the quadrupole, it's like the northeast, southwest, the whole like axis, the cross, all that symbology. It's just the 4 cardinal directions. There's the 4 islands in the North Pole and the 4 rivers. So that's at the center, but at the outer realm, outer parts of it, and the way the stars work is that there's actually a pole at each of those 4 cardinal directions, the 4 corners of the earth. And so anytime you're in one of the southern regions, you're just looking at one of them, but they all look the same. They have the same stars and they look the same.
Same stars, right? That's
Yeah.
the next point I was going to make. New perspective. You freaking posted that one video from that guy, and I watched them all, and I've really spent some time on the figure 8 thing. But yeah, so like the crux, that's like 28 degrees away from the rotation, center rotation, or 27, 28 degrees. It's only traversing like 4,200 miles, so that's not, or around that, between 4,000 and 5,000 miles, which is a long way compared to how small we are. But as far as making it all the way around, it couldn't. So just thinking, but what you showed was the guy cut out a hole in the table and put a phone up in with a salad bowl.
Yeah.
And he simulated stars and rotated them, and sure enough, man, there was counterclockwise rotations or counter rotations on the outside of the salad bowl even. And what he showed was that even though the stars aren't lining up perfect, he took the northern hemisphere and like the southern hemisphere stars and put a middle point and had them rotate towards each other according to latitude. And though they weren't identical, it was eerie how fucking much they matched. There's a crux in the north. There's a Big Dipper, a Little Dipper, and then the all the clusters, like they all line up, they all converged. Anybody who hadn't seen the videos he posted, man, check them out.
I reposted that one in the live stream just now. The main one that you're talking about. There's others on that channel that talk about that same. He goes into like detail and he goes into stellarium in one of them and shows how this constellation is the same as the North constellation. It's just stretched out because it's a reflection, possibly, but the detail he goes into is pretty convincing for sure.
It looks like a screen to me when I'm looking up at the stars or when I take pictures. I mean, especially when you see time lapses, not the bullshit time lapses we see on YouTube, whatever, but like the time lapses like you see from professional photographers with the whole sky moving the way it really moves, and I'm not insinuating that shit does anything different than what we see, but it's just the size is kind of a false representation of what we see with our eyes is what I'm saying. But it just looks like a screen, and kind of, I don't think they're
consistency
tangible objects. They could be, but I don't think they are. And I think the south is like a parabolic flipped image of what's going on in the north, man.
Right, which that's the way it would work if it was kind of some kind of magnetic or kind of like a paperweight type of electromagnetic 4-corner reflection type thing going on.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying with that. And yeah, they are all connected, like inner and outer. Yeah, I would say that there is like a correlation with that. And yeah, like I think of it where if you took a field of stars, whether that's like plasma, sonoluminescence, cymatic sound frequencies, whatever those things are, those luminaries, and had them in a field, and then if you charge that with a quadrupole where you have the center and then the whole thing has these fundamental four kind of corners to it, then you end up with this north, south, east, west matrix. You end up with and then the land is all coming out from the center in a quadrupole fashion. You've got the one side of the pole, which is Canada, North America, South America. Then you have another essentially 90 degrees. You then have Europe and Africa and all of that. You go another, you're going to get the sort of Asia and Australia. Then you're going to get another one, which essentially is that Southern Pacific, which on the AE map, on the Gleason's map, is kind of missing. So that's why like the idea of there being more land there, I think, is very high, especially in the South Pacific. But you do have like the Hawaiian Islands and that, but that's the fourth one. But it's sort of like the four spokes of a wheel, except that Southern Pacific is kind of missing. But yeah, the in my understanding, like the quadrupole and the four corners, it's also that the land is literally electromagnetically being pulled, as it were, or somehow aligned from the center out to each pole. And so all the continents are going out.
Right. It's yeah, exactly. If that is the case, like it's just imagine like that. If that was like the base knowledge and everyone knew that was the case for the longest time. And then the delight you imagine on the guys that realize that this could very easily be reverse engineered to convince people it's a ball because of that very fact.
It's just funny because there's implications to that. And like I said, it'd be longer distances. It wouldn't be apparent till you got down further south. Because, around 35, 40 degrees even and in, I mean, to the equator, and then right on the other side of the equator. I mean, this is the biggest section of the rotations of Earth. I mean, it'd be the hardest to prove. And so when I went looking for anomalies, it just didn't surprise me that I found them, man, with the speeds and shit, because they could map it perfectly. We could make a sphere out of a neighborhood, out of a dude did his kitchen, out of a city, a state. The bigger you get, the more likely you could believe it or convince people.
I will say though that if there was four poles, quote unquote, or just in general, if that was the case, you might expect that you would see more than just the one celestial equator where the stars seem to funnel in on each other. Like you'd think that would make like a spoke pattern where you would see.
I'm gonna show you a picture. I'm gonna post a picture real quick that I drew and just doodling. It's like a map, and it's got the four, maybe not exactly like geosam, but pretty similar to the way he's describing it. The way I have the reflective outer rotations is I have them converging. Like I said, if you're on any continent, you're going to see exactly what we see. You could look north and look south and see exactly that. But so everyone in the south is pretty much the same thing. So it's all going to line up for each person.
What I was saying, like, wouldn't you see like those two that were right next to each other in the south also seem to make their own little celestial equator, like coming together, kind of like spinning?
Yeah, they do. On every continent. On every continent, they do, and you'll see. And one last thing, because I know Gio wants to say it, but it's the way I did it. It's like a triangular type of it's a triangular type of the sun, the triangle in the middle. It's not a triangle. It's not going to points. It's curving. But the height, I tried to draw it like in 3D. I shaded it in to show the 3D of it. How it comes up a little bit to make them big whopped looking triangles, round looking triangles. Make it look like it's circular. And when it's south in Capricorn, this is what I got from the figure 8 video that the dude did. In the south, the sun kind of it comes toward the equator just ever so slightly, and then kind of folds back out. It's like convex, and then at the equator it goes straight on that path, and then and on Cancer it goes it's concave the way, so ever so slightly, but enough with that tiny bit of change and with a little elevation, it's kind of doing like a like if you look at the freaking analemma, if you turn it sideways, it looks like almost like a Pringle chip kind of
Right.
You can see what it looks three-dimensionally. The figure 8 with the small top, it looks like a Pringle, and so that's what it's doing. It's going around. It's like a sine wave going up and down. Whether it's a physical dome, the atmosphere is causing it, or whatever it is. I think that's that's what we get. So you got to picture that, and so that's meant
so the
to
path
show
of the sun could be kind of Pringle shaped as well as the up and down movement, which should be like,
well, it's gonna look round, but due to the Pringle shape, like I have it doing like kind of like triangle, but not exactly. The fact that it's going up in the ceiling, whatever, for lack of better words, then if it goes down, it's gonna automatically go out. Like if you draw on a piece of paper, in the center of your piece of paper, a blank sheet of paper, in the bottom center, just draw a line straight across from side to side. That represents your horizon. Okay. And then draw a sun at the top left. Draw just a picture of the back of your head at the bottom, right? So you with me so far?
Yep.
You got a blank piece of paper with a horizon line at the bottom center, and then you got a sun at the top left and your head down at the bottom looking out. Now draw a sun in the middle of that piece of paper above the horizon, and then draw a sun all on the left side of the paper. You're going to draw a sun. You're going to draw 3 of them, one at the right on the horizon, one halfway up, and one at the top of the piece of paper, as far as you can go. Now you draw a line from your eye, like where your eye would be at the back of your head, to each one of them suns, and it'll just show you that even left to right, if with the sun going up, okay, it changes. You get a sharper angle with it down. I mean, it literally changes angle just from the height. So if the sun is got a central point that it's going around in any type of fashion, just from it changing height, it swings it closer toward your point of view. Them lines are not the same. We'll have different angles according to its height.
All right. Interesting. All right. I think Gio's got a good little diagram of the personal dome that kind of shows that same thing a little bit. Is that right, Gio? Or you were trying to say something earlier? He's still here.
That's okay. I think I probably forgot, or I'm kind of doing something else now. But I am listening. But I kind of okay. Yeah, I'd have to think. It was from before. No, that was all good. I was enjoying listening.
Yeah, you have to draw that out, Brian, so we can visualize it even better. I thought you had a personal dome GIF or meme that you were posting at one point, Gio, that had that, where the sun would, cross your personal dome as far as the height and the illusion that you might get from one point to another. Kind of like Brian was talking about.
Well, the way I see it is that, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're seeing the world from your own, essentially, field of view, which is like a little hemisphere. Yeah, right. Exactly. But I was going to say something else, too, with the star idea, because I was talking about, like the idea of the quadrupole and all that. But if you had like a quadrupole system, somehow that's built into creation, where there is that, the 4 cardinal directions. I think just in that idea, I was thinking like if you had that whole field, and then if you charge it with that quadrupole, the stars would all just follow those flux lines. So if the whole thing is charged that way, kind of like what Brian was saying, like anywhere where you're in the south, in any region, because at that point you're far away from the north, because if it's just a huge extended plane, then at some point when you're too far away from a certain area, you're just not going to see it. And the Earth is so large that when you're in that southern region, you won't see the north, Polaris and all that anymore, and you're going to see a section of sky, and there is going to be that southern pole, quote unquote, concept. And that's why for the globe Earth, I totally get where they're going with that. That's fine. Like it makes sense. Like if the Earth was a globe, you would see one pole, I guess, so it fits fine for that. But that doesn't mean that there is only one pole. And I think, like what Brian was saying, like it just made me think of that. Like anytime you're in the south, that's exactly what we observe. So just when we go with what we observe, the Earth being stationary, being planar, and then in those southern regions, we see that same star pattern, essentially, no matter which area.
Yeah, I got a good couple flat Earth point to present on that, but I did post that in live stream, and I sketched that. I got Australia. I got the angle.
Cool.
I got the angle.
I've got the angle. Like a tripole system. See, what I think it's like this, but 4 poles. But yeah, dude, this is dope.
Well, I got one in the middle, and 3 on the outside.
This is it, pretty much. I mean, in a sense, yeah, you've got that structure there. That's awesome.
So put yourself on every continent, and you'll see one going directly over your head, and on each 3 lines of the triangle. But like I said, if you look shaded it in where you see toward the middle, it's higher. It's still doing the Pringle thing, which I don't have in the video. You got to kind of picture that yourself. But it's higher. The sun is higher up in the, like I said, ceiling, and then it's lower further out, man.
The only thing with this is that it looks like you had to change the alignment of the continents to make it 3 poles, because it looks like the Australia. Because see how, like, on the Gleason's map, I think I posted above, see how, like, at least on the Gleason's, you know, from the tip of South America right over to Australia, it's like a straight line.
Yeah, well, I drew that. I'm not really an artist.
Awesome.
Dude, the continents could be fucking backwards. We wouldn't fucking know it, dude. I mean, not literally, but almost. I mean, dude, you can drive 1 mile. I mean, there's a road, well, within at least a couple miles, there's a road. I just did it a few months ago. We drove and went around and came back out right where we started the next road over. I'm like, how the fuck did we do that, dude? Within a mile or 2, we literally did a 180 and didn't even know it. I mean, and so you're talking thousands of miles, dude, and all these declinations. I'm gonna post the magnetic declination map of America, and just look at it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's anti-spherical. It's almost obvious.
The one you drew here, is essentially what we observe. Meaning that, like, if you're in the center or you're in this region, you're going to see the North Pole and that star, you know, rotation, if you want to call it that. And then when you're at the equator, you're going to see them diverging, just like we do, kind of converging, diverging as they're coming up. And then in the south, that's exactly like, as you go further south, you see that star field. Now, whether I don't know of any other way other than there to be multiple poles. Does anyone else, like, who thinks the Earth is a planar surface, have any other? I know, like, I've heard Lemons talk about the lens idea, that if you kind of put a lens over like a sheet of paper, and I get that idea. The only thing about that, well, I mean, yeah, I guess, like, if that was, I mean, that's essentially kind of what I'm saying it is, though. Essentially, I mean, that's what it's doing. Like, the lens just represents the way that a dipole, the flux patterns of a dipole, because it basically, the lens is showing 1 pole, and if you plop it in that southern region as part of a dipole system, it's going to warp the stars and make that. So essentially, that is the same kind of idea. But I just don't know that, like, I don't see a way that if there weren't 4 poles, how even with that lens idea, how that could be doing it in all 4.
Well, the continents would have to be different position. I mean, the only way it's possible is if it's a different map. And the continents, like Australia and South America, are probably inverted inward a little bit towards Africa. Now, Africa is in the northern hemisphere. You know, there's a little tiny bit of it in the southern hemisphere. You know, but as far as majoritively speaking, it's almost entirely above Capricorn. I mean, above the equator. Really, the equator is a considerable ways past its entire thick point. But it does go down a little bit, but not nowhere near like South America and Australia. But that would almost lend credence to the Pac-Man map, which they have a good argument. But it's just, to me, it's I don't feel like I've had to jump that far and reach that far as far as leaving north and coming back up somewhere else on the map. But though it's fucking possible, but I see where they come up with the globe. It's like you look at an airplane flying, and you'll see it kind of going off to the side and shit. No specific direction. You know, you could, if you're directly under it, you could see it go in its path and cruise. I thought it was Coriolis, dude. I've told this story, but then I looked at and I lined it up with the compass, and it's like would have been almost exactly opposite of Coriolis. It was just wind pushing it. But if you're directly underneath, you could see. You know, so if you're traveling in a plane, you're up there in the winds. If you're in a boat, you're in all this current and shit, dude. And it's just it's a model. They got a model. They got a good model, but then they cling to it too heavily. But still, that's no excuse for us to not put together a model, even if we stand behind it 100% or not. But just a map that that works. Well, I guess we kind of have that with the A map. You know, if it pretty much works, in my opinion. You know, Australia would have to be a little bit closer to South America, but that's not that difficult, man. Because you
Yeah,
just
I think
change
it's
angles.
pretty close. Yeah,
Russia.
I think the Gleason's is pretty close. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it is pretty close in terms of the general layout. But I agree with you. There's some minor changes in like the grid systems of some of the continents, and there are some differences. I think, meaning that Gleason's is not perfect, but as like a general grid system, yeah, I do think it's pretty close to what we have in terms of the continents all coming out like that, kind of like spokes of a wheel. I kind of think of it.
Yeah.
And the general layout of it, which of course makes sense.
I agree, though. I agree with them on one thing, man. Like, there's no such thing as traveling a straight line as far as traveling goes in between land masses. It's so far, dude. You could put that shit so far off, and you could invert it. Like if we're traveling down to like say Africa from the east side where we're at, the wind could be predominantly pushing one way, and then if you're coming from like toward Japan or China, like at a different diagonal, kind of opposite diagonal, and the winds could be like favoring another direction. I mean, they literally could make big changes. I think everybody should know that they could make bigger changes than we're probably all imagining, and never ever get questioned. There's a big ass place, man, but I don't think there's such thing as straight line travel, like boats, planes, even roads. There's no straight line travel on our realm. It's the way it is, man.
Well, there is if you have the technology, but I know what you mean. It's very difficult to do. But I mean, you don't. I mean, the military, I would say the military. Let's say the highest levels or whatever, they've got the whole thing mapped out as to the furthest extent that they can go without a question, in my mind. Meaning that they've got the real Google Earth, basically. The real thing, the real layout of it. Because if you have the amount of equipment that they have, the amount of money that they have to be able to measure it, map it. You could do overhead imaging, within a couple weeks. If you had all that equipment, you could obviously get everything imaged, multiple times over. And then they know how that actually lays out on the real grid. So,
yeah, you could grid it straight. I don't mean that they're not straight lines in reality. I just meant like if you're traveling in between continents and you're in a boat, no matter how good of a boat you got, you can get back on that straight line and for the most part stay with it. But I don't know, even in a suburb. I mean, there's currents. It's you're going to have to do some maintenance to maintain it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I meant. And like a plane, there's jet streams and shit. And I believe there are straight lines. I don't believe like in a globe, like there's no such thing as straight lines. I was just talking about perfect like straight shots that any one of us for the most part could call 100% certain as far as it being a straight path, especially over a couple thousand miles in between the continents. I mean, that gives them a lot of play. I mean, you almost have to at least agree with that a little bit, even if you don't agree with the straight lines. Like they've got some wiggle room on in their model as far as the locations, in my opinion.
Well, I think it is really, really hard to travel a straight line. I would agree with you in general. But we could do it if we had, the equipment, the funding, et cetera. But I think they can to probably pretty damn close because they would have had to get all of the correct straight line distances pretty damn accurate to then manipulate it to even make the globe model fit in the way that would be able enough to trick people.
Yeah. And there's information that, it just so happens the information that could bring shit to light are the things that we would need to make a flat Earth map. There's information or either access, to places that we don't have, and the information they're not going to come off of, and like flight paths and shit. You can get general flight paths shit like that, but the people plotting and planning, they act like that shit's national security or some shit. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like you go to try to get even some surveys and shit, man. It's like they want to charge you a fortune, and it's not even the top grade, not even.
There was that one video too. Keep in mind, even if you did get that information, not to say there's any claim that I'm making, but there was that one video that Taboo Conspiracy put out, and it was an email that he was reading from a friend, from a fan or somebody that was like
knew who he was, and he said he worked for JetBlue or something, and he was talking about how there was a difference in the flight plan that he had to sign off on than the actual flight he took. And he was saying that there's two different ways of plotting it, and then the one that you're going to get access to is not the correct way. It's just to reinforce the globe.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're just following GPS, especially these big long distance flights. I mean, short ones, yeah, like, you know, people talk about being a pilot. Yeah, you can do a little, you know, flight, you know, maybe a couple states over in the United States or whatever. You can do your little small flights and you can measure some distances that way. But where it really starts to matter in terms of the shape of the Earth is those really long distances. And those are not flights that people are charting themselves. Like they're ultimately following their GPS and tracking systems.
Right. Yeah, and that's the point. That's exactly the point is double checking these things. The way I have my map, if you went down south to try and chart it, you know, you're not going to see both rotations at once because it's going to be dark and light. And by the time you traveled a good distance and shit like that, it's just not going to be feasible to recognize because it's the same stars. So being that it's the same stars, it's also shrunk in its rotation. So it's going to match the distances as far as navigation and shit goes.
Well, what do you think happens if this is the way it is, if there's like kind of multiple poles, essentially, we're seeing a different one at each cardinal direction, like what would be in the middle of them, do you think? What would be between them? What do you think?
Open ocean and just magnetic declination. I just think that basically if you're in between them, if there'd be a couple spots you could go to and with some scrutiny, you could prove it wrong. But in my head, I really want to do one with just two rotations. You feel me? Like one in the middle, maybe like you're saying with the quadrupole. But just upon first thought, I want to just do one on the opposite side of another. So two south polar.
Did you see what I posted just now, Brian, in the live stream?
I'm gonna go look.
That's it's screenshots from the work that my friend E1 has done, and like you said, you're going to watch this video. You should watch that Sun and Moon presentation and just check out where he's coming from on all that, because he was one of the best as far as I ever heard talk about the positioning of the stars and what they end up doing. And he even did a time elapse with Polaris, and he found something interesting there because he did it 6 months apart, and he's going to put them together, and kind of went off grid and took his channel down when COVID happened. So he might be able to repost stuff, but he did. He was going to combine these two star trails he did with Polaris, and it seemed to make like an elliptical kind of football shape, like with a little divot, almost like the Eye of Ra. Like there was like that little divot, just like the Eye of Ra is drawn. And he said that's the track that it did 6 months apart, and that's interesting if that was known in ancient times, or in general if that's where the Eye of Ra came from, as far as the little tiny orbit that the North Star moves in. But he also said something about the sun moving with in coordinates with the North Star, almost like there was an attraction or some kind of a connection between the two, and that there was kind of a corner, almost like turn that the sun seemed to make at a certain point when the North Star was doing a certain thing, and it kind of reminded me of your triangle diagram there. Like
yeah. And if you look at Africa, it does that in Africa, man. It right when it sets, I've seen pictures where it starts to turn a little more sharply. But also right. in the southern hemispheres, it's lower. The ceiling's lower. I mean, even in the globe model, they have the atmosphere, if you will, higher at the equator and getting lower toward the poles. Miles of atmosphere. But I just call it the ceiling, whatever it is we see, whatever it is up there. It's lower in the south, so you'd have to be like in a dead specific position to see the rotation. You'd have to actually be looking for it. You'd have to stop in the middle of the ocean right there, and I mean not just one tiny little spot, but one region where you could see two rotations, you'd have to stop and look for but you might just think it's north and south. I don't know, man. You would it might take a little work, but I think it's more like what he just showed. If you ain't looked at the live stream text, that's perfect, and that would be way more manageable with two of them opposite of each other.
You see how that matches? See how that matches the ones I posted for my friend? Look at that. Let's scroll up to right below your post. You see how that he's convinced that they diverge, and they were talking about this on this channel the other day. If the stars seem to converge and diverge, do they actually converge and diverge? And if they do, he was convinced that that the stars seem to move off 360 degrees in a separate direction and then come around and meet again at the celestial equator, and just do that kind of like rotation of and it could work with a quadrupole even if it's happening on both sides or 3 or 4 sides. But
I really like that idea, man. I'm still working on it in my head, but I seen that it does. It has some explanatory, explanatory, whatever you want to call it, characteristics. Basically, it can explain like what the time zones and the way the sun arches and all that. And that got me thinking like there's two suns, and but you'll only ever see one at a time because the way it's polarized. And maybe one, but it does sound more likely that when the sun crosses the equator off toward Cancer, that it's doing a different loop, looping down there for them, because it ain't like it does that all year round.
You should definitely watch that presentation by E1 and just check it. See if you can get
definitely will, bro. Definitely will.
From him, because I think what he's talking about, and Jazla 111 and Geo and
that one I just posted sort of shows it.
Yeah, that it's somehow.
So when we see these stars, Geo,
it's awesome.
When we see, I'm definitely gonna watch that. I'm actually excited, looking forward. I got something to look forward to when I head down here shortly. But Geo, if you think about it, like the even at the rotations, I mean, like the equator where they meet. I mean, you don't really see any kind of, you have to do an actual time lapse to freaking to see any kind of circular movement. We don't notice that shit. You'd have to sit there and do a time lapse. It just in the south, there's no North Star in the south, so that gives them that them whatever degrees of wiggle room of being able to pinpoint that meridian. There's wiggle room, and maybe that's for a reason. That there's no dinner for that matter.
This whole idea that there could even be like 4, reflections, 3 or 4 reflections of the center North Star rotations makes me think that maybe that's what they meant by as above, so below. Like a mirror reflection.
That's interesting. As inner and outer, yeah. As above, so below. Well, yeah, there's a lot to that. That's like a very deep alchemical concept, but yeah, because that kind of involves the marriage of the physical plane and the heavens,
right?
And the kind of correlation between them. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what's interesting is that there is just the direct observation, and like when Brian was talking about the magnetic declination. At the end of the day, that's what it is, and we just view the sky uniquely. I can see why they say it works on a globe model. I understand. See, what's interesting about it, I think that like we are on a planar surface. We're on a planar surface, but the stars have a celestial sphere component to them. So, and that is like a spinning sphere, if you want to think about it as that. So there is like a spinning sphere component to the universe. It just isn't like we're not on the outside of a physical ball going through a vacuum. We're on like the inside of an entire system.
That's possible, man. And then look at a planetarium, man. I've seen the projections on domes and even on different shaped ceiling, but the dome ceiling, like it shows exactly what we see. It's like a miniature. You're sitting there, you're like a giant on the planet. So I would ask them, could they take and project the stars? Because think about it. when you're looking at the North Pole from the equator, you see it standing up straight. I'm okay with them saying, it's because of the angle and all that, for that explanation. But when you get right up to it, you're up underneath it, and it changes angles. Okay, so if it's you changing angles, I'll give them that even. But when you're looking back toward the equator, if you're at the North Pole, you're going to see Orion standing upright, standing up with his sword, right there. His 3 stars in the belt along the equator, whatnot. He's standing up, but as you travel toward him, he starts laying down. You get underneath them; they're directly above you. There's no more Orion standing up. So what the fuck changed? How could he lay down or stand up? According to what angle? If they're infinite distance away, it's I think this is what Bob Nodell means when he says there should be parallax. Like we shouldn't see that. If the stars are infinite distance away, it should be whatever angle we see. We should just just turn your physical angle where you're at, and that's exactly what you should see from just a different location. They should get tighter. If it's standing up, why should it lay down? If they're infinite distance away, man, it's kind of hard to put in words, but
No, I see what you're saying. I was going to mention earlier that when we were talking about like litmus tests for incredulity, reverse incredulity, like how can you believe it, right? Like if there's no parallax over so many thousands of years that we've been able to, document for these stars not changing their positions relative to each other or relative to us, the infinite distance away is what they needed. But at the same time, it's still not even close to good enough as an excuse. Like you would think, even if they were far away, there would be slight changes we would notice, even over just a year's time, as far as our position compared to them, right?
If they have ground positions, though, they literally have ground positions. So if I'm looking from 5,000 to 6,000 miles away at stars that represent 60 nautical miles per degree, okay, then who cares if I'm changing angles? If they're that infinite distance away, the angle shouldn't change just because the ground's angle changed. Why should the constellation angle change? I mean, you'd have to go millions, probably 1 billion miles to get a 1 degree angle change. So if you just pictured taking off straight toward the equator, toward Orion, which is standing up, looking right at you, it represents 60 degrees, and you didn't change angle at all, you'd get underneath it and pass it, and it'd never lay down, because if you didn't, you can't use the ground changing angles as an excuse. If you just picture free space, you leave the North Pole, you say forget the curve of the Earth, you're going straight toward the equator. Of course, it's getting lower, maybe as you go straight toward it, but it'd have to stay standing up, and not only that, you'd never reach it, But as far as ground position, it's supposed to be representing 60 nautical miles per degree, and but how can it do both? How can it change its angle in free space and maintain a position on the Earth? It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
Yeah,
no,
there's contradictions these are real contradictions. I think that are really the crux of the argument for our side, because the devil's in the details, like you were saying the other day. Like there's some of these things that if you really put yourself to the test and figuring out if it really works the way they say, I think some of these things are glossed over on their end. Like they can't see it. They think it works perfectly because the stellarium tells them so. And so,
but even stellarium has Orion making tight, a little bit tighter arcs on the horizon from the pole. But that wasn't my argument just now. It had to do with the angle, but it shows the belt making a tighter arc than what we see closer to it, and that's flat out perspective, man. Like it shows the stars literally separating, measurable separation at the horizon. Like if you don't even have to draw lines on the screen, just line up a star on each edge and roll it, let it run, and you'll see stars on either end leaving the screen as they traverse, and if they're coming towards you, they'll be coming in from either side. So that's measurable separation. And they can't use perspective with stars, anything more than just a little refraction, but it's consistent. And upon first glance, that's a great globe proof. You know, you have stars deviating off to the north and then deviating a little off to the south at the horizon, and the one's going straight overhead. But in reality, that's measurable, and that would represent 3 separate rotations, right? And that's why another reason I think there's probably 2 that are opposite each other, representing the south, and 1 in the middle. I like that, man. Dude, I like the way you always bring good visuals to go with your story, man. I like that about you, man.
Hey, man, thanks. Yeah, I hope you watch that for sure, and definitely look into the idea that
fucking to you, dude. I'm watching.
If Orion's belt does match up with other, I have to find that video. It's weird that it's gone. It makes me think that there's something to it, because there was this video that was showing Orion's belt matches not only the Giza, or mirrors the Giza pyramids, but also other places, monuments that were set up in exactly those formations, from Tonga all the way over to Easter Island. And he thought, you know, that there's good evidence to show that the Milky Way gets torn apart in the sky and goes half one direction, half the other, and then meets up again, and all the stars seem to almost like a disco ball, like reflection type thing, where they meet up again, and all the stars seem to go parallel again through the celestial equator. But the continents we're on are just positioned perfectly that we can't observe that separation.
It'd be so hard. But one thing we should observe when we see the Milky Way looking like a rainbow. I mean, I looked for 3 days straight. I've got 1 million pictures of the Milky Way flooding my freaking space. I need to delete some of them. But as much as we see the arch of the Milky Way in the one position, we're on the other side of Antarctica. We're upside down basically. It should be a bowl. It should be exactly opposite. It should be antipodal to what we're seeing. So if we're seeing the arch on one side, we should see a bowl on the other side, and we never see a bowl.
Interesting. Do you see it stretched out? Do you see it kind of getting torn apart, like forming the different formations from the Milky Way? Does it seem like it ever separates at all, or has like a stretching out like that at all?
I could picture it, man. I mean, who would think that there's a fucking 2 Big Dippers and 2 Little Dippers and 2 Cruxes? It's like unbelievable the way they line up, man. And for sure as shit, they line up with the same latitudes. Like, that's crazy, dude. I know there's a lot of stars. There's a lot of stars, but yeah, man.
Yeah, that is crazy. That seems like almost undeniable proof. If it could be shown decisively that those constellations are there 3 times over, or even doubled, and just stretched out.
But they're all the clusters, even though the stars aren't exact, man. The patterns are they match, man. Flat out match. Some of them match perfectly, but all the clusters, though, man, all the hot areas and shit, they all converged. In his video, man, they match like it's eerie to watch that. You're like, wow, that's crazy. There's no way that's coincidence, dude. That's design.
I'm going to post another video too before you go. Make sure you or I'll send it to you if you want. I think I might have sent it to you already, where that guy has the star charts, the ones that you get, the paper ones that you scroll with the cardboard, and he shows how the southern constellations are smaller. Then it's a smaller circle to begin with than the northern constellation chart that you get. Did you watch that one? Did I send it to you yet? I reposted on my channel.
No, I don't believe I did. I watched
and then
him
he talks about the idea that
I watched a couple times each, bro.
Yeah, definitely watch that E1, and I'll repost that one that I copied it and posted it on my channel. And then he talks about the idea that it could be like, the outer stretch, or a smaller version of the bigger one.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it next time. That's the exact type of shit I'm into, and it's hard to find good information on that, or even philosophies and shit. And dude, let me say one other thing about this. This kind of sums the whole thing up, in my opinion, is that the Creator, God, whatever that means to you, or not you specifically, but whoever's listening or does hear this, This place was created and designed, and the sky is absolutely a clock, but it's designed. I don't think for 1 second that anything's an accident, and the way it's designed to keep us in a certain area. And so what Gio said earlier about lands and all that, I think that's at this point, if you're a flat earther, man, it's almost hard to deny 100% that there's no extra lands and shit. But what better way to keep people in an area and than to make it look like a sphere, just by giving another rotation. It could even just be 4-dimensional, and something that we don't even really fully understand, and or it could be one of the ways we're explaining it and shit. And but it is what it is, so yeah, you can't blame people for thinking that they live on a ball due to the freaking stars in the heavens and all that. Upon first glance, upon further scrutiny, you start seeing different shit and you start seeing problems. But upon first glance, it does appear to be a globe. I don't blame people for thinking that. And the devil's always in the detail. But yeah, this place was designed to keep us, in this area. And I gotta say that.
Yeah, and it definitely, when you realize that the effect of it, regardless if it's true or not, if it was a lie and it was a way of separating us from being in tune with our true reality, that is powerful to realize, because then it's like, well, the effect that it's had is obvious in so many ways of what it does to your mind. Where you're just in this, the spinning ball chaos compared to a, definitely designed, intelligently designed system of some sort. That's the big difference. That it makes it seem, even if you are on the fence or whatever, you have to at least be able to understand that it would have a big effect on people's consciousness, and it kind of supports the idea that,
man. Maybe not so much my favorite. Good. Sorry,
No,
I thought you
no,
was done, bro. This is my favorite conversation with other flat earthers, but my dreaded conversation with it's my dreaded conversation with Globers, but my favorite with other flat earthers. But
right.
I wanted to say one other thing before I forget. That clip earlier, showing that harness. I just brought that up because that's just an obvious one. Whether it's holding him up or not, that's debatable. Whether it proves flat or globe, I give them all that. But to admit it looks like a harness should just be honesty. But I wanted to say this: that same session right there, I think they call them events on their website. But that's the one where the guy's twirling nothing. Okay, they were having problems. That's the one where the background glitched out. And I'm not sure, but I think that's the one where the microphone went in dude's neck. It might not be that one, but I know that's the one where the guy was twirling nothing at all. Like he reaches at something, and so
like the guy's gonna pass.
They're seeing something different. Their equipment was malfunctioning that day, man.
Yeah, but I think that they show it to us on purpose. You know that, right? There's no way that they're spending all this money on, this budget of $60-some million a day, and letting those kind of things leak at one after the other. I don't know exactly the reason they're doing it, whether it's to just gaslight us or some kind of future, reveal that they have planned. But it just no way that all of those shoddy,
they're just not that good, man.
I don't know.
They're not that.
You can believe that, but they must have. I mean, they have people that go through YouTube videos and screen them just to see if there's some word someone says. I mean, they would have people at least paid to look through the videos that the public's going to see, and if they really wanted to protect it, they'd do a much better job, I think. They don't have to show us anything, is the other point that I like to make. They could just say they're going to space and just say you're spending money on stuff. If you're trying to talk, Brian, you're not coming through.
It's also possible that they don't want to a whole million people in on that, and so they keep a small team. So they're possibly prone to errors, but they're probably doing the best job they can. It's possible that they're intentionally putting out clues, but I don't know, man. On its face, my instinct tells me that they're doing the best job they can, but they're limited. And that particular day, they were having the layers were fucking up, dude. The guy grabs at nothing, so so I think that's when they first got them lenses, with the layering and shit. Where that you've seen it. This is one part they shoved in our face when they teleported that teddy bear. That wasn't even, they weren't even acting like they're faking that. They were showing that to little kids, and that's dirty. And little kids in the back of their mind are going to think that they're teleporting shit to ISS just from them showing that teddy bear teleporting up. And so it wasn't really there. So it had to be the layering, the lady seen it enough to grab it, and it moved with her. So that's basically, that's the same thing with the guy that day. They were having problems with their layering. And so the shit they normally can block out, like that harness, carrying that dude across, and the thing the guy thought he had in his hand, and then the whole thing glitched out for a minute. I just think they were having difficulties. It's going to happen eventually.
Could be that some of them are unintentional and some of them are, but if they are intentional at all, my point would be that, just like royalty likes to go through the peasants, a crowd of peasants with their gold and their flaunting of the riches, it's kind of a similar thing where
that's a good point.
Power, it's kind of like the emperor wears no clothes. The reason the emperor wore no clothes is just to see that everyone is saying they're convinced that he's wearing clothes.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question though, real quick. Let me ask you a question, man. Well, first off, remember Jeremy used to say, NASA, if you're listening, fucking just pay me such and such, and I'll come fucking make sure your shit's right on. I told Jeremy during Brennan's stream, I said, dude, I almost said it before because he said it a few times, and I got a kick out of it when he said it, thinking about it. But I was like, dude, they don't got to pay you shit because we're doing that job right here, live and in person, as a fucking team. We're showing problems with shit, and they change shit and update. So I would ask you this: if they're putting out shit like that on purpose, are they choreographing it to as such, or is it like, are the astronauts are they in on it? Like, are they saying, "Hey, act like you're grabbing something," and I mean, or
they're convinced.
How are they doing
the people that are participating in it are convinced, probably justified in their minds, that the reason that we're doing this, the way we're doing it and showing the mistakes on purpose, is so that anyone that is paying attention, we don't feel bad for tricking them, because we're not tricking them. Anyone that has
in other words, the mistakes they could have edited, they let some of them slip through the crack.
Right.
They laugh at
us. They're laughing at us, but also giving us a chance to see. It's like a wink and a nudge, kind of like, if you believe it,
respect us, bro,
and we don't feel bad for you. If you believe this, man. Right? They're laughing at the Globers, right? They're saying, if you believe this, then we don't feel bad because we didn't do a good job, and it's kind of a justification in their minds. And it's like they played golf on the moon, right? Think about that. When we see the president during wartime or during some crisis out on the golf, out on the golf tee, it's like a way of showing the dominance and the control, and that he still has time to golf even though we're in a crisis. This is the order of people's, there's a psychological effect on people when you see that kind of thing. And it's the same kind of thing when they played golf on the moon. It's like saying, look, this is fake, obviously, but we're giving you this story for a reason. Like, there was a thing I watched one time that was really interesting. It was just a program that happened to have this in it, but the main character is confronting the guy that he's been trying to chase down the whole time. And the guy's got lawyers up the ass, so he's not worried at all about the evidence the guy has on him. But then he goes into this whole spiel about the moon landing, and it was just off the wall, but perfect in the way he said it. Because he asked the guy, he's like, Mr. Washington, how many men died trying to land a man on the moon? And Mr. Washington doesn't answer. He just says, that's not the point. But if you think about what the answer is no men died trying to land a man on the moon. And he goes on to say that, that it was what changed a generation. It changed our world to
for people to believe that men landed on the moon. In so many words,
it killed the discussion. Yeah, it killed the discussion. So our generation never even had this discussion. So the older generation probably, you know, might have discussed it a little bit, but yeah, it just killed the discussion. Period, and just took away our even thoughts about it at all. It was just already it just is what it is, right? But I made a little.
In my mind, what I would think what it meant was that he was saying, or if you look at it, taking that into account, like that the success was for them wasn't landing on the moon. It was convincing people they landed on the moon. That's where the success really was. You know, that's all it was in their minds. You know, the idea of it. You know, and that's why I think it's justified.
That one guy said, "We don't got a full America. We just got a full Walter Cronkite, right, or whatever his name is." I want to say this. Right. I had a little thing. I was joking, like when I was watching, I was trying to look at the fucking the thing where it's you know, the rocket, whatever, comes down in SpaceX and lands, and I never could see it because it cut out every fucking time. And for starters, they got away with changing a live stream and without losing the live stream status, and which was bullshit. That
right, with the landing, with the 2 pads compared to 1 pad landing. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's a side note, though. That's just a side note. My main note is, I mean, I remember joking around saying, like talking about if there is, you know, the people up there like that, and this is going on, what we suspect, you know, to whatever level, you know, you got like a fucking Illuminati or whatever saying to his son, you know, look, this is how we do it and everything. And so right here, you know, the camera cuts out because a rocket is not going to land like that, you know, without some type of helium or something. He's like, Dad, we gotta, but Dad, we gotta fix the camera. I mean, we got to give them something, you know. They're not going to keep believing it if we keep cutting it out, right, Dad? You know. And he's like, don't worry about it, son. They'll believe anything we show them, son. Don't believe it. He's like, Dad, you sure? I mean, you're just gonna cut it out every time, you know, for years straight, and they're just gonna believe it. Yeah, son. They'll literally believe anything we tell them, and they'll literally defend us to the death. They'll fight for us, and they'll believe anything. So don't even worry about it, son. They're idiots.
Right. Yeah, and that's their litmus test. You know, to make sure that people's standards of acceptance is at that level. They don't even have to. I mean, I bet if like you were saying earlier, I think Gio maybe were saying, somebody was saying that there's so many more flat earthers that, or I think Issa was saying there's so many more people that realize that we're not on a spinning ball than you would ever probably imagine. And that, you know, you're not counting the people that are coming out and saying it. You know, there's a lot of people that would never say it for whatever reasons, you know, and there's a lot, because a lot of people are even embarrassed to admit it to their family. So how many people are actually talking online about this? But a lot of people that look into this, I think the majority of people that are skeptical, truly skeptical, look into this, you know, they almost realize it without having to worry about all the details, you know. And, you know, for people like us that really want to show that there's details to it that just don't add up, a lot of people just don't have the time to figure out their model that they never learned to begin with. They just realize it makes common sense that, you know, you don't feel like you're spinning because you're not spinning. You know, that it's
and what are them same people going to watch, dude?
Huh?
What are them same people going to watch? Like, they can't watch fucking the launches, or they could watch maybe the launches, but they're not going to go to fight the flat earth or some shit like that. You know, it'd be funny, laugh for a second, but you know, even for multiple
I doubt
reasons.
There's that many people really
for somebody on their level, we got to have a couple fans out there. But it could be like this. It could be like this, like the bosses could just be like, you know, telling the people in the office, you know, just watch these people, and if you see anything, you know, that you know, we can fix or we can edit, you know, this is where you learn, or they could watch it personally. You know, this could be their true entertainment, because I mean, we'd be on their level. We know what's real and what ain't, you know, if we're right.
I doubt it's even as popular as they say. I bet those live streams, they just like make it seem like there's thousands of people really into it and watching it. I don't think there's really that many people that are into it.
I don't either, but there might be, man. There might be, but I'll say this though, man. I'm talking about like the head ups, you know, like they've got to you know, if they do anything as far as entertainment online and hangouts and all that, who better than us to hang out with? Because we're the only people in reality, you know what I'm saying, having real conversations, and so they probably stay in the shadows a little bit, but you know, they there's a good chance, you know, we might have a few fans out there, or
I'm
or
sure.
just
I'm
or
sure.
just
Anyone
watch the
paying
show
attention, I mean,
get information.
conspiracy is like the engine of the internet when you think about it, you know. And the king of conspiracies is flat Earth, and so I think a lot more people are paying attention, or at least have, you know, taken a good look at it, that are interested in information and knowing the case is this or that. You know, I think there's a lot of people that are sneaky looking at it for sure. But it doesn't even matter because
The fact they try and make us look
goal. I
stupid.
mean, what do you think's going to happen? What's the best thing that could possibly happen as far as flat Earth goes? For it to go mainstream?
I know the
No.
fact they try and make us look stupid is not honest, man. That's not an honest position. Like, I like having debates
Right.
with people who are honest and respect me, you know, because
Right.
because I'm going to bring a good debate, and I'm going to concede where when I'm in a one-on-one type of debate. I'm going to concede if I can't prove it, or I'm going to tell you this is a possibility, or this is what I think. I'm going to be as honest as I can, and I'm going to but I'm going to bring some good points. I'm going to point out some things, and I'm going to tell them to their face. You know, I expect you're going to have an explanation, but I'm
well, that's
I'm
why it was so epic
I'm
that you went
that
on MC
explanation.
Tunes.
You know?
The fact that you went on MC Tunes and then let him treat you like fucking dog shit, and then you kept respect the whole time and didn't break and didn't get triggered. That is like epic when you really think about it, because people that see that have discernment understand. And plus the other things that you found, you got to make a video if you haven't already about some of those other things that ended up coming up and trying to prove that, or trying to win that contest.
Yeah.
Those were major things, you know, that you know, kind of backfired on them if they really knew the whole thing that you went through.
Yeah, man. Fucking, you know, I went through all that shit, and but I would have done it as far as the modeling and shit. I would do that anyway. But I'm trying to show him a way that look, this is what we would see if you know, whether it's the ground curving or the light that's changing angle, whether it's the ground changing angle or the light changing angle, we'd see the same fucking thing. As far as the navigation, and I don't think he fully understands the way it works, or he didn't then, because he had to get his shit from a fucking tutorial for one, and
right.
Which I didn't want to embarrass him, but I almost rubbed in a couple things, like when he couldn't explain. Like, I started to rub it in. Like, I started.
Good that you didn't stoop to his level. It was good that you didn't, because it was obvious that
Yeah.
he was just being a dick and making comments and trying to, you know, when any of those tactics or
Yeah,
just
that's how he
the attitudes and insults and stuff come out of nowhere, it just works against them. I don't know why they think. I mean, I guess because they're playing to the lowest common denominator of people that are just hoping to, you know, that, I mean, the fact that they're even worried about what we think proves already that they think we might be right.
Just flat out did that to show him that, look, dude, you know, I was told literally not to do it. I mean, not like they could say, hey, you can do this or you can't do that. But when I mentioned it on over in FED with talk to Quantum Racer, he's like, man, don't do that shit. I mean, he wasn't giving me a direct order, but he's telling me not to do it. Like he's never going to pay. He's just this and that, you know. But you know, I'm different though. I'm tip of the spear. I like
the money. That's
the head on
thing.
shit. I don't mind intellectual honesty, and I have the patience to listen to their bullshit as long as they let me talk, let me get my points out. And there's always a couple good, strong, every debate, there's a couple good, strong points, and there's always some good that comes out of it, man. And it's just like, you know, I can't expect to compete with a 500-year-old model. Who would expect that? But I always bring up a couple good key points, man. In every debate, no matter how it goes, there's a couple key points, a couple head scratchers, you know. And I just enjoy it, man. But
yeah, it's
I don't
good
know.
that you even said from the very start you weren't there for the money.
I'm gonna get with Bacon. He's trying to get me to, you know, I should have already done this, but we're going to try and get together and make a program with the refraction and shit. I've already got the.
You cut out, Brian. Yeah, I was just saying it's a good thing he didn't. Brian, we can't hear you right now for some reason, but yeah, I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I think maybe you were cutting in and out. But I was saying it's good that you, from the very start, said you didn't expect any money, because if you were going in there for the money, then it's like they got you, because then they could like flaunt the money in front of you. But you were just showing them, look, this is what I came up with, and I don't expect any money, which is a great approach.
Yeah, the thing is you could make a mathematical model of how light would work to necessitate the 69 miles per degree on a flat Earth. It would just be more complex. It would be harder to work with. But at the end of the day, it would, work, which is all that MC Toon is asking for, is show how it would work. So, but then once you say just curve the light, he's going to say, well, how do you know that the light is curving? And then the answer is because it gives the same results, because it works. It's like he wants us to use straight lines of light because he thinks that it's proven that that's how it works. No, that's just an assumption. So you could just curve, right? You could just curve the light, and it would work exactly the same. It would be more,
Brian made a
difficult.
whole video showing that the light can't be in straight lines. There's a whole video Brian made about that. It doesn't even work with the straight lines. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of assumptions on their parts, and it seems like a lot of band-aids, that they had to create to make things work the way they think they work. And it seems like an excuse to us, but it seems like common sense to them because they just accept the model. Yeah. And that whole thing that I think originally I was on here with White's World and Bandsaw, and they were bringing up the idea that the 3959 could just be your personal dome height. That's huge. That was one of the requirements, that you couldn't use any dome or ball figures. Oh, you're cutting in and out, Brian, still a little bit.
I just did a long ass rant. This is the first time it's ever happened. I've seen it happen.
Oh, yeah, we didn't hear any of it. We didn't hear any of it.
I just did about a 5-minute rant, dude. I proved the flat Earth.
See if you can get us a short version of it if you want.
Yeah, you missed it, dude. I literally proved the flat Earth, man. I don't know if I could do it again.
Oh shit, dude. Yeah,
I proved it 100%. You believe that?
Do it again. See if you can work it up, man. We'll give you a sec to collect yourself. We didn't hear any of it.
The main point is that I like demonstration. I like real life shit. Now there ain't many Globers that are about demonstration. They like consensus, and they like appealing, to authorities, and which is something. But we like demonstration. Like to me, it's a big deal talking about the pressure. They use a gradient. So what I do, I went and got 70, 80 feet of PVC hose. And changed the temperature at each end, and showed a pressure gradient in containment, but you can't have one outside of containment. So they're very argument. So they're not going to say they could do air pressure without containment. They're going to go straight to a gradient. Well, I'm going to challenge you to show me a fucking gradient without containment. And I just showed you one in containment, and like with the lasers, like if you look from the side, more often than not, they're you see them curving upwards. You see the light refracting upwards and shit. And then like sky view, pebbles on the pond, just in the atmosphere, over short distances, just changing the temperature of the air. We get obstruction. We show the fucking refraction doing exactly opposite of what the fuck they say it's doing. And they say they know for sure. We know how light works and shit. And they try to use glasses, like prescription glasses, and it's like, dude, just because you know how glasses work and lenses, don't mean you know exactly what light's doing over long fucking distances. Because we can demonstrate it's doing exactly opposite of what you think you know. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
I looked up last night what the refraction about, like for refraction in water and refraction in air, and they account for 3% fraction. But 3% is in water. In air, it's, I think, 3 over 1,000. Everyone keeps telling us that the refraction is 3% down, but it should be more of a 3,000th down, not 3,000, but 3 over 1,000. So
yeah, the point is, over long distances, though, man, they don't know, just because they know how glasses work, don't mean they know exactly how fucking shit's doing over long distances. They have to. They assume 100%. They know for a fact in their minds that the Earth's curving down. So yeah, of course, the light's got to be doing this, because your model dictates it, or else you're not on a globe. That's how all in they are on shit. So they'll act like something's a fact just because they know for a fact they live on a ball, which is not an honest position, if you ask me. But I don't think it's lying because it's not intentional. But one other point is like their 7 over 6R. That's like that's 1 into 6 would be that's
5.15.
that's like that's almost 20%. Fucking their standard refraction is almost 20%, man. If you look at the Al Bruni that the main surveyor did to match it, dude, he did it in inches, so it was millions of inches, and he was off like fucking millions of inches before the refraction, and he was off by quite a bit even after. But before the standard refraction, it's off by fucking like 25%, man. Like, how can they take this as any kind of proof? It's proof exactly opposite, man. In my opinion.
Yeah, the air is 3 over 10,000. So it's 1 in 3. It's 1 in 3,333 error. Well, that's what it should be. But they say to us it's 1 over 333. So 3%. That's 1 over 3%. 1 over 33. No. They have
3 over 100. It would be 1 over 33.
Yeah, they do 1 over 33, but it should be 1 over 3,333. So they are accounting for a 1 to 10, and they're taking the 10, but they're not considering what it really is. So there's no way I feel that.
You sure it ain't 1 in 43, y'all? Are y'all sure about that?
1 in 43?
Yeah, I'll post it down in the chat.
What makes you say 1 in 43?
I was just thinking if somebody was thinking on terms of like 7 over 6, so like 6 times 6 is 36, with the 7 remainder would be like 43. I was just thinking maybe that's the way.
Over,
that's the way it works. I just
that'd be 43.
I don't literally think that's how it works, Lemon. I was just thinking somebody might have thought like that and put the information out. I was just a shot in the dark. What that really means, though, Lemon, is bigger.
Bottom. 6 times 7 would be 42 in the top, so it would actually be 42 over 36 if you're trying to.
6 times 6. 6 times 6 would be 36 plus the 7. But no, I'm not gonna. I was a shot in the dark. But Lemon, I was gonna say that like the 7 over 6 is means like greater than a full circle, right? Like 6 over 6 would be 1. And then it goes. It's for their radius, though, right? It's for their radius.
If you're taking 7, 6, though, 6 times 6 in the bottom is 36. 7 times 6 in the top is 42. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll put in the text chat that's refractive index in there.
Basically, 7/6R makes the globe 1/6 bigger, roughly. Because 6 out of 6 is 1, leaving 1/6 left over for 7/6.
Right. And so 5 over 4. So if they're going to get bigger, they're going to go like 4 over 3 would be even flatter, by the math, right?
It would be bigger and a bit flatter by dint of it being a bigger ball, basically. Flatten it out a little bit.
I couldn't believe when I seen the main surveyor shit, dude. It's like, really? They're pushing this as some kind of proof? They're counting on nobody looking at the detail. Like, it's off by millions of inches, man. as like before the refraction, and even off by a couple million afterwards. I'm like, dude, this is laughable, man. I should have brought it and posted it. Like, how are they using this as proof? You know, everything they're having to apply this standard refraction to always make their ball bigger, and it still ain't big enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey Brian, what were you saying that you were going to do with bacon earlier? You said something before you cut out.
Oh, he said he's going to help me model. He re-mentioned it as far as making, you know, I think that's what he does. You know, it's like makes codes and shit like that. So he said he'd help me with making a you know, some type of man, I'm not even sure the exact lingo, like a program or whatever you want to call it. Or just, you know, help me go over it and shit. You know, that's what he likes, man. He likes the math and he likes the computer shit. And so I'm gonna try and put together the best thing I can. I've even got Ruhif figured out. I just learned earlier tonight, he's threw a couple ideas. I'm not sure I like them, but he's you know, he's entertaining it, and he's throwing out some ideas like with the math and shit. I haven't really went over it to say that I like it or don't like it, or it's better than what I've got, or whether it is. You know, I haven't went over it enough, but you know, he's that's what he likes to do too. So you know, I get these guys helping me, man, and put together some kind of fucking model. You know, some kind of map, better than you know, and just something to fix the anomalies that that we know are potentially there. How about that?
Are your planets and all that, are they on a single plane, or are they descending in order, or like going up in layers? How does the sort of planets and retrogrades work with the flat
Yeah, I
Earth?
can't prove nothing, man. I'm not gonna try and stand behind it or ever force it or nothing like that. It's just personal, like and I know it can't just be me. Like it'd be good to have something to look at that you know, you could look at with a little pride when you're going to describe shit. You know, it's just but I'm not gonna try and use it like I know what the stars are. I know what sun is because literally I don't. I don't think anybody does. You know.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Cool. I'm just a neutral person. I just sort of ask all sorts of things. So try and find more natural things to make natural things. So yeah. I've been into flat Earth for about 5 years myself, mate. So all good. Sorry, carry on talking, man.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how long I've been in the subject. So I guess it was right after the South Carolina or whatever, North Carolina. I forgot where, but after that conference. So it was before the international conference. So I guess it was in between 2016 and 17, maybe. But yeah, it's a long time ago, man. I've heard just about everything. It just kills me, like so much research that we've done, and they've never even heard of it. And then but it pisses me off when we talk about shit that we've already been on them, and they act like they never even heard it. Like what? Like maybe it's their brain blocking shit out, or if or they're just counting on me not being able to pull it up again. There's certain things I get aggravated having to do over and over, man. It's like, you know, I would like to try to keep it as honest as possible. And I don't like when they try and make us look stupid, like talk to us like we're stupid. Like how are you debating me? You know, and if you think it's stupid, you know, it's legitimate, man. It's science. I think we're science nowadays. We're the skeptics because they're not
Yeah.
skeptical about. They're not trying to disprove fucking nothing, man.
Right. Exactly. And when the tactics are used, it works against them. I don't know why they think. I mean, it seems like if that's what they have to resort to, it tells you a lot without any kind of proof, you know.
Yeah, it makes me want to debate like Nathan sometimes, man, because I mean, technically, if you're talking strictly debate, you know, all their proofs are fallacious, man. It's fallacious logic, you know, and he doesn't let them get away with that, man. But you know, I like the deeper discussions and shit. But when I'm talking to some of them, and they're like, "No, we know what it is. It's a model. This, that. You know, we know for sure, 100%. Blah blah blah." You know, it gets aggravating sometimes. Like they literally will say, each one of them will say they're skeptic, and will say how they think science work and it disproves shit, but they ain't trying to disprove nothing. They'll say, you know, you publish something, you got to you know, if it ain't published, it ain't real. Yeah, they ain't gonna fucking publish anything if it doesn't line up with their beliefs, man. And if they deny that, I don't think they're being honest, man.
You know, you were talking about these two numbers earlier, 7 and 6, 7 over 6. Something to do with top being 42 and the bottom being 36.
Yeah, so you multiply 7 over 6 times the radius, and it gives you different distances, right? It gives you a different circumference altogether.
Can you do this 6 over 6? The way I imagined.
That's just the same as 1.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that the observations of the stars, do we think that we're looking towards the center point, or do we think that we're just looking at everything and it's above us? Does that make sense? So if
it's a good point.
If everyone's looking towards the equator, then everyone's looking towards the equator.
That's the $1 million question, man. Because you know, on the globe model, they're looking in different directions, but they're still looking at the same thing. Like if you're on one side of the equator looking at Polaris, and then from a God view, and look at the other side looking at Polaris, they're looking in two directions that are 8,000 miles apart, but they say they're still looking at the same star. But in reality, no matter what you call it, they're definitely looking in different directions, the same angle, but different fucking completely different parts of the world. You know, so that's a good question, man. A good point. That's $1 million question. If I'm honest.
I'm into surveying, geodesics, all the numbers and the adjustments they do. And they had a Great East India survey, and they used a baseline of 12.1 kilometers, 0.11, because that makes all the difference. Yeah, you can keep them going with the 1. So when they done India, they used 12.1 kilometers per like fraction of a degree. It's not a fraction; it's 100th of a degree.
If they're not the same, then it shouldn't be accurate, right?
Well, yeah, it's kind of saying they've elongated the latitudes of India. They've got no data for Russia or Siberia. They never did.
Where did you get the information? Is it just freely accessible on Google search?
Yeah, I typed in don't know what, I can't remember. I can't get to my internet at the moment, but it was like, it's always about what you type in, isn't it? But you can start off with the Great East India. It was the British Great India Survey.
Okay, yeah, I got you. So you're talking about the basically the datums, like almost like a disco ball, where like back in the day they had like 100-mile stretches, right? And you talk about like they've narrowed it down to like 11, 12 miles. Is that what you mean? Because that's what I was thinking.
That's part, yes. That's not fully, but that's half the story. And the other half of the story is that the datum for India is still set in like 1984. So the WSG 84 is what they're using at the moment. That's what I gathered. You know, I don't affirm until I actually have proof to show you guys, but it's saying that India is still stuck in the 1984 datum. And this 12.1 kilometer baseline, it didn't make sense because it doesn't correlate to anything. It's not a denomination of anything particular when it comes to geodesics. So 12.1 kilometer, and we use 111.1 recurring kilometers for a degree. So anything has to sort of correlate to that. I use kilometers, sorry. There's 69 and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. So there's 12.1 per hundredth of a degree. I don't know, to miles. You know, it's the difference between the conversion from you've got 12.1 miles and you've got 11.11 miles. 11.11 would be 69, and then 12.1 would be 70. And that's what I know.
Man, I missed you at the end. Can you say the what was you saying as far as the conversion, like you're talking about like miles to kilometers, but can you describe the that one more time so I'm clear on it?
Yeah, so if a degree is 69 miles or 111.1111 kilometers, that's per degree, 69 or blah 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 111, and then they measured 1, 2, 1 instead of 111. So divide 121 by 1.6 to find out what the miles are. And that's what they measured per degree on the India survey. 121. Oh, that's 69. Six. Yeah,
Man, I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it right when you were getting to what I was trying to hear. I swear, dude, I'm not trying to be a smartass, but I lost you. You cut out, dude. You was roboting right when you was getting to what I was trying to hear, man. You ain't got to repeat it again, but I swear, I don't know if it's me or not, but you roboted again, bro.
It was you, Brian. So you could go back if you want to listen to it on the live stream. I'm sure you could get the details of what he was saying too.
Good, I will, and I'm glad it was freaking me, dude, because I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I sound like I'm probably like mocking this guy, but I'm really not.
No, you've been cutting out a little bit all night.
Yeah, it's 75.6 miles per degree is what they measured based on today's measure. That was the India survey. But
What's their average? Hey, what's their average latitude, man? Are they anywhere near the southern hemisphere or by the equator or what?
Well, India is said to be like Sri Lanka is said to be about 8 degrees north. And you look up refractive index and it'll tell you that they're already at 0.2% at 2 degrees north. So they're already at 0.2% refraction at just 2 degrees north. But yet they count for,
Yeah, that's the model, man. And I just wish they would the people we debate with would acknowledge that the model's different. The proof, like we lack proof in a lot of these things. I understand the model verifies itself in different areas, backs itself up, like trying to use the location of the stars to prove something. Like that's how you made the fucking map. Of course it's over that position. That's how you made the fucking map, but it's like the distances and shit that we're looking for the proof on, and also to the angles, and different shit like that. It's a good model. It'll give them that much, but it's still a model, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that it's reality,
You ever heard of the Orlando Ferguson stationary map of the world with the 4 corners?
Yeah. Are you talking about the 4 corners, the one with the that's like slightly concave a little bit, like a bundt cake?
Yeah, I was always curious why he made that, and whoever made it, and it was handed to a local museum in that town anonymously. But the effort to go into that design, it looks pretty high tech, but why was that even considered?
Well, it could help. It's multiple star rotations, man. It would almost require something like that to keep a consistent look. If there's 3 star rotations, like 2 for the south, like opposite of each other, and 1 in the center, like that would explain how the trails are getting smaller, and they'd have to share stars, but they could, be basically a mirror of each other, and you'd only ever see one at any one time. and you can only be in one place at one time. Plus, it's going to be night and day in one. But that little arc, that slight curve would line it up. Would help line up the pole, like especially if there was three south poles. That little curve would help give a equator kind of like it would turn you a little bit for lining up.
Yeah, if you look at the sky, when it goes from east to west, celestials go from east to west in a straight line. But if you look at the path that the planets take, they take a zigzag line up and 8 degrees north, 8 degrees south of the equator. So we look at the planets and we think the planets are moving in a straight line, but actually over time,
No, I don't think they are. I don't think they're moving in a straight line. They can't. They're doing, bigger and bigger circles around the North Pole. Whether they get smaller and smaller past the equator, they're still not moving in straight lines. That's how they get the GP. They check the azimuth and the declination off center to the prime meridian and the celestial equator. So they can't be doing straight lines.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. I think if an aeroplane's coming up from the horizon and then it's going over and doing this, that, and the other, it's the same apparent motion. So whatever that is, but the point is that the planets over time go up in the sky and go down in the sky through the zodiacs, but as well they're actually going below the equator and above the equator as well. So it's just all these sort of patterns that we see, trying to get a perspective of like this sort of concave flat Earth idea, that you're kind of looking more towards above the North Pole, and everybody is. But are they, with these stars and stuff, no one's looking towards the center. The center's looking outwards and upwards, and the outside's looking inwards and upwards. So that's where I'm thinking.
To be honest, it seems more likely to be concave than flat, in my opinion. If I'm perfectly honest, in my opinion, it's more likely to be concave when you get right down to it, as far as modeling goes. And that shit. Also, I could put up a decent argument for it. I never do, but like the fact that the nose of the airplane pitched up, the fact that like what Card said with the upturned edges, the fact that them tests they did back in the day and the mine shit. So I wouldn't bet on it, and I never hardly debate for it. But my wife is a concave earther, and she don't think it's like some kind of like ball, like an inverted ball, but she thinks that it's ever so slightly just curving upward. Like
well, that's different though. That's the distinction you have to make, because when you say it's concave, especially to someone like the Realm here, who's gone back and forth, and I think you recently said you're now convinced it's a ball again, Realm. But regardless of that, the distinction of it being turned up, like having an upturned edge or whatever, like Picard said, that's not saying it's a concave Earth like people are walking on the inside top of a ball, which is what the concave, LSC model might actually depict. So making that distinction, it's interesting if your wife considers herself a concaver in that sense, rather than just an upturned edge, which is kind of what we all kind of
dinner plate. She'd show you a dinner plate and call that concave, right?
Yeah, that's not the same. Yeah, because it's still flat Earth with just an upturned edge.
Yeah. And I started off with an apple like a year ago, but I actually started off with a bagel.
Try and tell her that, bro. I'm just kidding. Sorry, man.
No, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, all good, man. I doubled the concave flat Earth map. I just doubled that up. But what I didn't like was the fact that we used that to account for seeing the sun around us at both poles, 24 hours sun, blah, 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 whatever. And then I'm thinking, but everybody normally lives, 40, 50 degrees above the equator below. So it makes more sense that the sides are the flattened part and not the north and south, which is the obvious. So even if a person is standing at either pole I mean, I've got an American football shape, but actually a bit more flattened, like an old school rugby ball, a very, very old school rugby ball with flat sides. But that there alone, where the person in the North and South Pole could pretty much be in a rabbit hole because they're so far in the points that where they do see the sun, their horizon it's curving up, but they look around and they can't really see that from much away or whatever. We're trying to understand that the sides would have to be a lot more flattened than the poles. And not many, we don't do too many stuff at the poles. Our ISS route doesn't go near the poles. Satellites are above the equator or something like that. So there's not much going on at the poles for observations, shit like that. So yeah, flattened sides as opposed to flattened top and bottom. If your refraction is always going to be an accountability of 3%, you could easily reduce the circumference by 3%. You could do all sorts of stuff. So,
yeah, when you talk concave, it's really important, like I said, to make the distinction of if it means that people are walking upside down relative to one another, then it breaks the rule of in your intuitive nature. I mean, it just if you're going from flat Earth or from globe to flat Earth back to some kind of concave model, then you have to like all of a sudden then accept that the intuitive nature of reality just isn't the case, and that's what
anything less than anything less than at least a half circle in either direction.
Yeah.
To me, anything less than that is kind of kind of arguing flat.
But that doesn't mean that people are standing sideways either. It's not like there's a gravity that's holding them sideways and thinking they're straight up and down.
Yeah, that's the universal repulsion, chemical bonding and stuff like that. I've been looking into these sort of pressures and stuff and how they can be created. What bonds with what? You can have a repulsive force, and it's universally repulsive. So basically, from your hand to the fingertip, everything is going to be equally repulsive.
If you're thinking about it practically, concave is really the only way a force could really work without inventing some kind of. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what I believe, but just being open-minded, like the way it's described, like being on the inside of a ball, like with it turning, could explain the pressure toward the ground, But I just don't believe that there's curve like that because like I said in my trade, dealing in flat and straight lines and shit, I just never noticed it in fucking all these years of doing it. So I'm gonna probably continue to argue for against the globe, against curvature. It's just what I do.
I think that they've got a good idea with the way that the stars might work looking in from all directions, and I think there has to be some kind of marriage between that idea, like almost like a in between the North Star and the North Pole. There could be some kind of like disco light ball type thing going on with the reflections and the quadrupoles and all that. That would kind of marry the two ideas, at least in a way, because the main complaint with the ballers or anybody that looks at flat Earth and sees that there's seemingly two poles or that kind of star rotation going on that we're told about, it debunks flat Earth in their minds right away, especially if those stars stay parallel to each other in a 360-degree fashion. Now, what I was telling you about my friend E1, and I think Realm has watched his video too. If it is the case that it could be shown decisively that the stars don't separate, and there's no way they could separate out and then come back together, then that would be it'd be back to the drawing board. But that's an idea of having those two star rotations adjacent above us, kind of surrounding us in a kind of like in a bowl fashion on top, and a bowl, and then it's a bowl no matter what if you think about it, because we have the ocean water and everything has to be held in, right? So We're in a pond. We're in a pond of some sort that's shaped like a bowl, and that doesn't mean it's concave. It just means that's what the shape has to be.
Yeah, like I said, my wife calls the dinner plate concave. So you try and tell her she ain't a concave.
Well,
good
that's
luck
funny.
with
If she
that.
gets into it, that's cool that
about
she's
that.
actually into it enough to make up her own mind about it.
She's like that
looking at
when I first met her, like
That's
before
awesome.
Flat Earth, even. You know,
I'm glad
not
you
really,
have a woman like that. I don't think
before
you'd
Flat
be
Earth, but
satisfied with a woman that didn't challenge you for some
not
reason.
really right before Flat Earth, but you know, because we didn't really discuss it before then, to be honest. But like right off the bat, she was like like that, and she hasn't changed her viewpoint since. She's like, it's got to be like a plate, or because otherwise, what's holding the water in? She says it's got to be concave, but that's how she describes it. You know, so I let her do it.
Okay.
But let me say this. Let me say this. So if all people are going to do is just look at the stars and the sun and shit like that, then yeah, of course, you know, that would probably make anybody a glober if you're going to look at base all the evidence on just the luminaries. But that's fucking insanity, dude. It's a good topic because it's like, you know, some ideas we try and throw out there because we have different ideas and always up for new ideas and shit. And there are different possibilities, but to act like, to be as arrogant as to act like they know exactly what they are and fucking balls of gas, all these distances, that's not intellectual honesty, man. That's for them to be honest, they say, you know, that they have a working model to a certain extent, but even it breaks down when you start talking about them distances and different shit, you know. But it's if all you're going to do is look at the stars, yeah, you're going to definitely be a glober, man. You know, if that's all you're going to look at.
That just shows the brilliance of the way that they've enforced this propaganda. That the psychology of it really does force them to accept it all and not be skeptical, because then you're leaning towards flat eartherism, and any kind of lean towards that is blasphemy. It's really like very religious without it being, you know, called a religion, but it really does have those same kind of things, you know, to it. Like if you doubt one part of it, then you're doubting the whole thing.
It's a good model. I'll give them that, and I'll be honest and say, you know, you got a good working model with in the anomalies. You know, you got explanations for everything.
Say that.
You know, some of them I don't agree with. Some of them I don't think are. Some no, listen. Some of them, no, they have an explanation. Whether it fucking works or not, that's a whole different story. I've got a few of them that I think I've personally still not got good explanations, but you know, they do have explanations. I'll give them that. But like I said, if they're being honest, it's a model. You know, it's nothing more than a model. And but the quick point I was going to make was that fuck, man. Oh yeah, there's more fucking flat earthers in the southern hemisphere than there is even in the fucking northern hemisphere, ain't there?
Hey, I've got 2 quick points.
I don't know. I don't know, but you know, I was just real quick, and on that point you were just talking about, I think there should be like a chart. I've thought this for a while, that there should be a chart of like what if they have an answer for everything, then they have some that are you know, good answers, and some that are okay answers, and some that are like just answers that are placeholders. Like they, just because they say it doesn't make it a good answer. And if there was a way of like pinpointing some of these arguments that they just don't have very good answers for, up to like possibly no answer for, that'd be a good way of like, you know, just deconstructing the both sides of the argument, you know, to see where we're at.
Yeah, Ulysses J. Murrah, he was Robotham's accomplice. He measured a canal in America, and he got 5 centimeters curve up per kilometer. And the reverse of the sphere model requires 15 centimeter curve up per kilometer. So the sphere is 3 times more curved than concave-wise than they measured. That got me thinking that there is 3 times less curved than you think, from north to south. And then trying to figure out what the circumference around and diameter around the waist is. Looks like it's even I do amateur map making as well. you would have a smaller diameter and a smaller circumference around the equator. But if that shape was not a sphere, then it means that the equator for the sun, the solar path, or whatever you want to call it, that angle there, if it's not a sphere, then it could be going around at any 2 points. So you could measure 40,000 kilometers from the northwest of a rugby ball to the southeast of a rugby ball, but it's not going to be its diameter or circumference. And the other thing is, I don't support the mechanisms or the shape of the concave model. I am a concaver, but the LSC model, it fails in so many things, because even this rate of the planes pulling up, and he says something like 2.5 degrees per whatever. How many of those whatever would you have to fly through before you've done a 360 back on yourself? You've just done a full flip. Because at 2.5 degrees per, if you'd say per kilometer, which sounds too much, way too much. But 2.5 degrees, it'll take you 180 kilometers to come back on yourself and bite yourself in the arse. Things like that I'm sort of thinking about. Cheers.
Yeah, I don't follow any of that when you go off on the numbers, because you'd have to like really, I don't think about the whole model that way. But I maybe Brian actually understand what you're talking about. He's the perfect person to maybe throw a bunch of numbers around at. But I think he's cutting in and out. I don't know if you're still here, Brian. But I got to hang up myself here in a minute. Make some phone calls back to people. But good talk, Brian. I don't know if you're still here.
I know you're into your... sorry.
Look at this post real quick before you go. I'm just posting a picture. It ain't like a big video. It's a picture. It's a declination map. And look how the declination is like this on every continent at whatever angle. But look how it's reverse fucking curvature, dude. Wait till you see the declination angles of United States or North America. It's fucking nuts, dude. I'm gonna post it real quick.
Reverse curvature. I fucking love that, man. Yeah, I know magnetic declination very well. So I understand the mechanisms of and why it's happening. Well, we all understand why it's happening, but also those areas there are where the magnetic anomalies are. So obviously the issues with navigation. They all point to the same areas. The 12 mile vortices. It's an article worth reading up. 12 areas equidistant from each other that all represent the same anomalies.
Yeah, dude, I appreciate the combo, man. I really enjoyed that perspective, man. I gotta
you call me Dave.
I gotta wrap it up too, man. But I just posted that, and I'm gonna watch that video, man, and we'll talk about it
For sure.
next time we have a chance. And I was gonna say one other thing. What was I gonna say? I guess, man. I kind of forgot, man. But yeah.
All right.
Once again,
No worries.
I did it.
You can DM me.
If you're doing this declination thing, do me a favour and try and plot those lines on the flat Earth map, and you'll see that everything points south. It doesn't point north.
That's a trip. Well, I was just looking at the declination, and you know, I can line up my compass to Polaris, but it tells me I'm supposed to apply magnetic declination, and so I'm not going to believe the declination. I'm not going to give it any more credit past where I'm at. I can line up my compass with Polaris, and it's telling me that I've got a declination. So I'm not interested.
I don't think Polaris is top dead center. I know it's slightly off, but I think it's a lot more than that. I think when they've done their measurements back in the day from India sort of angle, Polaris would have been the further side of the North Star because it's slightly off, isn't it? And naturally, when the Americans did it, they were like, no, we're top dead center. So they were probably something like 6 degrees apart. But they asked the Russians and Siberians and the Chinese for their measurements, and they told them to fuck off. So basically, they didn't have the Eastern Hemisphere's perspective, and they just wrote the book anyway.
That's crazy, man. I'm gonna say one more thing before I go. I posted a picture like this, or it's in a video, but I don't know which one to post, and I ain't really got the time right now. But I just was showing that if it's something concentric, like having to do with stars or something, anything centered. If you look at something in the distance, if you draw it on paper, if you just picture a blank piece of paper. Now draw yourself a horizon line, like right in the middle, and draw your head at the bottom, the back of your head, so you're looking out at the horizon. And then past above the horizon, draw a sun on the left side of the paper, like right on the horizon. Then draw another sun halfway up to the top of the paper, and then draw one at the top. So 3 suns representing ground, like 45 degrees, and you know, just as high as the paper gets. And then draw an angle from the back of your head or wherever your eyeballs would be to each sun. The higher something gets, whether it be apparent, whether it be physical, the higher something gets, the closer it's going to line up with you more. It widens the angle. So the lower something gets, it's going to look further off center. It's just perspective. I'm not saying that's a cure-all for everything. I'm just saying it's something that a lot of people don't take into consideration. But it's as easy as charting a few circles and a couple straight lines on paper to see the way perspective works. But it would have to do with as far as the way I'm doing my model, like if you turn the analemma sideways, like the figure 8 with the smaller loop at the top, if you turn it sideways, it looks kind of like a Pringle. So the sun's doing like almost like a rounded ends triangle, but it's going up and down, so it's looking like a circle or an ellipse kind of. And it doesn't have to be a dome, you know. But it's you know, a ceiling for lack of better words. But it's whether it be apparent, whether it be a celestial dome, whether it be a physical dome, it's something apparent, and we're all seeing different shit, you know. Like if I'm a 20-mile lake, I see a hot spot in the middle of it. You know, you'd think that you'd go to the other side of the lake and look back at the sun and the hot spot and see, you know. But if you put a mirror on the other side, you know, you go to the other side of the lake and you're just going to be looking back at nothing. Any hot spot's going to be behind you. And so that's food for thought. I got to go, man. I appreciate the ears and the conversation, and I'll maybe be listening for a few minutes, but till next time, people.